Oh, no. Oh. Help me, Jason Rockwell. Oh, listen, my eyes in my face is just streaming with laughing tears. Why haven't they got Jason in the news? Why is it Jason? Listen, Nicola Bully, hold up, my belly starts to hurt now. Hold up. Nicola Bully went missing when? Yeah? How many? How comes he ain't been out there finding Levi? Remember we covered Levi? Remember that other one? What was his name? It was in America. He was in about 6 years, but he had the other dodgy stuff as well because he was in the news before with the cancer stuff. What's his name? Rudy? Was he? Yeah, I think it was Rudy. Yeah, and he went missing March 6th, missing 36. Yeah. Uh, why? How? Where is Mr. Rothwell? Hmm? Jason, where is Jason, man? What? No, but it's not even like hyping it more than what I'm saying. How many missing people? Because I know shit can happen, but I'm on about just come on, man. Jason should be finding. How is he not finding these people? Like he should be like dreams, premonitions, taking a slash on the toilet, whatever, having a cuppa and a scone. You know what I mean? Poof! Like he should be absolutely inundated. Yeah? I'm talking about like, you know what I mean? Like what I probably said this before, but you know, how what was he the one that remote viewed, say, Bin Laden or something? Like, this is my point. Where is Jace? Yo, family. Yeah, right. Let me quickly read this comment here. This is from show. Does it scroll across the screen? Hold up. Ah, have I done that before? I'm not sure. I might have done that before. I'm not sure. Could have done it before. But if I didn't, is there like an automatic button so it just does its thing, or have I manually? How do I? Ah, 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 ah.
Yo, this dude's a character, man. I appreciate his energy though, and I don't even listen or follow gematria decodes for real. Like back when I was just like Pineal Power, like literally around the same time with what happened these past couple of years, I was fucking one of those people tuning into Zach Hubbard's Gematria Effect news. But no, someone on here named Osun Yemi actually had shared his channel and just I clicked on it one day. And I'm like, okay, this guy's got an appealing voice. Seems to be a character. He's kind of funny at times. Sometimes he gets wild with his streams. Um, yeah. So anyway, we're gonna restream him just for a little bit, um, and then we're gonna get into the topics that I wanted to touch on, and restream the primary content in regards to Paul Check, as well as that Shervine guy I'm always bringing up with the Symbiotica supplement company. But I'm gonna let this run for a couple more minutes just to show him some love. Go sub up there if you feel. But yeah, I dropped the link up there, and we're gonna get cracking. I'm gonna do this for a couple hours today. I will drop the link later. I want to let some stuff play for a bit, but I am gonna drop the link, and maybe we can get a cool panel going. Because last time 2 nights ago, I was pretty pleased with how that went. You know, we're gonna let things get a little crazy as well. We're gonna check the wrench situation, see who needs to have wrenches and who don't. Who doesn't? I don't know why I'm speaking like that type of grammar. Christos de grammar, as we know. Anyway, let's get back to him for a minute. I'm gonna get myself some food. And salutes to y'all. Thanks for coming by. And we're about to get into it in a couple minutes here.
You know what? They're gonna come back because you know what? In the headlock, in the grasp of the headlock, that basically Rambo. You know Rambo, right? The one that was brutal. You know the brutal one. Oh, Rambo 4. Oh, that one. When he's got the man in the headlock, so obviously you do the photo edit. So basically, I made it Zach. He's getting the headlock and he's saying, you know, look up, look, look at this. You got the fucking skyscrapers, you know what I mean? The pendulums. Why aren't they going fucking crazy if we're doing all this hurtling, wibble wobbling, axis tilting, and all this fucking malarkey? Why can I go to a construction yard or you know, look out the window, construction's going on? Why is the crane that's not being manned, yeah, out of work hours? And then you've got these fucking FTFE or Simon Dan. Oh, well, I can't remember what the actual name of it's called, but basically they've got like a pendulum swing thing, and they say, oh, it's to do with the Earth rotation. What a load of bollocks! Like what? These people are mental beyond belief, man. So anyway, shout out for the restream, friend. Tribe. Shout out to the restream. Of course, go and check out CHRISTOS De Leopolis. De Leopolis. CHRISTOS De Leopolis. Check him out, of course. Go and subscribe if you like what he's doing over there. And leave him a comment. Right, getting all techie there, audio. Hey! Allow me, tribe. Right, let's keep this stream moving. Yeah. Oh, shit. Did I just come on the screen just now? Might have. Did that the other day. Anyway, boom. So, I mean, do I even have to finish reading that buffoonery now? Really? Stargazers have little more than 2 months to send their name to NASA and have it attached to this Viper, excuse me, Viper, like the snake, Viper for its mission. So, you know, whatever this little, contraptions are going to be that they're going to supposedly send now. And just remember, if you've never seen it, Google the moon module, the thing that supposedly went to the moon in 1969. Google it right now. Go on images, look at it, zoom into the picture. You tell me that went to the moon and back. Go on, have a look, because you're going to see duct tape, foil, oven foil. You're going to see paper mache. How is that going through that Van Allen belt, going through all that? Like, think about all the shit it's got to go through to get there. Then apparently release the moon buggy that don't even fit inside it when you look at the size of the moon. But how does that, like, is the fucking module, does it come from Cybertron? Is that Cybertron Transformers technology? Like, what the fuck? Is it Optimus Prime? Like, what the fuck is going on? What's the other one's name? Starstream, and like, what's happening? About there, apparently up there playing golf. Oh, we're up there playing golf. Oh yeah, of course we are. Fucking hell. Really? Who believes this garbage? And meanwhile, you can probably get something up that calculates it every second how much taxpayers' money all of these bullshit space agencies get from us every day to give you bullshit fantasy and cartoons and nonsense. Because I know it's more than 50 million a day altogether. You gotta be fucking killing me. Taxpayer, everybody, every day, every second. And as I've pointed out before, that's one passive income. Do you know what? I need to get a bomb now noise up here as well. I need to do a Brother Sanchez. I need to get a bomb. I need to get a Becky bomb. I need me some Becky bombs up in this bitch. Did you hear what I'm saying to you? So remember, if health is wealth, and then they've got the wealth, think about what they've done to you, like the rug pull. Yeah, you hold that while we take that. You take the Bible while we take that. Remix the Bible, like, and scripture, Quran, whatever. Like, you hold that, we take that. You take this thing. We like look at the exchange they've done. They've the way they work brain, boy, and the way you just pacify it is amazing to behold. Annoying because, as I say, I'm in the matrix. Anywho, so yeah, NASA offering chance to send your name to the moon on a robot rover mission to the South Pole. I mean, who believes that garbage? Not fucking me. Briefly gonna touch on this. Just briefly. Of course, I mentioned it in my last video, so I don't want to even speak about it. And you know how much I'm not even bothered about, because I've done it and I've noted the algorithm.
Okay. All right, let's see what I missed real quick here with the comments. Yo, okay, cool. Word. Frequency came over from over there. Yeah, let's see. Who blocked me? Oh, see, what the fuck? Did someone block Brian O'Shea? Yo, I knew if I walked away for just a couple minutes, I would come back to something going on with that. Okay, anyway, yeah. Brian O'Shea, thanks for coming by. If someone timed you out or blocked you on your main channel or some shit, I am multitasking right now. We're gonna get back to this a little bit, but I am gonna switch it over here like within 5 minutes, and just give him his due here.
A dedicated video, what's the point? Nobody fucking cares, man. Most top tier information that should be getting spread like wildfire is just. And again, if you're new here, the community.
I do that Pioneer shit where I start just going through all of them like this,
We're now in 2024. So now I'm almost a decade in. Yeah, think about it. I found it 3 years after it started, 2016. This movement.
Hi, Osun Yemi. Thanks for sharing this guy a while back.
Course fight. Zachary K. Hubbard, Gamantra Fake News. Doesn't mean that somebody else wasn't doing X, Y, Z or knew about, ciphers and stuff. But I'm on about who put the package together. And then obviously then with the community, we all, many hands made light work, putting the picture of the puzzle, blah, 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 blah. Yeah? Who and what community other than this is what I'm trying to say. So listen, when they give you certain, just a quick segue, when they give you certain films, as I've already said to you, films like The Arrival, Netflix, films like Knowing.
I assume my audio is coming in all right as well. I know I'm speaking over him right now.
I mean, there's a whole many films, and even not ones that are blatant with the numbers. There's other films that it's there in your face, but you didn't know.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. How much the fucking knife thing is becoming a thing.
Or maybe in this generation, as we're about to transition and hopefully not come back here. There will be a movie
I'm tripping. Hold up. Yeah, I'm tripping. No one blocked anyone, I don't think. I've never... Okay, is that actually you, Brian? I mean, I guess that very well could be since it's that B side account. Hey, good to see you, Roy. And again, I love seeing people I haven't seen in a while, or maybe they were in chats or streams that I was in for a while, and then I moved away from over time or whatnot. Like Jeff chops wood with his dog. Or yeah, that's his name. He has stopped by. You know, he found me at Benton's and just subscribed a while back. You know, comes by here and there. So even if people are just stopping in and just saying what's up, you know, kind of like Genevieve, good to see you. Shout out Canada. Shout out all the fucking cool ass Canadians. You know, people want to always talk shit on the Canadians and clown them and, you know, clown the Commonwealth in general. Like I get the Commonwealth aspect in the crown, but no, there's a lot of fucking cool people on here in these YouTube communities that actually happen to be from Canada, like OTW being one of them, and many more as well. Yeah, hey, chat's going. Fuck yeah. I know there's people out here as well that appreciate like a morning. I know there's a bunch of channels that I'm not even sub to or I don't know about that do lives in the morning, but on my end, it's like there's OTW and then maybe some other smaller content creators that go live here and there, like we were just watching over here. But anyway, I'm kind of starting to ramble here. I want to keep up with the chat. Yeah, we're gonna let this play a little longer. The chat's on fire. Appreciate y'all. And I am gonna drop the link once I start playing the other video. Once we're a little bit into it, let's let this go a little longer. I'm starting to stumble over my words here.
Somewhere we're not far off. We may speculate slightly, but I know. Listen, if there was ever a batch of type of people in and out of said community that think like this, listen, we are not far off, yeah, because they even fucking tell you. That's why they give you the shows and the cartoons that they tell you the same shit. And before you realize it, you're living it out, and Allah Akbar's happening, or you're just trying to fucking celebrate New Year's. You're out there with your gal or your other loved ones, maybe even with your children, twos. There's somebody in a red fucking vehicle powering through.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people that I don't even realize they're from Canada. Like I'd be thinking they're in the States.
What was it called? Post-COVID, South Park. And they had the trailer, and one of the trailers they showed a red car driving through the people, and before you see the car, and it's only there for a split second. Quick, if you blink, you miss it. Literally like a subliminal one they did there for your mind. Yeah, if you blink, you miss it. Yeah, which came out before the car, was plowing through. You had the dreadlock guy. Remember the black guy?
Yeah, I thought I would be able to see if anyone was timed out.
Red fucking pickup truck. And as I say, before that happened, you've got fucking South Park post-COVID trailer. And within the trailer, just before you see the car plow through the people, you see them in the church.
Hey, let's fucking go. Yeah, shout out to Bex. I was just telling her the other day, nowadays within some of these communities and streams on here, she's more valuable because she doesn't have her own streams up at this point. And, she doesn't go everywhere. At one point, she was traveling all over, checking out the different places, making her tour. But now it's like she's a more valuable asset as not even a panel walker, but just a participant in these communities. So I appreciate her coming through these streams as well, hopping on, hitting the link when I drop it. Yeah, honestly though, like I know there's a lot of people out there that are making justified points about how it's a distraction or it's just another person in Hollywood outing other people and then acting like they haven't gotten their hands dirty as well. And, there's other situations like this where it's like Dave Chappelle drops truth bombs, but obviously like he's been in deep at that point, so we got to take it with a grain of salt. But just entertainment wise, it was pretty entertaining. I was watching people reach. But yeah, on one end of it, it is kind of annoying to see when something is like trending or viral and I'll see different people I'm subscribed to and they're all talking about the same topic. There can be that kind of annoying aspect to it. But then again, there's the positive. You got all the different people you can choose from, the different tastes, their different inputs. I think the social commentary, the cultural commentary is valuable to a degree. Because again, we are in this world, even if we aren't of it, and even if we do quote unquote disconnect from culture, you know, and live outside of society, we still are attached to that to some degree. But anyway, good to see you, Bex. I'm gonna flip it over here since I keep going back to talking. Shout out Audio
It's a bite
Oracle.
size. Otherwise, who cares? I don't care.
Thanks for
Whatever.
doing what you do. Shout out to the UK and people from the UK. Word. All right. Let's go ahead. Wait. No. Yeah. All right. So this is the guy that made the Symbiotica supplement company. I'm gonna let this play a little bit. I definitely resonate with the cold therapy stuff. You know, I don't have a cold plunge. I'm not Joe Rogan, Toe Rogan. um, although I do use Alpha Brain all the time, like almost every fucking day. I do take cold showers as much as I can, and even last night when I was over at my neighbors at the bonfire or the fire pit, a bunch of other neighbors came through. It was cold as hell, even though we were in this little carport area with the TVs and there's a space heater and the fire going. That shit was cold last night. It was definitely below 30. I'm pretty sure. It was at least around freezing, or if not getting below there. And I was out there for a minute too. I had a couple brews. But yeah, I don't really drink for real, so you know, those 3 beers definitely had me going. They were passing around the fucking THC as well. So I had a good time last night, and once it reached a certain point, I'm like, okay, I can't go live tonight. I'm gonna be over here for a while. And I'm glad I did because I actually got to see and talk to neighbors that I don't like. I'll wave to them and shit when we see each other, but I don't actually engage with them as much as maybe I feel I should at times, you know, for that sense of community and you know, being connected with your neighbors. So I saw the value there last night. I definitely wanted to execute on it and figured push the stream back to some point today, and here we are. But yeah, cold therapy. This shit's fucking lit. You know, you want to get awake, you want to get in the zone, you want to fucking test yourself. Yeah. So I'm gonna let this play. I might pause it like once or twice to add something. But yeah, once this is over, I'm gonna drop the link, and I am gonna have something else that I will be ready to restream. But if people start hitting the link and we get some type of momentum or flow going, then we'll just go that way. Brian, I didn't see you. Never came in over here with your main channel. Oh, what? What the fuck? Maybe I. No, yeah, I don't have anyone blocked either. So I don't know what you're on about, bro. Talking about what is this? Oh, okay. I'm not caught up with the chat, so I'm not even gonna try it here until it starts playing.
Somewhere, and if you're on the same trip as me, where you know this is some type of morphogenic field, we're in some type of holographic world, extreme elemental switches like that is going to cause some type of pattern interruption in the reality that you're living. And that's something that cold plunge, outside of all the other things from inflammation to lowering this, we can go down the whole list. There's something about jumping outside of your
Oh, am
prison
I gonna be in the
into
dirty
another,
hat
like,
club because I got
consciousness
some
that
stains
really
and
intrigues me.
little dirt
And
marks?
I find that to be probably at the capstone of what cold plunge can offer people. It's a total like reboot and change of who you are, where you are, and why you are. What do you think about that?
I think you nailed it. And I think it's what's so cool about it is it's such a short window.
Right.
It's not asking you to go hike to the top of the mountain and have this experience. It's like, get into the water, breathe, surrender. In 2 minutes, you can have this transformation.
That's right.
And it's, you know, from an like time ROI and just like output. But yeah, I think it's
That's a great point. That's
Yeah.
a great point. Yeah. It's not 10 days in darkness in a cave. It's boom, right there.
That's the power of
Yeah.
it, where I think it's just the micro hits of it.
Good to
and
see you,
build this
Christy
in
Lee.
on a consistent basis. And it's kind of, you know, is a one cold plunge going to solve it all? No, it's true medicine. Like, you just got to kind of take your medicine and your body will do the rest. And yeah, I think that you described it really, really well.
It doesn't get easier either, right? That humbling moment when you get in, it's that every time. And you have to, I think it's the surrender for me that is like sort of the magic of the medicine, you know? Yeah.
I started developing an addiction to it. What do you think about that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that could be a
Describe the addiction.
pharmacological reaction, right? But it could also be what we're talking about here. I just, when I was doing it consistently.
Yeah, that's definitely Brian, because I looked at what the subscriptions were that were being shown of what that account is subscribed to. It's Paul, it's some poker shit, couple other things. There's a playlist or two. So it's not like someone just made that account real quick with Brian O'Shea's name. You know what I'm saying? So that's definitely Brian, and I can tell from the way he's been commenting as I look through here, and the way he's going at Angela. But the whole someone blocking him, I don't know what the fuck that's about. I think he's got something twisted there. I don't know what he's referring to. I'm making sweet bread. Shout out to the sweet bread. Hey, what type of bread do you guys like? Apparently, like sourdough is like one of the most liked breads. Like when people are asked what type of bread do they like, more often than not, it's sourdough. Yeah, I've only done like a day and a half of a fast. So shout out to you, Look Within, if you've done 5-day fast. And usually when I say fast, I'm referring to a water fast. I know you should specify, but yeah, no, I only really do intermittent fasting. I do that pretty often. At one point, I was doing it like all the time, really small eating windows. But yeah, doing more than 24 hours, or like doing a multiple hour, or just going to 20 to 24 if you're just getting into it. There's a lot of value, just like physically, biologically with your health, but there really is something deeper going on. Like I like how you're referring to the junk DNA, and obviously, like it's stupid within itself, right? Like DNA, supposedly is so profound. If everything is true, what they say about it, and what we've come to learn, why the fuck would there be part of it that's considered junk? Like nature has a use for everything, right? So like that whole concept is just really, it's ignorant and egotistical, no doubt. Uh, on the side of in the sense of humans, on the human side of things. That's what I was trying to say. All right, word. Yeah. I got some food I just started eating, and then I got pulled away here because I have a stream to attend to. I'm about to go grab that food. I'm gonna let this play a little longer. And yeah, thanks for coming by, guys. I love keeping up with the chat here. It's always satisfying when there's a decent flow. Sometimes things will freeze up for a while. And, I mean, that's okay, but I appreciate that building momentum that people help create with the live chat.
I couldn't not do it, and I was craving how I felt coming out of it.
Mm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Totally.
Like when you're just, the veins are constricted, you're shredded, your abs are popping out, and you're just like, the electricity is just compact because the vessels are constricted, right? So it's like everything just bolsters. Whereas when you come out of a sauna, you come out of a hot, you come out of a jacuzzi, you're just kind of like, you're drunk, right? This is the sobering effect of the cold is so empowering. That's like, I just want to jump in one right now, just talking about it.
Yeah, it's a definitely a different outcome, like you said, from heat to cold. Like love heat. The cold is like, I'm ready to go. Yeah. Like what is the biggest task at hand sits in front of me after cold.
Yeah.
As opposed to, should I do this? It's like clarity is like, it's a supercharge into clarity.
Yeah.
And I got it.
You were cold plunging before this whole thing started, because we were jumping in rivers in Northern California, Iceland, even some spots out here in East County, and this has been like a pastime for us. I've been a spring water hunter pretty much my whole life since my cousin started mentoring me. We'd go and hunt for springs. There's a whole thing about like finding watering holes. It's like it's kind of like a purpose, right? Like we're designed for that type of like movement, that purpose and stuff like that. Were you in that same kind of style up in maybe in Shasta and other areas?
It's interesting. My whole life is kind of revolved around water. Like, you know, I got into float tanks, I got into cold plunge. I don't know. I think I've had this like kind of subconscious connection. It hasn't been to that level that you described. I've always been very fascinated with water and just on a hydrating cellular level. But it's interesting. It's like I look at my life and it's been around like water and like I have webbed toes. I was born with webbed toes. Like if you look down, like
Holy shit.
yeah. So it's like I've just always been this like
you're aquatic. You're like a menehune. You know what a menehune is?
I don't.
It's an aquatic mystical creature from the Hawaiian Islands. They're called menehune. They got webbed feet, but they're like 3 feet tall. And they're berserk.
Menehune. Checking it out.
Yeah, check it out. I'll send you some info on that. Okay, keep going. That's epic.
Yeah. So water has always been like I think a tool. I've had more reverence for it as time has gone on into the power of water, and just kind of look back and like, wow, water's surrounded my whole life. Yeah, but it's definitely like I have mad respect for the spring hunters, and like I've learned from people like your type of like people that sending that message has connected me more with water and like, what am I actually working with here? Right. So appreciate that.
Victor Schauberger, who's I would say our messiah when it comes to water. Are you guys familiar with who Victor Schauberger is? You don't know Victor Schauberger? Okay, so he's the water wizard of Austria. His dad was the water wizard. His grandpa, they were wardens of the forest, and he's the guy that basically discovered free implosionary energy in water and how water is actually.
Yo, I just had to say real quick, isn't that dope? Wardens of the forest? Are you kidding me? Come on, that's dope.
Holding a charge that is continuous and it never runs out. And so he was wandering in the forest one night on a full moon, coldest night ever, and he noticed that the trout had made it upstream into another estuary, and he couldn't comprehend how did they go from this bottom area to the top. He thought, like, did some mystical being come and capture them and put them up there? How would they have made it up there? They would have had to jump like 15 feet, 30 feet, all these different things, these waterfall spots. And so he stayed with them for another 3-4 months watching them. And then finally on another full moon, cold night, he saw the fish go into like a hypnotic trance under the waterfall and then shoot up the waterfall. So they're basically tapping into free energy, which is implosionary energy. Wherever there's an explosion, like that water's hitting the ground, nature has to react to it. Have you seen like salmon jumping up rivers and stuff like that? Mm-hmm. They're tapping into that implosionary energy.
Yeah, Jay Hyde in peace, bro. I have a magic bowl that I saw Angela was talking about. Yeah, and I'm not gonna de-wrench anyone for real. I was joking with Jimmy about that. Angela is known for liking to have wrenches at places, but that's all right. As long as you motherfuckers aren't timing people out just because you don't like them and shit, you know. And hey, I know I was like the biggest tyrant at times at OTWs, but yeah, just don't be fucking causing nonsense out here, or either I'm gonna mod every single person up that enters, you know, with the standard mod, like Big Dog Philly, you know, give everyone a wrench for the most part. Or, you know, do the Paul and Slave type thing, or other people do, and no one gets a wrench at all. But honestly, there's not like some issues going on for real, at least that I've noticed. You know, this Brian O'Shea and his main account nonsense, you know, if it's such a big deal, you know, bring me the receipts and shit. But right now, all you're telling me is you can't come over here with your main account. So if people want to tell me how I can go find possibly what's going on with that, you know, feel free. But yeah, anyway, you're here right now, Brian. I see your name. So even if it's not your main account, but I'll keep an eye on that though, for real, all jokes aside.
Water holds. And so they made so many different technologies from this discovery. And so when I think of water and I think about what you guys are doing, you're bringing that back to so many people that haven't really even understood the importance of water. We've gotten so mechanistic in our way of thinking
Mhm.
that we've lost like the beauty of subtle energy. And the subtle energy is really where it's at, especially for vitality and reaching like peak potential in your spirit and your mind.
Mhm.
And so I'm all for us remembering
Yeah.
what we've forgotten.
When I think about this cold plunge effect, I kind of imagine that like we're like X-Men and we have this like superpower. And it's like we developed it over the, you know, the history of our genetic information, this special ability to like whatever happens when you get in a cold plunge, like that doesn't just happen to every being that's ever existed. It happens to humans because we evolved that way. It's like you get in this water and dopamine, adrenaline, like all these things, the levels just go through the roof. It's like what could the human do to like get out of this water? Your metabolism gets boosted, you feel positive, like all these things just go to a 10 to allow us to survive in that environment. And you can just do that superpower every morning.
That's crazy.
Right. Yeah. So I saw that, and you know, this guy right here that we're looking at, Shervine, who started this supplement company and is doing this podcast. I know he's done 30 plus days. I'm not dry fasting, but only liquids, or you know, taking like Shilajit, which we can get into a little bit later. There's a quick short about it. Just kind of gets into what Shilajit actually means, where it comes from. I might do a couple videos on that, or show a couple videos on Shilajit. That shit's good for your fucking mineralization of your body, and also healthy testosterone levels as well. That shit will give you energy. In fact, I've taken a bunch today. I took 2 doses actually earlier. I took the second one just before I started eating. But yeah, that's dope. You know, shout out to the people that are doing that long of dry fasts or, you know, water fasts. I'm definitely still working my way there with some of these things. Well, you definitely have a wrench here, and then when I figure out what's going on with your main channel, if something did go on with that, someone hit you or some shit, I'll definitely fix that. And sorry about whatever's going on with that. Okay, anyway, yeah, this motherfucker has done some like dope shit. Like you created his Paul Check, this guy, a bunch of these people that I listen to, they're just fucking, they go hard. You know, some of them you could consider Renaissance men. You know, excelling in multiple fields. You know, merging the science and the spirituality, bringing it back to where it needs to be, a more balanced, you know, experience that humans could be having through, you know, through deeper awareness of what we are, you know, how our biology works, how we can obtain those higher levels of awareness that we may speak on from time to time, you know, through the physical means, through the body. And that's what I like about this cold therapy stuff is that not only is it doing all the physiological stuff for you, it's tapping you into that meditative state. You know, you tap into the pain body. You know, you become aware of that fight or flight angst that your body can get from that super cold, and, you know, and just seeping into that awareness, you know, getting comfortable with the uncomfortable, you know, the whole principle behind taking a cold ass shower, pushing yourself. So anyway, the point's been made. I'm gonna let this finish off. I'm enjoying the chat, like I said earlier. So thanks so much, guys. And the link is gonna be dropped here soon as well.
Crazy
Yeah.
to think about it like
Yeah.
that. You're like what an opportunity to have as your sidekick in life.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like the well just is untapped. It
Mhm.
just keeps coming and it keeps nourishing, and it's one of those things too where I'm under the observation that in order to sustain health, we must take a hormetic approach, right? So it's not consistently long-term effects. It's short burst energies, allow the body to respond. We know that through high intensity interval training and
Mhm.
just the way that we, you know, we exposure to things, right? And the way our inflammatory system works as well, it's, you know, we don't want a dysregulated low level inflammatory response. We want an inflammatory response that hits it hard, right? Like when you sprain your ankle, why does it swell up? That means your inflammation is working. Why does your endocannabinoid system turn your fever on? You know, all of those things are, you know, I would say aptitude for the body to stay healthy, young, and vibrant. And so I was reading this literature. This is an old literature, and it said,
Yo, I'm sorry I keep pausing, guys, but I love some of these points that are being made. Aptitude is a good word. And if you don't know what aptitude means, look it up right now.
it was some MD.
Or I'll just say, you know, natural disposition, you know, towards something. Specifically, if I remember correctly, it has to do with doing something well. If you have an aptitude towards something, you have a natural inherent inclination for it.
And he was saying that, you know, if the body's not being tested every single day, and it's not going through, you know, trials and tribulations and being pushed, there's signaling is happening within the inner core of that vessel that it doesn't need to be around anymore. It doesn't have purpose anymore, right? And so that was really shocking. Like when I really got it, this is beyond epigenetics. This is beyond those things. It's just there's a core value that the human body must be fighting a little bit in order for it to want to stay alive outside of our thoughts, outside of our emotions, which correlate with that at the same time. And so what you guys are doing and what you've created, you know, do you ever sit back? I mean, I do it with Symbotic all the time. And do you ever sit back and go, holy shit, man, you know, we've maybe possibly changed a lot of karma in this world. We've opened people's eyes to getting uncomfortable, which is going to create a level of flexibility and malleability in other parts of their lives, because cold plunge is one directional, but it's also not, it's so dynamic in everything, in every parts of your life. You guys agree?
100%. I think I love to go out on the floor and I'll like pick up a purchase order, a shipping label, and it's like reading to John in Arkansas, you know, and I just get very present to like, you know, you spoke on like more deeper biological level. I think of like, John's now getting a cold plunge. His friends are going to come over. This is a whole new activity that they're going to do together that maybe was different and out like a whole different trajectory for that group. And I look at that ripple, and that is what fires me up. Or like John with his family now, like this is his thing that he's going to do with his kid or his wife, or Sunday night is now cold. Like those are the stories that we hear that I didn't think I wasn't fully aware of that getting into it. I knew what it did for me. But to hear the ripples into how this like changes trajectory into like we don't watch Netflix anymore. Like that's the thing. We get in the cold plunge, or like when someone's off, we have a rule in the house, like you haven't plunged today, like, you know, and it's like, you're being short, you're being rude, like you get in the plunge, like, and it's just like these tools and these hacks, and, you know, on a karmic level or just a trajectory of life. I see it as a huge, like, it's one of my favorite things to go out and just like play that game into like, how is the first cold plunge in this neighborhood? Like, how is this neighborhood going to change now?
Right.
So
I love the feeling of seeing the patterns that can evolve in people's lives and being part of it at the nucleus, you know, an idea that turned the switch on for this to become a reality for so many people. You know, it's a butterfly effect, right? You know, you stimulate something and all of a sudden there's wave particles, and all of a sudden the things are changing, and definitely lives are evolving with that. And for me with cold, it's also pushing people to go deeper into their pain body and go deeper into their trauma.
That was the point of the hormetic when you were talking about, it's like, we also as humans have the ability to like be aware to it. It's like, you know, you watch an animal get stressed, it just gets stressed and it has a reaction. Whereas a human, we have the ability to kind of lean into it and like kind of, especially cold, it's an exercise to like, it's very hard to manufacture like true adrenaline that you can choose to go into. Most of the time adrenaline happens, it's reactive. It's fight or flight. Someone cuts you off, someone yells in your face. Like you can't plan for that. Where the cold is like, I'm going into this and I'm intentionally choosing this. And every single time I'm going to lose my breath, I'm going to get out. But like, can I relax? Can I surrender? Can I regulate? Like the power of that, I think, is very unique as a human, that we get to do both. Like turn on the adrenaline system and have the ability to surrender into it.
I love what you guys are saying, and I noticed that like really no road rage when I was cold plunging consistently, because it's like, who gives a fuck, right? Because I don't know, I've exercised that response. That stress response is now, comfortable, and I'm adjusted to it where you're not really spiking in that kind of anger and stuff like that. And remember, I don't know, brought up the book Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers? Do we talk about that? You guys definitely should use this with what you guys are doing. So a zebra lives in the Serengeti and is sitting there chowing its food, hanging out with its family and its buddies. And with a split second, it's got to trot 45 miles an hour because the lions are bearing down on it. Female lions are coming right after it, 3 or 4 of them at a time. And if it doesn't get out, it's going to be eaten alive. Okay, just how berserk that is. Now, interesting enough, in order for that to have that fight-flight response, all the adrenaline needs to go off, all the cortisol needs to go, the sweat glands, the heat, thermodynamics, everything expands in an instant. Electric voltage, acidity shoots through, lactic acid production. It's a whole chemistry project within 3 seconds. And and about 95% of the time, the lions miss, okay, because of that beautiful response. Within 10 minutes, that zebra is completely back to baseline homeostasis. Every physiological biochemical reading has gone back to middle ground, and it's there hanging out, chewing food, relaxing. Okay.
So trauma, there's no lingering.
There's no lingering trauma. Where human beings are living in that trauma, and there's no lion chasing them, but they're caught up in their trauma, their emotions, their pain, the bills, everything you can imagine, all the crap we're dealing with in this 21st century model. And it's a good reminder that if you don't practice self-love and you don't start doing the things that are going to help, regulate some of these systems within you that are chaotic, you're going towards a life of disease. That is a fact. You can take all the best products in the world. You could be drinking the best water on earth. You could be doing all of the things right, eating the best food, intermittent fasting. But if you have a dysregulated stress system and you have not properly worked with that, whether through cold plunging, proper sleep, breath work, all of these actually go hand in hand. You can't sleep properly if you're dysregulated. If you're dysregulated, you really need good sleep. It's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? My point is that what you're doing with cold plunge is such a undervalued tool that is so accessible and so easy. And we think because we're in this realm that everybody knows about it, but there's still billions of people that have no clue.
Totally.
And I think the next step for you guys, I'm sure you're doing it, is to really create these levels of stories and put it in these terms, because there's only so much that someone can just listen to science and understand inflammation and understand this pathway and understand all these things. It's like, okay. But if they can get it on a human level and really on an emotional level, right? So they're something's viscerally connecting with them. It's going to drive people to make a switch in their life and go out on a limb and jump in some cold water, whether that's with the cold plunge or the river next door or whatever. Because I think you're advocating that, like, just whatever you do,
get cold, get hot. I mean, I think, yeah, exactly. Like play with the systems. I think Mike and I were, 30-something-year-old dudes. Like, we have our stories, and it's like, how do we, we're trying, getting moms to tell their story, like them incorporating the cold plunge, trying to bring it to life of what actually, and I think how this is actually impacting the day to day on a practical level. I think sometimes even the science can get a little overwhelming into 250% dopamine. It's what does that mean? It maybe means that you're, more attentive and have more energy to go throw the football with your kid. Right. That's the real what's happening here.
Which then leads to something else.
Yes.
It's momentum, right?
Yep.
This is a good momentum charger.
That's where I think it's effective with preliminary, what we've seen with depression. It's just a moment to. Depression's a tough place. You're stuck. Nothing.
You're not gonna go to the gym.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense. but it just gives that window, gives a window to like, okay, oh, okay, just like shake something off for a moment. And you start stacking a couple W's here, a W there. It's like you can, like it can be an accelerant
W stream
for people in depression. And we've seen that. So that's what I'm super excited on, is how this can actually start entering in the zeitgeist of like a true tool. It's like not some kind of fairy tale tool, but it's like, no, for the right circumstances, this is a great option to utilize.
Wim Hof. Let's talk a little bit about Wim Hof, because I met Wim Hof at our last longevity conference in 2014. My cousin would do these longevity conferences in Orange County. Probably about 5,000-6,000 people would be there, and I think he was one of the last speakers that we had at that conference. And so I met him like in full berserker mode. He was hilarious. I was almost in tears just talking to him. I couldn't believe that this guy existed. You know, this is the first time I'd ever heard of him. And I'd met him, and it was in person. So I didn't have like a prep, and he was berserk, out of control, talking shit. He was pissed off at lazy Americans. You know what I mean? It was just like, what are you doing? Get up, move your ass, stuff like that. The Wim Hof culture, I'm not deep in it right now, but he's definitely put cold exposure on the map.
Big time.
Right?
Oh yeah.
So you guys love this guy, right?
When you talk about story, like you can't listen to him talk about cold and not just get super fired up. And his overall story is just about, his wife and the depression, and
No,
that's so moving.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
He's the guy.
He's the guy.
He's the guy. I mean, it's how it all started for me. I saw the Vice documentary.
The Wim Hof culture, I'm not deep in it right now, but he's definitely put cold exposure on the map.
Big time.
Right?
Oh yeah.
So you guys love this guy, right?
When you talk about story, like you can't listen to him talk about cold and not just get super fired up. And his overall story is just about, his wife and the depression, and
No,
that's so moving.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
He's the guy.
He's the guy.
He's the guy. I mean, it's how it all started for me. I saw the Vice documentary probably in 2014. Watched it the first night, started crying. Watched it again the second night, started crying. I was like, who is like? And the thing that's crazy, like you said, like people like him exist. The fact that there's people like him are so grateful for, because now he's this guy that everyone raves about. There was a window in time where he was the crazy guy. He was ridiculed. Everyone told him he was wrong. And he kept pushing forward for truly the sake of humanity. Like, that's rare that people come in this world and take a stand like that, and basically showing like, no, I'm not unique. Like, we all have control of like how we can regulate our nervous system and feel this way, and we deserve this. And for a human to keep going forward and to not just say, fuck you guys, I'm going to just go off of my world. Like, no, I'll prove it in your world. Yeah. Put me in a scientific lab, put me in your research center, and I'll show it. And that's, and the fact that he's been able to stay who he is, and just this guy that's joyous and goofy and silly. And I have so much gratitude for him.
I love what you guys are saying. I mean, he's definitely a sage of our world in so many ways. And one of the guys that really puts it on the map that, hey, nobody's coming to save you. This is your life. This is your dharma. You need to choose you. Nobody else is coming. And I respect that so much, because that's the same embodiment that I live in and what I teach and everything that I do. Okay, as we're getting towards the end of this, what is happening next? What's coming with Cold Plunge? What are you guys most excited about? What do we have tuned in for the latter part of 2023 going into 2024?
Yeah, have you seen our sauna?
We've talked about it.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not going the infrared route, right?
No, we're going high heat.
Yes,
all the temperature, all the science is above 175.
Yes.
I'm
waiting for mine to show up.
We've had our prototype sauna in our gym for months and months, like almost a year now, and I can't even get in my infrared sauna anymore. It just feels like it's warm. Like I need the high heat. It's
same.
I'm the way you're talking about addicted to the cold. Like, I'm addicted to that high heat when you pour the water on the rocks, and it almost singes your face off, and it hurts, but it feels good.
It's easier for me.
Yeah,
the high heat's easier for me than just the regular.
It's definitely faster too.
Yeah.
Like you can get your whatever you're getting on the neuro cocktail like in 10-15 minutes as opposed to like the 45, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Our sauna, you can flip up the benches and do a movement in.
You're muted, big dog.
Hi, Brian.
Who's that?
It's me, Bex.
Oh, what's up, Bex? Yeah, I just came up to tell Christos he's muted. I gotta go take a diarrhea shit. Sorry for too much information. You know, you drink urine, you do these fasts.
I haven't had a chance to give you my tag directly. All right. So, but there's a Urinder and there's Urinder from Tinder and Grinder in that. We need a dating app, Brian O'Shea, for piss drinkers. Okay.
Oh my God, that just sounds glorious, dude. It's gonna be like that rap video from Dave Chappelle. Piss on me.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's yours. It's like, you know how tags work. I was like, I've been telling this joke all over town, but I can't find you. Sometimes it gets a laugh, but seriously, some people don't want to kiss you. Lots of people do. Some people would start drinking urine to kiss you. There's a piss and kiss correlation in there too, Brian. Anyways, I'm not hitting on you. Nice to see you. Go take your dump.
It's not really a dump. It's gonna be more like a fucking just
Always
like
a pleasure, Bax. Always a pleasure, Bax.
Yeah.
Max and I were
like
having a fecal discussion recently elsewhere.
And then I was listening to an alchemical thing from these geniuses, and they were talking about how they were trying to make this primordial matter thing, and like they used piss and urine and the piss of young boys, and all these young boys were coming to this place to piss in a bathtub until they got 50 gallons of it, and they're like, "Yeah, this was back in the day. These guys are probably arrested now." But anyways.
Oh yeah, my bad, guys, about the audio.
There you go. You
Nah,
got you again.
Yeah, I just came up to tell you about that. I'm gonna go diarrhea spray. Maybe I'll be back.
Try a digestive enzyme. That might help.
Too funny.
Yeah.
Too funny.
Have a good time with that, Brian. You know, just flash your camera when you're done if you want to come back up.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that a fetish thing or something? I don't know.
He's just a freak of nature.
Okay.
Well, and there was my other thought about if I had a loved one that came to me and said they'd started drinking their own urine, okay? I would ask them how long the doctor had given them to live.
Well, I do know a couple people that drink urine. A couple urine drinkers. Yeah. Actually, how many? 4. I know 4. Yeah.
Interesting.
It seems to, I don't know, there seems to be like I'm not going to say it's good or bad, but just a determined attitude with these people. I don't know if you guys noticed anything like that. It's not negative, it's not positive, it's just determined. I don't know.
Yeah, I think people can pull it off depending what they're working with. In my opinion, I don't think anyone can just start drinking their own pee and it can go fine necessarily. I think usually there has to be like steps up towards that. I feel like usually people that are doing that either they just want to try something crazy to see if it gives them any benefits, or they've been trying things for a while now and experimenting, and they end up trying it out and they do feel that they're getting positive health benefits from it. You know, Troy Casey's one of those people who I just brought up who, you know,
Yeah,
basically taught
they
by
all
Paul.
universally
Yeah.
say that they get benefits from it. So I don't know.
But
And
nobody will universally consider any benefits from McDonald's food. I think it's hilarious. I think it is hilarious, you know?
well, maybe if you bless the
Those
crap out of
traditions.
that shit, you know.
It's just, you know,
True.
it probably goes to show that, you know, it has a lot more. If there was any common thread through any of it, it would have more to do with the intention and expectation you have around and about your food will serve you, right? If somebody was force fed their own urine that didn't believe it had any benefits, it wouldn't matter how much science they were given. They could very well get very sick from their own expectations of being fed their own waste product, right? So, you know, extrapolate that out, you know, especially considering the kind of slander that can happen in the business world. I know people think I have some sort of like clear McDonald's name, you know, agenda as a person. It's more about the brainwashing, right? We have, you know, we're people who don't believe the microscopic pictures they told us about germs and medicines for the most part, let alone, but seem to want to believe the microscopic information on every other front. You know, liars lie. Like,
Well, and you
so
consider that, like, even most regular disease, like, it's 20% disease, 10 or 80% mind. So even like cold plunging, if your mind is going to convince you, like they say all is mind, right? But you know, there's a little bit of physical. But if your mind is set to this is going to, you know, improve my life, this is going to give me these benefits, would you not, by power of mind, achieve some of those benefits?
exactly. And that's where I would say, like, even as Brian says in the chat, aged urine foot soak is glorious, or full body bath, hair, face, and all. Uric acid is a huge part of the medicinal properties of I know people don't like it, you know, like when you talk about, you know, Johnson & Johnson or whatever, but ultimately, you know, even organic products have uric acid in them. So, it makes sense to me that if one were to get medicinal properties from their own urine, which actually makes sense because germs come out of that too, like illness comes through that as well, you know, that soaking it through the filter of your own skin actually makes more sense, you know, allows the bad stuff to be left out and the good stuff to be absorbed. So yeah. So again, I was just sort of showing how the information set affects our belief and then how our belief affects how those things affect us. You can't just believe organic nutrition into McDonald's, but someone force feeding McDonald's to someone who thinks it's poison is definitely going to have that same effect as, you know, as urine, let's say, to someone who believes it's going to make them sick. I think, you know,
I wonder
in essence,
about that.
Yeah.
Because
And I would say
I'll eat McDonald's. I ate McDonald's once a while ago, a few years. I tried it, and it just made me sick. And I wonder if that's mind, because I wasn't. I wanted to try it, but I was wary, you know. So maybe it was mind.
Yeah. And I do think that kind of resistance is big. I would say if somebody had to eat something like that wasn't like against their religion, but they were, they were doing that kind of experiment, what I would do sitting down at the table would be to remember the birthday parties I went to as a kid, to remember that Friday that orange juice came in, that only came from McDonald's, and the whole school was so excited. There's memories in food as well, and there's nourishment in memories. So I think there's just different ways to bless food ultimately to get the best nourishment of it that you possibly can.
I say thank you to my food, and I hope you enjoy the journey. And if you want to join me on this journey, you can climb aboard. And if you don't, you know where the exit
I like
is.
that. I like that, Max. It is a very what would that be? What do you call it? I was going to say faithless, but it's actually all encompassing. I meant, like with the the blessing and grace, right?
Yep.
Yeah. My family
I
had that
definitely know
joke.
I've.
Go
Oh
ahead,
yeah,
please.
I definitely know I've eaten some cosmic brownies because I knew they slapped when I was a kid, and then ended up regretting it like 20 minutes later. I had that thought process. Not necessarily exactly what you're saying, but what you said there. I agree with that biology of belief and placing intention for sure. But I have like bought some things in the past thinking, oh, like this always tasted good when I was younger, even though I've completely changed my eating habits now. And I'll go and try to eat it, and just it might maybe the first one, but it ends up not agreeing with me because I've just acclimated my body to other stuff at this point.
Yeah, I have that experience with sugar. I can't really eat a lot of sugar now. If I do, it looks like there's electricity going through my body because I'll start shaking. And just
yeah, it's overstimulating
oh
for
yeah.
sure. I understand that.
Yeah.
I'll some things, if I don't look close enough, like I'm always looking at the specifics with that now, but at certain points I didn't realize I was drinking shit with so much sugar at one point in retrospect. It's
Yeah.
wild. Yeah.
I'm pretty much completely off it. I get a quarter of a teaspoon in a drink I buy, so it's not too bad. I could cut that out though. Easily.
I broke my foot in August complaining about white sugar slipping in mayonnaise. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this shit up. So, but even with the broken foot, I didn't give up the processed sugar. And everyone's like, we can tell, Bex. We can tell. I know. I know you can.
It's amazing how much it affects people's mood too.
The one thing I would say though is that sugar is what the brain runs on, right? So and it's in everything. So eating really well and organic, allowing your body to do its job to break out those complex sugars to give you the sustainable food that you need is a very valuable way of eating. But also, we're not children, and sudden injections of rapid sugars, be it a banana or processed sugar, is still going to feed your brain. It still does feed your brain. And
yeah, it'll keep you alive, but it's not good for you. Like banana is, but not not the refined sugars.
Your brain synapses don't care, actually.
Yeah, they don't
brain
really
runs
care,
on sugar,
but your body will.
So, but yeah, the rest of your body needs, your adrenal system, the whole system needs a little more complexity, or else you will be vibing like you're on,
and a much slower release of sugars too.
Yeah, the crack of living almost, right? That's what you're vibing on. It's like, it's a little bit, too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to comment on that fermented urine. I heard there are benefits from that as well, because you left that up for a while, but we didn't comment on it. Yeah, a girl I know does drink fermented urine, and she claims it's the best. And she uses it topically, and, I don't know. I kind of believe the benefits of it. Way it was described to me when I first heard of it, it's like it's the best multivitamin you can ever get because the minerals and vitamins are already processed. and broken down. So they'll absorb much quicker.
Yo, thank you again for hopping up, guys. Definitely, I appreciate Max. Max has come through to a bunch of my streams that I've done over time. And Bex is pretty good about showing up as well. So I appreciate you guys coming up here and giving something else. Otherwise, I would have, otherwise I just would have reviewed another video, which I don't mind. But that just means I got plenty more stuff later down the road, you know, if I need it.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I love talking to Bex. Bex, you're awesome.
Thanks. You too. You guys too. You are some of the people I've known the longest out here. Long before a lot of people knew who I was. You know, we all knew each other. And I appreciate that history.
Yeah. Yeah, placenta eating too. That's supposed to be very good for the mother. Definitely something I'd do.
Oh,
says
yeah.
Angela. Yeah.
Yeah. This is where I would say, like, again, I'm, you know, as you can tell, I'm not a huge proponent for the urine stuff, but I understand where the science would come through. What I did think about at one point was the idea of, you know, basically like mold grows on food because we touch it, and, you know, typically grows on the food because we touch it with dirty hands. However, you can be sick. I would bet that you can be sick and you can touch your food, mostly because you've, say, rubbed your face or something, but then you're getting that green mold, which is penicillin mold on your oranges or your bread or whatever, right? Sometimes it happens really quick. My point is that I think that we actually can grow our own penicillin cultivated to the very illness that we're suffering from. In fact, if we were constantly like taking a swab from our throat, say, and putting it on our, you know, on our food, like to grow that penicillin, we could probably stay well if we were actually eating it regularly, and we wouldn't get that penicillin resistance, because that penicillin is actually cultivated specifically for you, you know, like by the food. And that being said, it makes sense to me then that, you know, through the body system coming out the other end with the same mucous membrane on the inside of a urethra as there would be on the inside of a mouth, it allows there to be a different medicinal property coming out in the urine. So, and I'm sure this would feed into some of Brian's research. And I made a joke earlier in the chat that was actually pandering to Mitch. If and it would have been it was a little bit insulting to Brian as I pandered to Mitch, in case that was Mitch down there. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't mean to insult Mr. O'Shea's intelligence in any way by trying to. He'll know what I said. I deleted the comment.
I like that you cleared that up. Yeah, I'm glad you threw that in.
Yeah, especially since like one of the things why I thought I could say that too, not to tip my bit here, is that I know like most comedians are very intelligent. Like that's just the nature of being in stand-up comedy, whether that's your shtick or not, you know, like whether that's how you present with all the big words or whatever. So I should have known better. Sorry, Brian. I know you're smart.
Hey, yeah, shout out to Mitch Lovin out there, wherever he may be in the YouTube streets.
And he's a very intelligent guy as well. So
yeah, I took a liking to Mitch there a couple of months back. You know, after him and I would just hate on each other back and forth for whatever reason, and I haven't really been seeing him around at OTWs or anywhere else. I've seen him on restreams, but you know, that's cool. Just saying, if he's out there, he's always welcome in these streets.
Yeah, he's road tripping too, right? Or at least he was. He went on a road trip. Yeah. So
people do that type of shit like metaversely as well, in a way. You know, to play on that whole analogy of the streets. Yeah, people out here on road trips.
It's true. We all know I took a weird road trip a couple months ago that blew up in my face. Hey, let's not talk about it. Speaking about metaversal road trips, though.
Yo, yeah, and so here we are. I feel like we've gotten to a good point now. I am gonna pull that video back up and let it start playing. But
cool.
Yeah, if you guys want to say anything, It doesn't even have to be about the video.
But the cold plunging?
No, this is something else. I finished
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Um,
The cold plunging was an interesting thing because when I was young, I read an article about stamina in men. And the highest stamina in men is amongst surfers. And they surmised that it was
Oh.
because of the cold water. So they started experimenting with icing people's junk. And lo and behold, it increased stamina. And
yeah,
testosterone.
that
pretty
sounds
much.
about right. Yeah.
And I'll throw this out there for you guys, because I also know that as someone without balls, I really don't talk on these subjects, but like sunning testicles also is supposed to be
Yeah.
helpful for testosterone and stuff. So it would make sense to me that this, that this is a gateway to more than just pleasure, friends.
Yeah, I wonder what girls would get out of a
region.
popsicle.
Yeah, I mean, like, have you tried the Kama Sutra ice cube? Try the ice dick.
Yeah, just go for their favorite flavor, cherry, orange, whatever.
All right, let's play it. Oh, he's
Yeah,
going.
let's see what you got.
Yeah.
Oh, he's off.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Well, we can talk about junk more. Ice Grills. Ice Grills is talking about
Well,
ice
no,
junk.
just
That's very appropriate, Ice Grills. I love it.
Well, I'm sure people are familiar with you, but we are, it's rare to be talking about human junk with Max. Actually, usually we're talking about gigantic.
Yeah,
Detached.
yeah.
Detached, no longer attached, perhaps. Even,
Okay, recently found out and looked at the morphology of the biggest vagina I have ever seen, except for Jupiter's. The Red Sea.
Yes.
The Red Sea is a giant vagina. It's even got the two appendages of the lizard vagina that stick out and are to the side. So it's there.
Oh, I think Jesse might have misinterpreted a little bit what you were saying.
Okay. That's possible
think-
because it's very out in left field for most people. So,
Well, I don't think you were saying
we're-
like it's only through the balls and the junk that like the cold is coming through. Just the way that Jesse phrased that, maybe I'm mistaking his comment actually.
okay.
But
Yeah, Jesse
like,
was
'cause he's-
responding to the icing
Yeah,
of
go
the
ahead.
junk conversation.
But just the
Well,
way you said it's not the junk, it's the skin. It's like, well, yeah, because there's skin down there on the junk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotta be.
our biggest organ, as people have pointed out.
I'm getting really uncomfortable with this junk word for some reason. That's very rare.
I
to
like
refer
it.
to their dick as junk.
Junk
I used
DNA
it
is
for
what
that
we were talking
specific
about
reason.
earlier.
It is kind of a guttural sound, right? So
Well,
it kind of
that's
makes
just
it
funny
funny.
because men have such. I know we're it's not like we're talking about your guys' personal bits here, but still, it's rare that I find it. It's like we're more we say it, the more I'm like what's really weird.
Well, there's guy junk and girl junk. You got junk too. Like,
Yeah,
don't exclude yourself.
Anyways, enough of that. But yeah,
Okay,
I get it.
I'm gonna pull up a couple of shorts now that I'm back.
Excellent.
But yeah, like we were just talking about junk DNA earlier to bring it back to something that's junk without being
Hey,
junk.
what a useful word.
But that's where the junk DNA comes out of the junk. You can mix this with the junk, and the junk mixes to make the junk. No sound.
Add Shilajit, mineralizing your coffee. Rule number 4, add L-theanine to your coffee, helps mitigate the caffeine explosion in your body. Rule number 5, and probably the most important one, be present when you drink coffee. How you do anything is how you do everything.
Some of the comments are
Yeah, if you're
funny.
drinking coffee every day. If you're like everyone else who's drinking coffee unconsciously every day, you're creating a ton of
Oh, I
damage.
forgot. There's the Chinese
Rule number 1
junk,
to
the
drinking
boat.
coffee, hydrate first. Rule number 2, add healthy fats like ghee, raw butter, or coconut oil. Rule number 3, add Shilajit, mineralizing your coffee. Rule number 4, add L-theanine to your coffee, helps mitigate the caffeine
Yeah, so I just wanted to throw that out there real quick. I'm not going to go through the comments either, but there are some pretty funny comments on that one because he put hashtag coffee lovers. So there's a bunch of different types of people with different feelings on coffee use. But
I've
I
never
like how you
tried
brought up
Shilajit.
Sheila. Yeah, I was just about to bring it back to that exactly, Sheila G. Yeah, and this is another pretty short, but
You're about to get a Mumi resin, Shilajit. Shilajit. What does that translate to? Destroyer of weakness, conqueror of weakness, rock medicine. It's the
That ain't what
cornerstone
it
of
sounds like
Ayurveda.
to me.
And it's what all the babas used to drink. My grandparents, their grandparents. I mean, it's literally what they say fossil fuels are. You know, which I don't buy that story. It is basically material that is decomposed into the earth, and through that decomposition, created humic and fulvic acid, which is a byproduct of carbon-based material getting ingested by the earth. It has all the trace minerals and in the right form and size. That's so important. We cannot absorb minerals if they're not in the right form and size. You're about to get a Mumi resin, Shilajit.
right. Yeah, so I just wanted to throw that in there as well real quick. Because I've been using Shilajit for like the past week and a half. And it's been really helpful with keeping my energy high throughout the day. I remember even Freedom Grower actually at one point was talking about he had tried Shilajit as well for a period of time, and it was giving him like more energy than he had ever noticed from other supplements. So it's definitely legit, and I know some brands are better than others, but I definitely recommend people try it out. Just see how it integrates with your body, because what he said there at the end about the mineralization aspect, it does have a lot of fucking key minerals that we need, and like I've been drinking more caffeine these days over the past months. And I do use other supplements or things that could be considered diuretics. So that was another reason I figured I should start using it, because I know I'm using supplements that are already making me filter out and cycle out, the minerals and all the stuff I need within my body just naturally, So but that gets into, maintaining water, and there's a lot that plays into that. I know
Do you know
iodine's another good thing for water retention.
what
On the subject.
activates the energy in it? Like what gives you the energy in Shilajit? Because I take turkey tail right now in my coffee. I could add Shilajit, no problem. Like,
Have you tried Shilajit before?
no,
Matt?
not at all. I'm thinking of sending my wife to the store for some. She'd go and get some.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, well,
Yeah.
from what I've learned, kind of like he was just saying there, basically it's just packed full of minerals that
Okay.
you can't really get in such a bioavailable form some other places, like taking a
Yeah.
multivitamin.
Like I
It's
pretty
just a
much
really
have
raw
perfect
form.
health except for my energy levels because of the radiation that we're under. It drags down my energy levels. So if I could find something to give me that extra energy, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, you definitely gotta check it out, man.
Yeah. Mute you for a moment. Talk to my wife.
Okay, well that's perfect. I'm gonna let this start playing unless Bex wanted to say something first.
No, it's perfect.
Okay.
Feel obligated or feel like you're stuck.
Yeah.
That's when the resentment starts to build, and then
Yeah.
resentment becomes the monster that eats all the love.
Yeah. And when you think you're doing it for God, and then you clearly don't understand what God is.
Right.
And now you're dealing with corporate religion, which is a disease-making machine.
No doubt. Well, this is going to be fun because one of the things that I want to do with you is I have a list of 5 words, and I feel that it's the responsibility of anybody who's going to use these words, and philosophers and teachers and anyone, to clean the words off, because words like God, they accumulate like a bunch of barnacles and mistruths and misunderstandings. So you can say the word and the image and idea and understanding, because obviously words are just symbols, but what the understanding is in people's heads might be radically different than what you're trying to express, but the symbol might be the same. So, but first, before we go into cleaning up some words, I want to get like
how do you spell Schiller?
brief, a few defining moments.
SHIL and then IJIT. And there's a bunch of I's in it. I'm gonna look. Hold on. We were just watching a video about it. I don't even remember how to spell it exactly. I think I was right with that.
I think
No,
it's
I'm always
there's
down
an
for
A.
getting some.
There's an A in there where I had an I somewhere.
Okay.
SHILAJIT. Shilajit.
Okay. Cool. Okay. All right. Should have some tea in a little bit.
Sweet.
Moments that made Paul check. Like, what were the kind of the course corrections that allowed you to become, who you are today?
Yeah, shout out to the fucking shit they did with ad block. I need to get that handled.
Right now?
I know there's a way to do that, keep the ad block going, even though they try to enact that new bullshit policy. I just never took the time to go and figure it out.
Well, and that's where I would say, like,
Yeah.
I don't take on extra
please.
costs, but premium, YouTube premium is well worth it. Any of us that spend this kind of time on premium on YouTube, I started paying for it when I launched my channel, and I would never go back to waiting those 5 seconds on everybody.
I'm probably going to, just because I haven't been able to utilize ad block now because of whatever they did. I've been thinking about it, even though I don't want to support them in another way. Ultimately, I think there's a net positive for people like
there's a way, though, in the math of it all, there's a way that they work that out, right? Like, how many people watch so people get paid for 5 seconds of watching a video they're forced to watch. Like, it's such small incremental, hardly anyone watches the whole ad for the sake of the person. That's just insane. So
but then they started shadow banning me. Like, I was paying for it, and then they started shadow banning me. So why am I paying them, while they're attacking me, Maybe if I started paying for it again, they'd stop attacking me as much. I don't know. I haven't been very
Shadow
good.
banning is very interesting, though. I can give a lot of people, like, I'm totally with the whole, like, I think this app by itself is designed to support people and give viewers, some of the viewers are just legitimately part of the app itself, to sort of reward people for their investment time-wise into using it, right? To encourage you to keep using it. I'm sure there's some subscribers and viewers that are literally like app created robots. But then if people have all their notifications on, and for way too many channels, you will not get them for every channel. Especially in these neighborhoods where people produce a lot of content and are putting out a notification every day. So some of it literally comes down to the being under the shadows of titans with too many buttons clicked. It's not being targeted, even though we know that this information set has been suppressed, right? Whatever information set we're talking about in the sort of quote unquote truther community. So there's ways to play around with that, is all I'm saying, Max. And sometimes it requires your viewers to change their settings on a lot of things. And it would help the algorithms get past some of the shadow banning if we band together and did some of these things, because there's no point in having a notification for videos on a channel you never watch, just to remind yourself how you used to love that channel or whatever. It really affects, the computer can only give you so many notifications an hour. And if you have 100 channels on full notifications, that's why you're not getting your friends' notifications. Anyways, it's just math, part of it, and it can be played with to our advantage to beat some of the program. Sorry, I didn't mean to go silent while Christos was away.
No, you're good. You're good. I came back right as you stopped.
Okay, good,
Appreciate you guys having the liveliness to naturally hold convo when I walk away here.
Yeah. What really bothers me about what they're doing is I get, like, I'll give you the example that's happening constantly. I started up my new channel about a year ago. And first night I dropped by a few channels and said, hey, here's my new channel, sub me up. I had about 50 people that night, 50 subs. Woke up in the morning, I had 23.
Interesting. Yeah.
And that's been a
Info to-
constant. I
yeah.
get 2, I lose 1. I get 2, I lose 1. It's not just the notifications. They're on all levels of like my analytics and stuff. They mess with those. Everything. Everything's like
Yeah.
dragged down 50%.
Interesting.
And I don't get, I have once. I got recommended once.
And in your new channel, was there ways in the Google system, like in the big back end of things, was there ways for them to see that account is also to you as a person, like, you know, not as Max Vision, but like
I guess they'd probably get my IP address.
I only say that because
it probably came from the same IP, right?
It feels like it could play with the same idea. Okay, this guy had a bigger channel. Let's send, like, the computer itself sends you extra subs, you know, from your own surplus from your other channel. Again, I'm just trying to see how the math of it without nefarious intent could fuck with you. Even though, like I said, like there is a desire for this entire, you know, well, anyways, there's a desire for this information not to go mainstream for multiple reasons.
Oh yeah, we've been real-time banned. Things we talk about get banned. They use the glitches in the machinery to ban people. That's a form of banning where you're going through a statement that's pretty important or appropriate, and suddenly your mic won't work. Have you seen that happen?
Yeah, again, I would say it has more to do with the general social engineering experiment that we've been put under, so that they can actually monitor if that kind of stuff is going on. Yeah. It has more to do with monitoring your response and your belief to being silenced as a truth talker, right? Like they're fucking with us. And what I mean is they're collecting data on how much people can be convinced that they're right and know the truth, based on counter propaganda to the original propaganda. So what I'm purporting here is that, you know, we've been brainwashed again, and yet with some of the new truth, just like the old truth, there's real truth in it, obviously, and part of it that is happening on YouTube is actually supporting the imaginations of people, which is amazing. It's actually that's actually amazing because it's an important part of our creation is our imagination. Anyways, I won't get too far into it, but I'm just saying I think that part of it does come down to collecting the data on the truth talker, being convinced they're more true because of their quote unquote targeting than the actual targeting the truth.
Could be. Oh, where'd Christos go?
Oh, he'll be back. He just
wrong button, dude.
Yeah. So again, I think that the part has to do with our behaviors they're monitoring, you know?
Yeah, could be.
Just a thought.
There could be a mathematical way to beat the algorithm. I don't know. Mailing lists might be the way to go. Put people all on mailing lists and mail them out when you're going live, or some other avenue to notify people.
I just found out you can exclude people from your notifications.
Oh, can you? Okay.
Yeah. I don't remember how I found that out or where to find it, but it's in YouTube Studio on my computer. I was fucking around. I don't log on to my computer.
I'd like to find that section to see if there's any way to promote your notifications. Like.
Anyways, enough digression. Thanks for your patience.
No, I actually like. I don't mind if you guys even want to keep talking. Like I said, I don't even care that much. Hey, if there was a good conversation that comes about, we'll just go that direction instead of any videos or restreams.
Yeah.
Like that's why I just dropped the link again, because I can feel we're going in a good direction here. I'm keeping it around 20 roughly, and both you guys are up here. I figure if Dom or whoever else, another panel walker might want to join in. Who knows? I might keep this thing going. Like if there's no momentum with it, I'll keep it going for multiple hours. But we'll just see how it goes.
Nice.
We're on. We better be on.
Sorry, you
Good.
guys are so fast and so efficient. I don't even know when
I was
the show
hoping
is
he
on.
was picking that up.
Yeah, that's pretty smooth, you guys. Okay, so defining moments for me. Well, when I became the trainer of the United States Army boxing team at 22, I think I was 22, January 88. And I started doing massage therapy with the fighters and feeding them the way I was raised to eat on a farm. And, the first book I ever read in my life cover to cover, because I hated reading as a kid, and school was not a place that was designed for me. I only finished the 9th grade. So I pretty much educated myself through studying with great teachers and workshops and things that I felt were important for me to know to help people, not some academic program. So when I got on the Army boxing team and they asked me to become trainer, and I was able to share things like the studies I'd learned from Rudolph Ballantyne's book, Nutrition, A Holistic Approach, which is the first book I ever read, which is what I was pointing to. And it fit very much with the way my mother raised us. She is a yogi, and my parents are very holistic. And I was raised on a 140-acre sheep farm. And I got into the Army, and I was able to, first of all, they recognized I was doing something very unique because I represented the Army in triathlon and fought on the boxing team. So I trained for 2 sports at once.
And you were in the Army.
Yes, I
too,
was
right?
a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne Division.
Mhm.
So I kind of had this great feeling of connection and flow and inner peace, and a sense that my sailboat was moving in the right direction when I found myself surrounded with 30 of the best boxers in the world. The Callahan Boxing Arena was the center for Fort Bragg, which is one of the biggest military posts, 79,000 soldiers for all their sports. So I was working with power lifters, track and field athletes, you name it. The top Army athletes came there and would ask me questions, and I would help them. And so I was designing all the nutrition programs. I was doing all the training programs for the fighters. I was managing the gym and working with the team doctor, who was an osteopathic physician. So I got 2 years of on-the-job training and caring for acute sports injuries. And what really happened is when the doctor came back to me about 3 or 4 months after I started, and he said, "Whatever the hell you're doing, it is working, because I am hardly seeing any injuries on the team at all." He said, "I used to be busy all the time. I haven't seen anyone injured now for months since you started doing all this stuff." And the athletes would say, "Oh my God, Paul, that massage you gave me, I fought like a son of a bitch for all 3 rounds. I've never felt so good." They noticed a big shift in their energy from the nutrition. I would make them what used to be called tiger milk shakes, which is a recipe I got out of one of my old, kind of Paul Bragg type nutrition books from years
Where
ago.
you milk a tiger with your bare hands.
Yeah, you milk a tiger and you pull its fangs and all that, and you grind them up like Chinese medicine. And so I would bring key fighters that I felt were nutritionally deficient. I couldn't do it for everyone because there's 30 guys, but or if there was a key athlete that was going for a major tournament and I felt like I needed to really prop that guy up. And when I started getting all the feedback and all the reciprocity of appreciation, and seeing that some of the greatest athletes in the world were really valuing my work, and that even though they hated it, because I actually trained them, I didn't tell them what to do. I did everything with them. So all their training programs, from rope skipping to weightlifting to sprinting to track work to pool work, I did everything with them. So it was never a finger pointer. I would kick their asses. The average guy would lose 5 to 8 pounds of sweat in one of our workouts, which between the boxing and the training was typically 4 to 6 hours a day.
Yeah.
And even though they hated me because I worked them so hard, they performed so well and felt so much better and had so many fewer injuries. I just felt like the stars had lined up. And for the first time in my life, I felt anchored in myself and in my purpose. And that was January 84 that began. So here we are, 2017. And I've been doing this for 32 years.
That's a beautiful moment that I hope all these listeners and everybody, if you haven't had that moment yet, where you wake up and you realize, here I am doing exactly what I'm supposed to do.
And you have that sense of, for me, it was not only what I'm supposed to do, but I felt that the universe had conspired because the pieces came from all sorts of places. I'll give you an example. When I was young, I was raised on a farm, as I said, but I did, I became a father when I just turned 18. My parents' rule was that the day you leave high school or college is the day you leave the house. So I hated school. So when I finished the 9th grade, I left at 16 and supported myself and earned a living. And then when my kid came, I had to do whatever I could do because the unemployment rate was at that time was like 17.5%. I come from a logging community. The logging industry was down because there was so much Japanese wood coming into the market. We couldn't sell our own wood. So the whole industry went flat. So jobs were really hard to do. And I had to do whatever I could do. So I went to trade school when I was young and became an auto mechanic. So I worked in auto mechanics. I worked in exploration and water well drilling. I worked in logging. I worked in the shake industry, making shakes for shake roofs, cedar shake roofs. I worked in farming. I worked as an automotive electrician. I mean, I worked as a bricklayer's apprentice. I was a heavy duty mechanic apprentice for about 6 months because it was the best job I could get.
You're still a heavy duty mechanic just for human cars.
Yeah. But here's the interesting thing I'm leading to. 1,000 times I've had athletes and people say, Paul, you can explain things in ways that I can understand them, and no one else makes it clear to me. And I found that spirit had guided me into each of these professions so that if I'm talking to a plumber who's got a problem with his body, I can use plumbing concepts and plumbing analogies because I can understand how a plumber's mind works. If I'm talking to an electrician or to an auto mechanic, I found that I had been guided to these different work experiences to learn how to see the world through the eyes of the different trades. And then I could explain the body, the mind, and the soul and great spirit in ways that could be interpreted and understood by these different people. And so I find myself speaking in analogy and metaphor that makes connections, that make things clear. And I found when people are clear, they're more responsive and they're more committed because they understand how what I'm suggesting they do actually contributes directly to their dream, as opposed to just being told something else they've got to do by another therapist,
I think before, I felt like I was living my purpose, which is, running on it, doing these podcasts, writing these things that I'm doing now. I was 30 before any of this happened. And I would look back and say, I must have gone off course at some point. It's all over for me. I fucked something up. I took a left when I should have taken a right. And here I am, never going to live my purpose. It's all, and I had these kind of self-defeating ideas. I still kept the faith. I kept that star of like, I'm going to keep fighting no matter what, just because that's my nature. But then, ultimately when everything kind of came together, and absolutely, I can only take the smallest amount of credit because of all the help that the universe seemed to provide, all of the pieces that happened to come together. But then you realize I couldn't have done what I'm doing now without all of the wandering paths that I'd taken. So everything in my former path, all the pain, all the frustration, all the failures, they become redeemed when you realize I needed all of that to be the person I am now, to do the thing that I'm doing now.
And you can't figure that out until you have enough life experience that you can actually see what's always been there. And, like many young people come to me in my various programs and say, I don't know what my dream is. How do I find my dream? And I say, well, listen, it takes most people till they're about 35 to have enough life experience to even be confident in trusting themselves as to what their dream is. But what you need to know is that your heart is the compass. And right now, what your dream should be is to follow your heart and make doing things you love to do and learning things you love to learn more important than making money. Yes, we all need money. But if money becomes your prime directive, you can find yourself digging yourself into quite a deep little rabbit hole where all of a sudden you've got money, but you're unhappy even with your cool car, your nice house, and all the things that money might buy, but because you've prostituted yourself for money. But if you're making half as much money, but painting the paintings you love to paint, or working as a landscaper because you love working with the earth, or something that you love, you'll find that you'll come to the end of where all of a sudden the painting's not so exciting anymore. And that's your heart saying, you've now got enough of this lesson to go on to the next stage of your development of your legacy or your overarching dream. And it takes a lot of courage to listen to our hearts.
Yeah.
But we're not taught to listen to our hearts. We're taught to listen to our heads. And the head is a very dangerous director.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It is indeed. So let's this is the first word that I wanted to define, and it includes things like heart and head.
Mm-hmm.
So when you think about the self,
Mm-hmm.
you know, when you think about a person, think about the self.
Yeah.
How do you go about defining, explaining the self? Because obviously it contains many different components.
Yeah. Do you mean self with a small s or a capital S or all caps?
Well, that's what we have to that's what we have to define, because when people hear the word self,
Yeah.
I think they get confused. I'm going looking for myself.
Right.
Is the trope, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you go looking for yourself, all you're going to find is someone looking for themselves, right?
Well,
You know?
yes. I mean, I do understand the term, and that's really what we've been talking about is, you know, how do I know when I'm on the right path? How do I know when I'm living my dream? Like, I can look at you and look at your business and see how things run, and I can say, Aubrey has found himself.
Mm.
He's doing what he's meant to do. And you can always tell when someone's doing meant to do, because there's not a division of their sense of purpose or their sense of value or their sense of how they use their time. Everything's moving together. It's like, to use soldier terms, everyone's marching in step. So I don't see Aubrey have one part of himself wish he was somewhere else and the other part wish he was here and the other part saying, oh, maybe I should do this. Everyone's in step metaphorically. So self with a small s means the same thing that ego does, which means border, barrier, or self-definition.
Mm-hmm.
In developmental terms, Rudolf Steiner and others have shown that it takes about 21 years in a healthy tribal society for a person to develop an ego, which means to fully differentiate who they are relative to their family, to their programmers, to their tribe. In other words, they know who they are when they say, okay, I'm a blacksmith's son and I am mastering blacksmithery, or I am a hunter, or I am a warrior, or I am someone who works with like a medicine man or harvesting animals. The self really, though, as I'll show in a second, is quite an illusion. The self in psychological terms or modern parlance or in Jungian terms is a meme-plex or an idea-plex. Because ultimately, when you say, well, what are we, without getting into identities or labels? Oh, I'm so-and-so from so-and-so, and I practice such and such a religion. Those are just labels.
Which are dangerous when you start identifying those as completely yourself.
Well, they are very, very dangerous. And what I'm about to say is to show you how dangerous they are, because people believe those thoughts until they get mature enough to start questioning their thoughts, which usually takes enough pain to go, wait a minute, if God is supposed to be love, then why am I so in pain when I follow the 10 Commandments? You know, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's a really prick, that God guy.
And everybody, if you don't know what God or love means, don't worry. We're coming at those next.
Yeah, that's coming up. So in Jungian terms and in other psychological terms, a selfplex is a collection of ideas that you have collected that you use to navigate your relationships with yourself, with others in the world. But behind that, there's something that's quite elusive that usually takes a fair bit of maturity to get to. And it is really the truth of what we are at the capital SELF level. And most spiritual practices are processes of self-realization. So the real truth of us is that if I said to you, Aubrey, what would happen to you if we got rid of the water in your body? Would Aubrey be here?
Let's start with the end of the world, why don't we? Get it over with and move on to more interesting things. Those first two sentences introduce the fact that,
well, here would be the interesting
My bad, y'all.
part of that. Would Aubrey be?
Could we be having this conversation? No,
but we
right?
could.
So then I say, well, where did that water come from?
The earth.
It came from everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? Because we don't even know how it got to the earth. It came on asteroids made of ice,
Sure.
is one theory. which means it came from everywhere in the universe. We can't isolate that. And then I say, okay, well, Aubrey, you're made of earth as well. And that came from somewhere outside of you. And what the earth is a bunch of minerals that you can find in the periodic table, which you track back. And some of those elements came from the sun and some of them came from other stars. But when they then go to try to find out where those elements came from, they find out something pretty paradoxical. Stars are formed by black holes, which suck all sorts of stars in for millions of miles around. And every star turns out to be made of every other star. So if we look at the water element, who Aubrey thinks he is as a self, comes from everywhere. If we look at the earth element, he comes from the whole universe. If we look at the fire element, which is his metabolism, what he's made of is the same thing as what he's eating, which is light, which Einstein showed us E = mc squared. It means everything that you are is really light in an entangled quantum relationship. Sure. So the light of us and the warmth of us comes from everywhere. And then we're air, we have to breathe, and the air comes from everywhere. And you're breathing in somebody's air from Dubai yesterday, right now. And they say that you can breathe in a certain number of molecules of Jesus's body with every breath based on scientific calculations of how atoms move around.
Oh, that's what that tasted like.
Yes,
I was wondering.
yes. And hopefully, it's better tasting than you thought, without any biases in the way, right? We have to take Jesus and feel sorry for him, because anybody that has a philosophy that now has 33,000 divisions is probably worried about the confusion amongst the followers. But then the final element is space. And so if I said, well, Aubrey, get rid of the space, well, there's no Aubrey anymore. So here's the point I'm making. What we think of as ourself is an illusion, because we think this is who we are. This is our body. This is our place. And this is us. But the reality of it is, what we think of as us is the entire universe conspiring to have this experience of being able to look at and relate to itself, just like as if you were hugging yourself or kissing yourself or looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, I love you, which is a good idea. The capital S means one now becomes aware that what you think you are could not be here, not only without all the things I just mentioned, but everybody else that's ever impacted your life. And that includes the people that do it, that I call the invisible helpers that you don't know. Like, somebody made our shoes, but we never got a chance to give them a hug or know who they are. Yeah. Somebody made our clothes, someone made our cars, someone made our computers, and we forget all about those people. We take them for granted. But think, who would we be without our computers and our phones today? We wouldn't even be modern humans. We couldn't even fit in.
Well, these friends wouldn't know us.
Right.
Sure.
But you see, all these people are part of our lives. So self-realization, which is much more of a Taoist or a Buddhist or a Zen concept with a capital S, or a yoga concept, means I now realize that there's two layers. There's the self-plex, that are the ideas that I embody, that give me a sense of purpose, meaning, and values that I live by. But then there's the deeper realization that I really am everybody else around me. And the deeper realization that takes more spiritual maturity is to realize that I am also all the people I don't like, because those are the parts of myself that I bury. And until I become a wise man, I project my anger, frustration, resent, guilt, and shame about those parts onto other people and name them and blame them. A good example is, people have all sorts of ways to describe Donald Trump, but I always remind them, for every finger pointing that way, you got 3 pointing back at you. So if you really want to understand Donald Trump, be brave enough to find that man inside of you. Where is the crook inside of me? Where is the woman abuser inside of me? And that takes real spiritual courage to look that deeply into somebody. And then you can realize that somebody like that, who is just an icon for the people we don't like, actually is a great opportunity for us to see what we can heal inside of ourselves, to make a commitment to making the world a better place, instead of expecting somebody else to do all the work. Then capital S, capital E, capital L, capital F means we are all of it.
Yeah.
And we become a samadhi experience, or a satori, or a total union experience, which can come through, psychedelic use, through shamanic practices, or through meditative practices, Tai Chi. I've had them all sorts of different ways. Then you're one with it all. And you then know that the little self led to the capital SELF, which ultimately brought you to the awareness of yourself as all of it, and now there isn't even an idea. In other words, like Carl Jung people used to ask Carl Jung, do you believe in God? He would say, no, I know God. In other words, there's no belief needed.
beyond
So
that.
that's what the capitals are, is I know God.
Do you use the word consciousness to describe that capital S self, or is there a distinction in the in your lexicon when you're describing consciousness? Because often I'll use that. There's the self, and then there's your consciousness, the thing that
Yes.
exists eternally, that knows both separation and no separation. You
Yes. That's a fantastic question. And I'm
Did a
impressed you
2-hour
asked
show
me
on
that,
consciousness
because I do
yesterday.
make that distinction in my teaching for my students, because it's a very
Cool, Max. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah. I've been catching some of his remote viewings, and I need to actually sit in for another one of those sessions, because it was fascinating just watching the live chat, and and the different different responses that were happening from some of the targets.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see what the mind comes up with to interpret what the third eye sees. It's really accurate sometimes. Sometimes it's not, But I find the people
Yeah,
that stick
man.
with it the longest have the best accuracy.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen your numbers up recently for your remote viewing classes, so that's great. Good to see that more people are getting interested in it.
Yeah, it's a great practice. I base it on what Ingo Swann said. The only way, if you want to be a good remote viewer, practice remote viewing. So
Yeah,
8 years ago, I
exactly.
said, okay. So I thought if I could do it, other people could do it. So I haven't found too many people that can't. I think it's more of the self that limits them than the actual viewing.
Totally.
Yeah.
I agree. We can all do it.
Yeah.
Just at some level, if we open ourselves up to it.
Yeah. If you work at it, you can probably do it really well.
Yeah, and I just dropped your link for Jesse down there. He was asking about your channel.
Well, thanks. Hope to see you in class. I do 11 o'clock New York time, Friday and Saturday nights for practice. And I usually do a chat show around now, but I'm talking to you guys, so.
Look within's comment. I'm beating my mods to it. Yeah, man. Definitely. I'm gonna have to tune in for another one of those. And then this is an interesting comment that Brian just threw out there. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know if any of y'all have seen or heard anything about this.
No, that's amazing.
Yeah,
I'd like to see that.
Crow 777 be bringing some heat from what I see.
Where is he now? I haven't seen him for a while. Maybe I got him subbed or something.
He's out traveling with White Shadow.
Yeah. But where's he broadcasting?
No, I don't know. I don't tune into Crow 777 that often, so I'm not sure what's the deal with him.
Yeah.
I'm not up to date necessarily.
Yeah. Me neither.
That was just an orb reference. You haven't actually seen White Shadow, right? That was just a linking the orb people together. Okay.
No, and that was a reference to Predators Are Amongst Us, Phil. I was just thinking of him earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
I remember,
but
some people had mentioned recently.
But he's not over at Crow 777.
No.
He's just the orb guy.
Yeah, no. I was just doing some weird lore kind of.
Yes. Sky Watchers unite. I caught it. I just miss Phil, so I was hoping that I'm always hoping that he's been somewhere, right? In fact, I've convinced myself. I like to convince myself Mark Basket is Phil. But those are just the games we play when we haven't seen our friends. I know Mark Basket is actually a robot that works for Blockbuster secretly, promoting.
Oh my
video.
God.
Anyways,
he used to work there, right?
No, I added that link because he always runs around promoting free videos on the internet. And I'm like, dude, what are you, the modern day Blockbuster?
Oh yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So, and he already had the rumor that he was a robot. So now, you know. Yeah. But just so you guys know, at the end of time, as you travel about the universe and see, you'll see hashtags scratched into walls and urinal. Well, not urinals, because I don't use one, much to the dismay of some of my people out there like to transvestigate me. Anyways, that's an aside. My point is I plan to vandalize the world with hashtag Mark Basket is a robot, like handwritten all over the world. So that'll be my mark on the future outside of YouTube. If you see that, that was me.
Okay.
Too much lore, I know.
Missing link. What are the big figures? What do you mean by big figures in Florida?
Oh, was that the display of 7D holograms in the sky?
I don't know. I'm
14D or whatever they're
interested.
called?
I'm interested in the story, but I don't know much about it. Big figures in Florida. Huh. Yeah, are they trying their optics in the sky or something? There's a company you can pay that works that's out of Texas, and for like parties and stuff, they can put like planets up in the sky for you and have like comets whizzing around and all kinds of stuff like that. Put a dragon up there.
Yeah, I was watching a channel this morning that was showing off some footage of obvious, what would I call it? Like, I don't know, a projection of like 3D images into the sky. Like big ones above a bridge and stuff like that.
Okay.
Check.
I've seen. Yep, you're back.
Thank you. Keep going.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Jesse made that point and we were trying to figure out, but he hasn't responded, about giant figures about big figures in Florida that's buzzing on the internet.
Oh, the thing. Yeah. I was trying to get my audio right. Yeah, the thing with mall aliens or some nonsense. I think
Mall
that's what he's talking about.
aliens. Okay, I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Look with mall. Yeah, Miami on top of it all. Yep. Apparently there was like a whole line of police. I remember seeing the footage of all these police cars. I'm like, that's just not realistic. Like, it looked like some type of stunt, the way they just had this huge line going on forever of these emergency lights. Yeah, I never even saw any pictures or videos going viral or anything. Like, it's that movie Signs when the aliens start appearing. I was expecting that, but no, all I'm hearing is hype and hoopla. And I know that aliens, ETs, beings are a thing, but I don't know. Miami mall aliens, I don't know, man. It's turned into fucking the GTA or one of the fucking Saints Row and shit, for anyone that understands the references. Aliens coming down the block. Shit's getting weird.
All right, I got a video of it. I'll just take a look.
Okay. Are you sharing it or?
Oh yeah, I'll share it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's off Odyssey, so you should be fine.
Well, can you pause it? I'm about to put it back on. I like that it's true life stories because I'd be tuning in over there from every now and then. I've known that area for a couple of years now. Some cool content over there at times, but I'll pull it back up now. I wasn't expecting it to be true life stories.
Oh, I just pulled it. It was just literally the first thing that came up.
Oh, okay.
They was looking for some.
The volume's not that high for me.
And I'm not just product on Uranus and Jupiter.
Got it up as high as it'll
what
go.
products did these aliens buy? Because I want to get stock in this. Because that means there won't be more aliens showing up.
Hey, that made me think
Yeah, are
about
aliens into skin cream or what? We can invest in that.
that made me think about like, there's probably like a whole big ass thingy underneath them all or something. It's just like a big ass traffic way or something. That's what made me think they cloned Tyrone. I was like, oh, it's probably a big ass shit underneath them all or something. That was my first thought. I ain't gonna lie, but somebody did say that. Like,
Here's probably what it was though. You know, they always doing promotions for different types of things. So watch, there's gonna be a movie in Miami about Miami and aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hear someone say something about, oh, they're probably shooting for a movie.
Yeah.
It's better.
Now Spider-Man's colliding again.
Let's see what
Khan is talking about with these Miami Mall aliens.
There's no footage though, eh?
I don't see any.
Do you have a hand?
Yeah.
No, yeah, his channel, unless they pulled it up at one point, I know normally they're just talking on Discord and streaming it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, what the? We got an emoji.
No, see, you don't understand though. So they gotta put.
Yeah, it looks like a hand.
Where's they dash cam? We need to get their dash cam, bro.
Like, what is that? A newspaper?
I still want to know what product this alien
What is that?
buying.
I'm
Bro,
just saying.
listen, them 3 cars right there. We need to get their dash cam.
So that literally looks like nothing.
Everything type shit.
Right?
Like if you think about it though, right? Because like
Looks like some blow up inflatable thing that somebody lit up from the inside, like a Christmas
Wait,
ornament.
is it supposed to be like down by the steps or whatever?
Yeah.
I see the hand pointing, but it's like doesn't seem to be pointing at anything for real.
No, maybe it's supposed to be a figure. I don't know.
Oh, that glowing thing right by the hand.
But that's the video they got of it.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
I can't play it. I can't play it. I only can show the blurriness.
This is the best video they can get of it.
That's like motherfucking CPO in there, man. That ain't.
You gotta use the algorithm. Use the algorithm.
Your eyes gotta do the rest. They gotta.
Okay, so I'm assuming it's this glowy thing here, right? Or the thing in front of it. I don't know. I would say it's the glowy thing because the thing in front of it has the same color as the background there. So
Yeah,
I'm going to assume it's the
Max.
glowy thing. And
That's what
really
I was
that
thinking, Max.
literally
Yeah.
looks like nothing. Looks
Well,
like
they need to work on their emoji hands because that shit's not pointing to the object; it's pointing past it. So it's like gonna confuse everyone.
yeah, that's the best they got
It's
of
like
it.
the movies, bro. Like with aliens, when you film an alien, you gotta have Vaseline on the camera. Like,
oh yeah.
That's how
now
they
you
gotta
talking
do
about
it.
Puffy's Shit,
He
man.
just kind of saw it go around the corner.
Nobody's going to Puffy's house, man.
But that's like the best. That's the best video they got of it.
Well,
Really?
just show it. Goddamn it, you showing me a blurry photo of all
I
the
can't
details.
play it. I can't play it. I only can show the blurriness. Your
Oh,
eyes got to do the rest.
That's just motherfucking CPO in there, man. That ain't.
You gotta use the algorithm. Use the algorithm.
Your eyes got to do the rest.
Zoom in.
Do it fast.
It's supposed to be an alien or something, they're saying? No? Kind of looks like a person almost walking, but not really.
Yeah, exactly how you play in the video. That's how niggas with bad reception be sounding.
Yep. I seen look like a naked lady in blue. Blue lights. Oh,
See, look, there go right there. You see it walking?
Yeah, I see it almost like a walk.
How big is the
Look how big it is, though.
Yo, it identifies.
This might be good.
It identifies.
Nephilim. Okay, shiny ones. Eh? Maybe it's one of the shiny ones.
That's what I was saying. He was
It's big. It's kind of big.
Man, they were getting all excited and they weren't even showing anything at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I didn't
I got
even
some-
bother to look into it when I heard. Yeah, go ahead, Max.
I got some raw footage. I can share. It's better than what they got. It's a 30-second clip, and it just pans back and forth. That's it. But we can pause it where it's showing us what's supposed to be there.
Oh
There.
my god.
Okay. Let's see if we can increase the quality here. Nope. Let's see. Go to 1080. Okay. Let's see what we got here. So I could see possibly somebody with like a big hooded thing up the back, but really, I don't know. It doesn't really. I think
That looks like it's part of the building, like part of the entryway there.
Yeah.
So it's
Looks
it's near the cop cars, the being supposedly, right? It's walking.
Yeah, you can see
It
you can
doesn't
see
move?
what I guess is supposed to be. Yeah. It doesn't really move, so I'll start it again.
Yeah, you see it's right down by the steps. They're like they were panning with it.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just focus in on it? Why are you going back and forth? Is that it there? Like, is that the alien right there?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's moving. Okay, there we go. So yeah, okay. So that is just the structure. This grainy little image down here, even though we have like 4K video. Why is it so smoky? Are they blowing smoke there?
Is it the ghost of Provo Kid?
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that convincing to me. And that there's only one video. I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, I smelled nonsense from the get-go, and sure enough, that kind of confirmed it, seeing that.
The only thing that validates it to the observer is the number of police cars and the right, like going off. That's the only thing.
Yeah, they're really trying
yeah,
to
like,
draw attention to it, you know?
Yeah, so,
Like-
you know, and we all know about green screens and after things and, you know, so,
Yeah.
right? Let alone the idea that that whole video could be made by AI, even without moving in a single person.
Yeah.
And all you need is a couple of people being like, oh my God, I was there walking by. I couldn't get past, blah, blah, blah. You know? And the whole world's like, there was an alien.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
still kind of
pre-programming
exciting.
us.
I'm glad you pulled up that second video. It made a lot more sense.
Yeah, because I hadn't even seen any of that, so that was interesting nonetheless.
It felt like a modern day Dukes of Hazzard scenario to me. I don't know, for some reason I was watching it waiting for Daisy May to come out in
Okay.
her shorts, and I'm not a lesbian.
Jay Heights has some to add to that. Apparently everybody's power was shut down, supposedly, when that happened.
Yeah, I was reading that earlier when he was mentioning that. That is kind of bizarre.
Yeah.
Sick people filling up the hospitals. They don't know what the cause is.
All right,
People
I'm gonna
usually get
search that
sick
up.
from radiation. People usually get sick from radiation.
And that's what he was just mentioning as well. Jesse had mentioned something about radiation.
Yeah. Even like the Cooch 3 years ago. I tracked it on my meter. And radiation. That's why it started in the 5G cities. They were testing their systems.
Fucking love radiation, man. Sorry. I'm just trying to alchemize things up here, you know. If you actually eat a little bit of McDonald's now and again, you're a little more protected against the radiation. So I've heard that is not medical advice, friends.
You could adapt if they kept the levels and the stream the same. Your body would adapt. Unfortunately, what they do is they randomize it.
But then I would also say that, you know, that's part of us not understanding our biomagnetic electric ability to protect ourselves, right? Like, I get that there's, I mean, obviously, you know, let's talk melt level, like human flesh melt
they
level.
have put a lot of study
radiation
behind
they have, I get it, you know?
Yeah, they have put a lot of
They
study
put a lot of
behind
study
it.
behind the germ and the medicine too. You believe that?
No.
Well, then why you believe that?
Because
Just
I
discernment?
can measure, I can take my own readings on varying devices.
But that's where I would say, you know, as if we're, you know,
I can do
along
my
that
own.
same.
I can
Yeah.
do my own research on that.
But you also have the ability with your own belief, back to those beliefs at the beginning, you know, that no weapon waged against you can actually, you know, affect you if you're aware of its ability. So I get that we need the math of it. You know, we can't have sudden immersion in radiation. You know, mind over matter doesn't work that way unless you're an X-Men. So it's shown. But, you know, if you're aware of these frequencies that can affect you, you're also aware of your ability, and you're aware of their ability to loosh life generating energy from you, then there is the ability to take those 2 bits of information and create yourself a what do they call it, in like a shield of sorts, right?
Well, yeah, of
and,
course, but
and, you know,
it is a literal war, so you have to use more than one type of protection. You can't just rely on your own abilities to overcome things, because it is a war. They are directing at you. They've studied how these things affect you. So there's a little more to it.
I just
I
know
do
that
know people that
liars
believe.
do,
Yeah, and you did make a good point. Like, if you just stood yourself in front of a microwave open, you're probably going to get sick. But that's what they've done with the randomization, is they've randomized it so that it does have maximum potential. Now,
But
adapting to it is
yeah.
difficult because it is randomized. So it is literally like
Well,
every
or you
5
look at the
days.
bodies, or maybe you just it's not measurable because it's incremental on such a random scale that it's just like if there was German medicine validity at all, why would they give you an augmented version of the germ in 50 different kinds of
Well,
medicines?
germ and
Just bear
EMF,
with me
germ
for a second.
theory.
Bear with me for a second here,
Sure.
Max, because it is the same logic, okay? That if you're being randomly, and I'll ignore the germ theory aspect because I'm just going with the words we've been given and the models we've been given to draw the likeness, right? If you're being randomly, so let's just go with the frequency. If random frequencies are so randomized as to master the ability to go up against the natural immune system of humanity, right? Then collectively, we all randomly respond to that. The people who don't get sick from it, right? And can spread that information just like a quote unquote germ, right? To each other. We spread wellness as well as illness, right? So they're, in essence, by randomizing it in the long run, they've actually given us more immunities to the entire system, right? And we will become stronger as a result of it. That's what I
don't
see.
believe that model, though,
Yeah.
unfortunately. We differ on that because I don't believe the model of immunity that they present.
I wasn't even talking about their model. I'm talking about the human's natural ability to heal. Period.
Well, we do heal all the time, yeah.
Yeah, so that's all I meant.
The idea is to overwhelm that system.
Yeah, but they can't. But when you're randomly doing it to everybody, there is the ability for the system to actually run in hyper, in a hyper response system.
Well, there will probably be some people that even react positively to some of it, but on the whole, if you take the average bell curve, most people are going to be damaged. And some extremely.
I see. So we've been told. I just mean, again, we can only witness the people around us, right? Like, and your own experience, which is the most valid.
Well,
it really is.
I use instruments for measurements.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's Yeah, there's even like mood. It's an interesting thing. They can mess with your moods at a certain level, but if they raise it up, it stops affecting mood and starts making people sick. They can't seem to continue that. Otherwise, they would probably get their revolution or civil war or what they wanted, because they raise it up with power level, not necessarily the actual augmentation of the frequency. And they can affect mood and make people agitated, fight. They can make them depressed. But once they raise it up higher, you would think that it would get more aggression, but what happens is they get sick. And I think that triggers somewhat of an empathetic response out of other people and themselves, countering that mood effect. So the mind is very powerful in the effects of EMF
Yeah, I appreciate
radiation.
that empathetic. Yeah, because that's what I was referring to as like spreading germs, actually. That's what I would call spreading germs, like germs or wellness would be through that empathetic response, through that consciousness more than the floating object.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is why I just try to, like, you know, even medicine itself sees most of its revelations through medicine actually are chalked up to quote unquote miracles. Right? They can break down the math behind it, but oftentimes it's after the fact that they're learning what they believe fits into their model based on the response. Viagra is a great example, right? It was a blood pressure medication that had a side effect of erections, right? So it became a designer drug to be used for erectile dysfunction, but actually it was the science of it behind was controlling blood pressure. And so the interesting aspect of all that is it is a lot more crap shoot than we think, than the meticulous design of, oh my God, 5G towers are going to kill, you know, trust me, I know bell curves. I know 50% of people sit between the center around the mean, basically 50% of the people sit around that mean, right? And so, but still, the ominous nature of sharing information.
Is awareness key? Is awareness key? Like
awareness and belief, right? So, you know, if you're measuring those kinds of radiation levels and seeing how they affect you and not believing that they could not affect you at all, then you'll never be able to measure their lack of effect if you're not willing to test that
well,
for yourself.
I started measuring them because they were affecting me.
Well, I know, and that's why I'm saying, but then you see their awareness, and can you understand that if you chose to measure their lack of effect, right? Because you've mastered your own body's resistance to these effects, right? That you may get to the point of really understanding the point of why you were called to measure radiation for yourself. If you're always going to measure it, if you're always, if you're always going to measure for unwellness, then you'll always find unwellness.
No, I do check other things too. So
yeah, so,
I don't necessarily agree with that, but yeah, I found physical methods of protection.
Good.
Yeah,
that's perfect, and that's like having that's like white magic and black magic.
No,
and
maybe it is believing. Maybe it is believing in the protection. Yeah.
Well, and they're both valid. They're both valid. Yes, to have and both, in fact, combining the two is probably even more powerful. You know, like
that's having
that.
I do believe in a multi-pronged. If I could find a third or fourth method of protection, I would also implement that.
Yes. And I appreciate I've always appreciated your confidence in your messages, you know, coming through on the dragon, the dragon stuff, right? No, but seriously, I appreciate this dialogue because, you know, I'm not trying to convince you of something, right? Like it's a debate, you know? So I know sometimes people are like, oh, Beck's getting all charged. No, I'm just excited. I'm excited to have the conversation with someone who has such conviction and measurements behind it. You know what I mean? It's stimulating. And I don't mean that I'm not coming on to you know?
Okay.
Mentally, friends.
Yeah, I always think if people say things, you should know it for sure. You know.
And yet also hypothesizing, you know, to expand on models. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
But tell people.
Yeah, exactly, right? So that just in case you're ever in a situation where that radiation meter is going off the chart. You're like, fuck, I've never seen this kind. All your measurements, you know, you've got all your protection, but the next level is, okay, I'm going to hone in on all my beliefs to, you know, to minimize the effect of this grand onslaught right now, and start adjusting my tools, which is probably what you do anyway, you know, like, but I would just say there's certain, there's frequencies that could be off the charts that could create fear that would then, you know, mess with our response, right?
Yeah, I've exported my cures all over America.
Cool.
Yeah, works on headaches, toothaches, eye aches, that type of thing.
It's metal based, isn't it?
Yeah,
Wearing
it's
metal?
copper.
Yeah.
It's copper.
Yeah.
Copper grounded. You ground out copper. There was a what was it called? A Havana syndrome, right? The apparently the cure for Havana syndrome is 2 grounded loops of copper over the temples. So I made a device that does that. And in most cases, like the first time I tried it on somebody else, what I was doing for a while was just putting my thumb on a 9-volt battery to stop the headaches from, because when I go to work, it's a heavily saturated zone, and you end up with swelling and toothaches and headaches. Had a young guy at work. He was having toothaches, and he said he had to get to the dentist. And I said, "You're probably fine." He also had swollen glands, so I gave him a 9-volt battery. He rolled his eyes at me, said, "Yeah, okay." I said, "Try it. Just try it for 30 seconds. If it does nothing, you've lost nothing but 30 seconds." So he put his thumb on the 9-volt battery, and within about 5 seconds, his toothache stopped. So I gave him one of the devices that I wear on my hip to wear for the rest of the day. And the swelling in his gland went down, and his toothache was gone, obviously, because it went away within 5 seconds. So he went to the dentist, and he didn't have much trouble after that. He had some swelling, but it's grounding, really. We don't ground enough. And that's one of the problems with this radiation, is it builds up on us in static. You ever touch a doorknob and you see all that electricity flying off you?
There's a lot of links to this too.
That's a buildup of electricity. So grounding is one of the most important things we can do. If you look at, if you can take a multimeter and put one in the ground and one on your hand and measure it, and you measure it with it put on your foot and in your hand, the difference, ungrounded, it's totally different. Like we are a circuit, and we're being cut off and overloaded. So anytime you can ground, guys, do that.
Interesting. Makes me think of the link between lithium and copper, perhaps, but lithium in general. Lithium is used to treat bipolar disorder, but also used in the batteries for our, for our objects, right? Like longer term batteries. So this lithium stuff, and also medicine is measured by its radioactive decay in your body, right? It's irradiated, right?
Yeah, I'm using lead acid right now, but yeah, those lithium batteries are dangerous too, though.
Yeah, or concentrated,
dangerous.
If you look at the alchemy that might be occurring from these elements, in addition to what we understand, I understand the physics of grounding, right?
So anybody who wants to copy this design, it's just basically 2 loops on a circle. That's a battery there that's attached to the negative pole. It has to be the negative pole. If you attach it the other way, you'll be pushing extra energy inside you. So you just coil it around. That little bump there hits that one there hits the negative pole, and you're grounded.
Look at you guys both have poles. Hi, Jesse.
And that's grounding is so important, and that's why they disconnected us from the earth with our rubber shoes. And someone gave me a grounding stick, and what he did was he put copper on this nice stick, and it's on like all the way wrapped up, but it connects to the ground, and then it connects to my hand. So as I put the copper on the ground, you actually get the energy from the earth going right up the copper wire and into my hand. So I'm actually grounding while I'm walking without having to take off my shoes.
Yeah,
How does it
okay,
work?
that makes sense.
How does it work again, though? Where is it put so that you're actually grounding? I missed that part.
With like a walking stick is what he was talking about.
Yeah,
That's
walking
awesome.
stick.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the walking stick, right at the very bottom, the copper is wrapped and it goes right at the bottom. So when the copper touches the earth, it actually puts the energy up the copper wire straight up, and my hand is also touching that copper wire.
Cool.
That's fire. Yeah.
My wife just brought this home. Beware of misinformation regarding natural health product safety. Say goodbye to your natural health products. Canada's going to be outlawing them soon.
You know what that should say? That should have some sort of weird PETA ad, fake PETA ad for the slaughter of mini hippos to carry on their misinformation. Years and years ago, they put out an advertisement on TV showing little tiny house hippos, right, in Canada. And it was very plausible. It was believable. The beginning of it makes you want a house hippo, but it was like at the advent of all of this technology that allowed them to, trick us, right? So, at the end, they're like, don't believe everything you watch, right? There's no such thing as house hippos, right? Canadian government.
I've seen the house hippos. They're real.
It's a hilarious ad. I'll share it on my community page later. Not trying to draw people to my channel.
It is a great ad.
Yeah. Not that I care if people come to I'm just saying, it's like, there's just music over there now, friends. Just music.
I'm in Canada. Are you guys in Canada as well?
Yeah. Everyone but Christos.
And Christos is where?
I want to say Michigan, but I might be making that up. I think I am making that up. Like it's like, what is it? What do I got? Like a 2% chance of getting it right? Barely. So
I'm in Calgary and my girlfriend is in Edmonton, so I'm back between Calgary and Edmonton all the time.
I know he's in he is 2 hours. He's 2 hours time difference than me, I thought. Where are you, Christos?
Yeah, I'm in the Midwest in the States. So it's Missouri. Like we're way in the middle.
I was close. I got the MI right. I'm almost as far west as you can get. I'm on the southern tip of Vancouver Island. So I'm not even on mainland Canada. Mainland North America.
And hearing from whether it's Canada or wherever, different people on here that I run into, when I see there's these people from all over the place, it makes me want to get more familiar with the geography of certain areas.
Yeah. Yeah, everywhere I'm surrounded by, everywhere I look, I see Washington State. Is in my sight line, almost every direction I look in. There's Washington. Hi. I don't know.
Washington, D.C. is Quetzal. You know who Quetzalcoatl is? The ancient Mayan dragon?
Yeah. You guys remember Mexican Jesus?
Washington is Quetzalcoatl's butthole. Washington, D.C.
Mexican Jesus thinks that he's Quetzalcoatl as well, too.
Oh my God. I forgot about that guy with the chicken hat.
So apparently the last post that he made, which was maybe 2-3 months ago, was I fucked up, and I haven't seen or heard from him since.
Oh my God, man! I hate to hear that, but it doesn't surprise me at the same time with some of the.
He was a big, strong, and but kind of wild. There's a lot of people that kind of align with the Christ that Jesus energy, and some people take it to the extreme, believing that they're actual Jesus.
Yeah, yeah, it's like the classic archetype of, going too far too fast and getting ungrounded. Yeah. We've seen that.
You're just reminding me of, it's kind of indirectly supported by how actors get into quote unquote character, right? If you think about how Hollywood reveres when so-and-so, I'm trying to think of who it is, but it's always like Matthew McConaughey or one of those guys where they're like, oh my God, he got so into character. Whoever it was that played being John Malkovich, everyone's like, he was like basically John Malkovich himself, man. Like it's kind of, yeah, that level of character acting would feed into that psychosis, I think.
Yeah, well
Because
said.
they can't be Jesus. I'm Jesus, man. I'm just kidding. I know you guys knew that I'm not Jesus, but I think I'm crazy.
Well, it's funny how you said that though, because that was like the literal type of rhetoric we were hearing out of bro. With the like, yeah, I'm sorry guys, but there's the duty's on me with this one, so like so assured.
We need to introduce Mexican Jesus to Mental Ninja.
Well, Mexican Jesus, he's in jail or something. Like, I don't know what happened, but maybe he's back into the loony bin. But the last post that he made was, "I fucked up."
Who? The Mexican Jesus?
Yeah. I forgot about Mental Ninja. Yeah,
Mental Ninja's line, his infamous line is, Jesus? Why you need Jesus? I'm here. You got Mental Ninja. I'm doing it a little more forceful than him. He says it so matter of factly, like it's hilarious.
He makes me think of Dark Chameleon in some ways. There was definitely some, I think, crossovers with the character, and the energy. Yeah.
R.I.P. Dark.
Yeah, no doubt. And I came in late on the scene, but like I had enough panels with him to know who he was, and even introduced him over to other communities with restreams, whether Charles knew it or not. So very interesting. Again, it's these cross streets that do exist. It's like, I know Max may not have known who we were referencing with the Mexican Jesus thing, but still, like, it's important to still make the references to the lore, for lack of better words. Hence, you brought up I brought up White Shadow, and then you brought up someone else earlier. I like doing those tie-ins. There's something fun with that. Even if 80% of the people don't know the lore, someone out there will get it. Hey, nice. Okay, cool. He did go get the Sheila Jeet.
That's so fast.
Yeah. So we'll give it a try.
I think it's called.
I put some in my coffee.
Legit. I think
Cool.
we should change the name to She Legit, man. She legit. This medicine.
Oh man, that does not add a jit taste. It's more of a shit taste. Oh wow.
Hey,
I wonder that'll liven you up, man. You're trying to run away from that flavor. Holy crap.
The capsules that I take do have a little bit of an odd smell at first.
It came open. It is capsules, but I took it out of the capsule and put it in my coffee, so maybe I should take it in the capsule.
Right. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, you just showed that, didn't you? I didn't put 2 and 2 together. It looked like it was capsules, and then you were saying coffee. I wonder what the actual resin is like. You can get the actual, like, gooey resin of that stuff. Yeah? Highest quality, yeah.
Can you warm up some water, hon? I'll try it just by itself. See how bad it is.
Yeah, I'm making some black tea right now, just because the coffee I have isn't organic, and when I've been drinking organic coffee, I've been getting crashes. I mean, when non-organic coffee has been giving me more crashes, but if I drink organic, I can feel the difference now with the subtle energy.
I was almost completely off
yeah.
coffee, but I ran out of. I use chicory instead of coffee usually, but I ran out, and it's actually hard to get around here.
Yeah, I only drink organic McDonald's coffee. I'm that specific.
You know,
with the most baby fetus you can get, right?
Exactly.
There was someone that came in under the name McDonald's nutritionist, and I wasn't sure if that was like when you had made a comment.
Yeah, that was for me. That was that was me saying that I was when I got my sponsorship, I wanted them to send me specifically a nutritionist to guide me and make sure we could oppose we could oppose the whole supersize me documentary with a minimize me. Plan.
Make me healthy off of McDonald's.
Yeah, show people that I'm gonna pull a Jared without the jail sentence eating McDonald's. Ha ha ha. Right. Yeah, so probably I wanted to say probably Mitch again. But again, there's other people out there I'm sure play these roles, of these inspirational funny.
The bits.
Apparently the old Tim Hortons recipe went to McDonald's when Tim Hortons came with their new recipe, and that's what they're selling at McDonald's now is that old Tim Hortons recipe.
So it's the nicotine they claim to have had.
What?
And that's why you can look up Tim Hortons now and they'll be like, nope, no nicotine. They put it all in the McDonald's coffee. Well, it helps digest the fetuses, they say. So
yeah.
the feti or whatever they're called. I'm just being silly.
That's hella funny sounding.
I'm sorry, friends, but we got brainwashed, okay?
Constantly brainwashed.
Yeah, likely.
I'll be right back, guys. Really 15 seconds.
Okay. I'll keep smoking. I'll try to be more serious too. Thank you, friends, for your patience with my silliness, my online silliness.
Okay, that Shilajit, that's doing something. I have a really fast reacting system, so.
Well, and when you monitor it on such a
do it.
microscopic level, I'm not surprised. Not only that you're in tune, but then can verify it with the monitors. It's cool.
Yeah, hey, we love your humorous takes, by the way, before this conversation continues.
Well, thank you. If only you guys, I'm pretty comfortable out here, but I've never been completely myself. Let's just say that. I do think before I speak more than people think. I'm trying to learn to actually get more into my reaction. So thank you.
I think that's only normal to a certain degree with the internet. It doesn't mean we're not being authentic, but there is an extra layer.
I always thought I wore everything on my sleeve, though. I really did. I've always thought I was being 100% this is what I think. But actually, some of it comes from making internet friends and talking about things, after the fact or behind the scenes where you're now you're poking and you're jabbing and, you're really laughing, right? It's fun. It's it's just nice to know everybody, whether they love me or hate me, think I'm an agent or don't, want to talk about me for weeks or not, I'm not talking about I'm not trying to be narcissistic there. There's a specific person out there who likes that,
I get it.
On the fringe, he's a king. He's the king of the truthiverse, actually. He's the self-proclaimed king. Bow down, friends, or be banned and banished to the earth forever.
Hashtag lore.
Yeah. But hashtag thank God for YouTube's fucking supporting our imaginations, man. It's a beautiful thing.
No, yeah, I appreciate the bits, no doubt. And if you guys want, I can get back to the video we got a break in the conversation.
Yeah, or unless I don't know. I know Jesse's painting, but I don't know if we haven't heard much from him yet. I don't know. I just haven't seen him in a while. I didn't know if he had anything he wanted to toss out there.
Well, I just wanted to
some good
say,
comment. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, Christos, I'm here because, I've seen you and, around and stuff, and you never joined the hate army, and you always keep it real. And, I appreciate good people, so I don't mind, sharing my energy with people that, are good-hearted.
Yeah, I'll ride with most people on here for real. There's only like a small handful that are on my like do not associate with to any degree list. I've gotten myself involved in very minimal drama, thank God. But I still participate in the memery to some degree. We're all playing our roles out here, creating this one big community, whether we realize it or not. There is a macro umbrella for sure. There's a lot of crossover. I'm always talking about it. Some people don't like the crossover or want to act like it isn't there, but like, I mean, streams.
I know.
Like
I wanted to be all like,
show
shout out to Jason Bashirs. Sorry.
Oh my God. I remember I remember what it was like a couple months ago. There was or like a month or whatever. The newest drama going down with Bro Sanchez and whoever the fuck Archaics. I wasn't keeping up with any of that, but it was interesting. Someone made the point how even like on these, bigger, higher tiers of like quote unquote bigger YouTubers, they're engaging in similar things that even like the lower level ones are. Like there's still that same type of playing field going on to a certain degree out here metaversally. It's hard to be avoided sometimes just with how things are laid out.
Well, yeah, and that was why I threw it in at that point. That's why I thought I threw in the most antagonistic shout out I could on the top of the quote unquote top of the umbrella. Not that he's on the top, I would say, but all of those big channels are who linked us actually, and he's probably the smallest link in terms of those channels linking us, I think. Like, I know, for instance, I didn't watch Bro Sanchez. Wasn't familiar with him, but many of my close friends or internet friends and the people I associate with, that's how they met each other, was over on Bro Sanchez, so, and now he's like, now he's pretty big, I guess. Like, and he was, anyways, it's neat to watch how it all unfolds.
Totally, yeah. I came from Bro Sanchez. That's how I trickled down and found all these other communities and live streams. I know a lot of people. It was through him.
Yeah, I came through. God Give Lamps Day.
Yeah, we've interviewed. We've interviewed that Jason Bricheres like 3 or 4 times, but I don't know who that Bro Sanchez is. What's he all about?
Oh yeah, well he's based out of the States. Maybe that has something to do with it. I'm not sure, but he basically does different like esoteric, occultic type breakdowns on things, whether it has to do with like cultural happenings or stuff with history. He has some pretty cool esoteric takes and decodes on things.
Okay, I got a verdict on the Shilajit tea because I opened up a couple capsules, put it in some water. It doesn't taste like ass. It's not really a bad flavor, not a good flavor either, but it's surprising somehow. It kind of surprises your mouth every time you take it.
Interesting.
Yeah. But it's not bad. It's like more of a feeling than a taste or flavor.
Like a weird texture.
Just let me try this again. Hold on.
See, that is some unique shit right there, yeah.
Minor bitterness maybe is the surprise, I guess, but not lingering. Yeah. Very quick bitter flavor and then it's pretty much gone. But you don't taste it on the front of your tongue, only in the back of your mouth. That's why it's a surprise.
Have you all tried sea moss?
Yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm. In soup.
So apparently it's got like 96 of the 102 essential minerals that we need. And so I'm going to be ordering I've tried little jars and stuff of it, but I'm going to be ordering 5 pounds of it and then being able to like make some products for, you know, people, some natural stuff, maybe put some burdock root in it and make some healing, healthy stuff.
I make ormus for that out of sea salt, Himalayan sea salt. Has about 114 minerals in it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would be amazing. How
So
do you share the recipe?
Oh, sure. It's easy. I use Phillips milk of magnesia, and you put 200 grams of salt in about half a gallon of water. Mix it up good. Add about 2 ounces of Phillips milk of magnesia. That'll be enough to draw it to the bottom over time. Takes about a couple of hours for it to settle to the bottom. And then you just siphon off the top part. About 5 times you do that. So you siphon it off, fill it back up with water, siphon it off, fill it back up with water. Do that 5 times. That draws all the salts off. And all you're left with at the end is the minerals in the bottom, in the white fluid that's there.
I put my email address into the private chat. I'm not sure if you have an actual, you know, something, because I know I wouldn't be able to remember all that, especially I got my mind here on this, you know, stuff that I'm doing. But I'd also be interested in interviewing on the missing link if that would be of interest to you.
Sure. Yeah.
Your link isn't working, by the way, in the backstage.
That's my email address.
Oh, I'm tripping. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 404 error.
Yep. All right. I was over here putting it in like a URL for a second.
Huh? What happened here?
We were in Jamaica.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Angelina and I were just in Jamaica, and we ended up meeting this guy who is like apparently one of Bob Marley's first son before all the ones public. And we're actually going to be interviewing him on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. But he gave us all of these stuff, these roots and these bitters and all these herbs and all these things. I wasn't sure about bringing them back from Jamaica, right? All of these like plants and these roots, like actual roots from things, right? And after he gave it to us, we checked our bags. I'm actually, because we got it as we were coming back, I'm checking some of the stuff is actually we weren't supposed to bring in, I guess, but apparently we got through okay. But the bitter, which apparently is a parasite cleanse, it actually smells like kind of like diarrhea. Well, it smells burnt, but Angeline thought it smelled like diarrhea. But we took it for a few days, and apparently it helps with the parasite. It's a parasite cleanse.
Yeah, see, it's weird because I thought that the Shilajit smelled like shit when I first got the capsules, and then Max was saying what he was saying about it, and it's like some of these really powerful herbs and roots will have very bizarre smells and tastes, and it's not even necessarily bad. It's just really odd or different. Yeah, maybe it has to do with all the mineralization that's going on there, like you were just saying with seaweed. That's why I brought up Shilajit to Max, because of the mineralizing factor and just the energy boost. And, you know, it has so much packed in there that we need, just like the seaweed does.
Well, apparently,
the sea moss. Sea moss.
It's good for the liver.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. You know, oil of oregano. And some of these spices.
Iodine too, very good cleanser.
Things. Yep. I took iodine earlier. Try iodine.
So iodine used to be in the bread that we eat, but they changed the seed and the milling process changed things, and it's taken the iodine out. So a lot of people are iodine deficient.
You know what it might be, Jesse? I just learned this recently, that it has to do with the heat of the machines grinding the wheat industrially actually is too hot, and it cooks out the natural bacteria that exists in the wheat. And I'll bet that natural bacteria byproduct of their waste is iodine. I would imagine there's a link between that information, in addition to them potentially breeding the iodine out or breeding out the production of the iodine, or, you know what I mean, having some sort of stripping agent. But a lot of it's done with just the sheer temperature of the grinding that occurs on a mass. That's why stones versus metal don't get as hot, and stone ground flour is healthier. Even if it's non-organic, the stone grinding of it would maintain some of the microflora, I guess, is what it would be, you know?
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Not bad for a McDonald's eater. Just kidding.
You still eat McDonald's?
Pardon me?
You still eat McDonald's?
Not very often, but I did for a few months last year. Just for a few months last year.
So for me, it's been maybe 7, 8, 9 years. I don't even know. At times, kind of weird for me to remember stuff. But the last time I had like green poo, and I was like, what the heck? And then I didn't have it for a while. And then I ended up just getting a smoothie, a pomegranate smoothie, like a year later. And I had green poo again. And that was it. Never again. I couldn't even believe even from the smoothie.
Yeah, that's funny. That's from the blue in the that would be from whatever they put the blue in, because that usually comes from, blue dye. So it'd be the purple of the pomegranate. The blue in the purple of the pomegranate. It does that.
Well, that was the last time for me.
Yeah, my dad was a GP, so I know some people would be like, "Why are they always having discussions?" Like, not they specifically, but there's been other urine and fecal discussions today, friends. With diarrhea, green poo, giant labia. Go back and check it out. All right, it's about the Red Sea, though, friends. I'm not being a perv. There's no pictures. All right.
Oh, I got
Google
some
Earth.
pictures.
Yeah, Google Earth that shit.
I got some disturbing pictures.
Yeah, if Max goes mainstream, no one's going to be allowed to Google Earth anymore, right? Or at least everyone will understand why porn is still acceptable.
Yeah. Somebody Googled the Earth for sure. That's
All right, I'm gonna let this play for a little bit. If y'all want to hop in and start talking about anything, just let me know.
Okay.
Yes, that's a fantastic question, and I'm impressed you asked me that, because I do make that distinction in my teaching for my students, because it's a very important one. If you look at words classically used religiously or spiritually to describe God, they're omni words, especially in Christianity. Omnipresent, all present, omniscient, all knowing, omnipotent, all powerful, etc. Omni means all in capital letters. The only correlation to that word in a scientific viewpoint is the absolute. The absolute is that which is everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. It is immeasurable, because if you're trying to measure it, you're already wrong, because you are part of it. So you can't, this is why you can't know God. Maybe we can talk about that later. I won't get sidetracked on that. But so consciousness in my lexicon is the equivalent of the absolute, which is the equivalent of the flat line. So if someone's measuring your electrocardiogram and you're getting a pulse, the flat line is actually everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. For example, if you look at the work of Itzhak Bentov in his book, Stalking the Wild Pendulum, who is a genius, the first scientist to really explore meditation scientifically and the inventor of the pacemaker, he shows that using mathematical calculations, you can prove that when a pendulum's just swinging, like if you take a crystal pendulum and swing it, at the moment that it stops moving in one direction, it's everywhere and nowhere in the universe simultaneously for an instant. It's actually everywhere and nowhere at the instant it reaches a dead stop. So the absolute is that which is everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, but it is the basis of that which we can perceive. We can perceive the pendulum moving,
Might
but
just
with our
be me, but
eyes
I
and our
don't get
refresh
that.
rate being so slow.
The being everywhere and nowhere at once.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah,
Right,
specifically how he's
paradoxical.
explaining that when it stops, when something stops and reaches its destination, it's that action of stopping, that it's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. That's where I got lost.
With the pendulum, when it comes to that stop at the other side, that split second moment of that stopping before it comes back to swing, is like a singularity moment, basically.
No. Okay, he can. I'll go along with his theory, but I don't believe it. I'll humor him.
Yep. Well, I'm just gonna keep playing it.
Yeah, maybe he'll explain it better.
Comparatively, we can't see that pendulum dead stop. We can get a concept of it, but mathematically speaking, it reaches a 0 point, which means it's everywhere and nowhere simultaneously.
Wow, that's hard to wrap your head around. For sure.
It is, but God's not an easy thing to wrap your head around. That's why people keep using all these silly signifiers and
Maybe
fall
it's
into
hard
love
because
with
it's not
silly
true.
books.
That's a
Because
possibility too.
No, really, you have to go deep inside of yourself, and that takes commitment and passion and a hunger to know the truth. So
I think it might be easier to know God than to know that the pendulum stops and it's everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Yes, you can do that, but you see, the secret is that to know God, you have to get the pendulum between your ears to stop swinging anyhow.
Sure.
And that thing's called the mind.
Yeah.
And you can't escape the mind as long as it's moving and thinking, because it's already got you locked into a very, very narrow slice of the pie we're calling God. So to go, my point here is capital CONSCIOUSNESS, all caps, is what the Buddhists call the ground of being, or what the Christians call anything with an omni.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at how the human sensory system works, you can't have conscious awareness of anything that isn't moving. So when you take your electrocardiogram, you see movement, positive, negative polarity. When you take an electroencephalogram, you see movement. If you measure peristalsis, if you measure any function in the universe that is measurable, there's movement there. So consciousness is that which is everywhere and nowhere. So as often said, God.
So it's the stillness.
It's the perfect stillness, but the problem is the stillness is so pregnant and so explosive that the vacuum and the plenum turn out to be the same thing. So that which is empty is pregnant with everything.
Yeah.
And so God
all
being
possibilities. That's the nature of quantum state, right?
Yes, and God is unconditional love, because unconditional is absolute. There is no way you can measure something that's unconditional. And to try to figure out what God is means you just don't understand what you're trying to figure out. So that which is the source of all, or unconditional, is the unmoved mover that is witnessing. When people would ask St. Francis of Assisi, what is God? He would say, what you are looking for is what's looking. So in Buddhism, that would be prajna, or the ever-present witness that is not caught in any of it, but is witnessing all of it. It is witnessing its own dream, metaphorically. So that would be consciousness with all caps. But when I'm sitting here talking to you, and I can see you, and I can look around the room, I can smell the smells, those are all sensory inputs that are bouncing up and down, which you can measure scientifically. And for example, if you numb the muscles of the eye, you'll go blind. Because for you to see, you have to have saccades. Your eyes actually got tiny little movements that constantly give something that it can look at that's measurable by a sensory system that works with on-off impulses.
Right.
So that's what I call conscious of. So to go into a full union experience of God is a paradox, because you don't become conscious of anything. You become conscious of everything and nothing simultaneously, which is exactly why when people used to ask Buddha to describe God, he would go silent. And they thought he was messing with them, or didn't want to talk about it, but he was telling them the truth. There's nothing you can say, because the instant you speak of anything, you use vibration, you use symbols, which are words that separate everything from everything else. And that's why the word logos, which means the word, or the same thing as Om, is often referred to by alchemists and early Christian mystics as the logos cutter, because to describe God in any way is to cut the pie with words or symbols and leave you in the danger of believing that what was just said was true. And when the mind, the ego, thinks it knows, it stops looking. And that's what is one of the biggest problems with religions worldwide.
So for you, capital C consciousness
Yes.
and God
Yeah.
are synonymous.
They are
some ways.
synonymous. It is the witness. Conscious. I mean, if it's because you're conscious that you can hear yourself talking and witness me.
Right.
But it's because you're listening to me that you're conscious of.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, of course. So, and that's I think important to have. You know, there's certain things that are synonyms that we use different words, and that the consciousness that you find in the stillness is the union with God, and then so can be that thing that you call God. So all is consciousness.
Yes.
All is God.
Yeah.
And then everything that is dividing is just a division of which, but you can still kind of wrap your whole arms around everything with all the divisions and
Yes.
still call it all God, which then goes back to your point of there are no divisions that you can accurately see, or judgments in people, even like Trump or another identity class or whatever. You get to the metaphysical truth and you realize, oh, all is God.
Yes.
And that is me, you know, they are I. We have just been cut in a different symbol so that we can experience a different, you know, fragment of the same reflection of the same diamond, which is capital C consciousness or God.
Yes. And there's two things I'd like to share. One is that there's an old sort of a statement, I guess is what it was, and that is, if you put 12 enlightened human beings around a round table with a bouquet of multicolored flowers in the middle and ask every one of them to describe what they see, you'll get 12 different answers, because they're each having a unique perspective, but they're all enlightened. And the reason I share that is a lot of people have the misconception that everyone that's enlightened is seeing and perceiving the same thing, and that they don't have an ego. The ego is absolutely critical, because without the ego, love cannot exist.
You can't move.
There is no subject-object relationship. Love is based on an I, thou. So if I say, I love Aubrey, hey,
thanks, Paul.
I do, buddy. I am loving thou.
I love thou.
But you
Bro wasn't high ranking in the military, I would say, just because he was training the boxing army team. He was an engineer. He was an electrician, and also was a paratrooper at one point. But yeah, I'm just responding to Look Within's comments there. But I just want to throw that in there. I liked what he said about, you know, the necessity of the ego, and just kind of what Bex even said earlier about how she loves her program, when it was like being referred to as a program earlier. I think in a different video, or whenever we were talking about whatnot.
In my world, the ego is the impression of the soul. So when you leave this world, you leave with an impression of your ego.
Yeah, and I actually heard someone say a couple times here on the podcast I was listening to recently that actually, you know, it's said by some that, you know, one of the purposes of meditation is to actually create these micro copies, like holographic copies of your light body, you know, so all these different aspects of yourself, you're actually pulling into your light body over time, you know, through these conscious meditations, so that when it does come time to transfer over or whatnot, or, you know, be ready for the next stage, you've developed yourself, you know, through, you know, what you've done here. You've prepared yourself to a certain degree. But that's just, you know, that's just coming from me and what I've heard recently. Preparation for the next throughout, you know, the conscious intentions and practices throughout the waking life.
Well, if it helps you balance your ego, that's a good thing, you know?
And labels is what separates people. You separate yourself from yourself, because literally all is one. But once you put a label on it, you're separating yourself from the all.
My bad. I was reading the comments there. I didn't hear what you just said, Jesse.
It's just saying it's labels that separate ourselves from ourselves. As soon as you put a label on it, and you're separating. Like, I stopped eating meat. I don't call myself a vegetarian. I just stopped eating meat. I don't label myself things like Yeshua lives in
Yeah.
my heart. I don't call myself a Christian. Labels separate us from the all in all.
Good point.
Yeah, they were just speaking on that exactly, and it made me think of the word deviation. It's a good word here for such. Everything's a deviation of a prior.
Yeah, even God, divided, the divided one.
Totally.
Yeah, and it's
see, without that sense of who.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say it's even more displayed in Spanish language in that Dios and Diablo, the die, like and I think when you look further into it, the os and the hablo come from like see and to hear, like habla, blah, 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 hablar, Diablo. I know it has an H, but anyways, it's interesting because it is literally divided.
Yeah, exactly. Again, we can see it within the words.
Yeah,
That
Dios or
confirmation.
Diablo, Divine, Divino. Yeah, it's all there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Mind's Eye says, everything is everything. I love saying that because it sounds so like simplified and like nonsensical at first, but you just give it a minute and it's like, oh, well, yeah, everything's everything. You can start from anywhere.
Yeah, but
Or
without the
connect the
division,
dots.
we wouldn't exist.
Yeah, the illusion is necessary. And so again, it's the paradox, right? Because it's like it's not an illusion in a certain way.
Yeah. Well, whether it's an illusion or not, it's still happening, right?
Well, and it is your own illusion, right? That's why I like that ego impression carried through, especially since people are always trying to squash the ego and nobody ever talks about the id. That's like talking about Satan and not talking about God, like, it's interesting because it would definitely be the ego you take with, because the id is like the physical action of the ego, isn't it? Like the id is what drives the,
There's another psyop
the id is
too.
what gets you laid, right? The id gets laid.
Yeah.
The ego is the skills to get there, kind of thing, So yeah, I really appreciated that perspective.
Yeah, all this promotion of ego death in the past. I haven't seen as much of it recently, but what a totally counterproductive thing, instead of balancing your ego or controlling it, you're...
But they pathologize. Well, we pathologize, allow ourselves to pathologize so many words, right? So that suddenly arrogance is nothing but a negative thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, it's like these excessive words, like excessive displays of these behaviors. Hubris is the sin, not pride. It's excessive pride. Of course you should be proud. You just shouldn't think you're better than anyone because you're momentarily proud. Anyways, yeah, I really like that.
Self-realization that no matter how big you are, you can still be knocked off your horse.
And that's the whole agenda, is to keep things out of balance, not in harmony. That's why they've invaded and perverted everything, because now we're out of balance with not only ourselves, with each other and the environment. And that's what's promoted. That's what the agenda is.
Yeah.
And so and then there within it lies the perfect opportunity, to alchemize it. And, that's the call to quote unquote balance back out, is that huge imbalance that we're seeing more and more.
I love that optimism, Christos.
Yeah, as long as we don't fall for the stresses they're trying to put forward, we can walk right through it,
Well, and resistance is what, without resistance, there wouldn't be change, right? So, like, that's where some of this stuff is designed to, for us to resist, to literally, create past together.
Well, friction does create, right? We need friction to create, but there's like, you can have good stress and you can have bad stress. So there's stress that's productive and stress that's not.
The body
Yeah, and
responds.
having the
They say that
discernment.
but they do say the
But
body responds to them the same way. That when you win a lottery, right? The energies or the presentation of the energies in your body on that kind of excitement level is likened to death in the family and moving and stuff. Like you get married, like the physical responses of stress, good stress and bad stress are both measured and resonate very similarly in the body. That's why anxiety and excitement get misinterpreted for one another. Not so much in children, but in adults. Nervousness and excitement are
Yeah, I see
also
anxiety really, anxiety and depression and those things, they just actually wear people down. Whereas like working out or, stressing the muscles and the mind with games and intelligence challenges is beneficial. So
Yeah, but
mental
that's also
stress and
why
physical, would mental stress and physical stress then be something different?
they're similar.
definitely an
similar.
outlet. But I would say one of the reasons why Buddha is represented as an enlightened one, I would say, is to show people that if you were, incapacitated in a wheelchair and incapable of, or struck with some sort of polycystic ovarian disease or something like that, that you would still have the same ability as any thin, fit, exercising person to get to where a human being is capable of getting. And I'm not trying to liken Buddha to somebody who actually is incapacitated to that level, but I'm just saying in terms of archetypes, that's one of the reasons why I think the Buddha is represented as an obese person, right? Is to actually model that, veganism, for instance, isn't going to get somebody to enlightenment per se as a model unto itself. But it may help the person who can see those changes for themselves get there. So again, I'm just sort of saying that all of these things are helpful to everybody's own equations, but it's important to be mindful of the people that, might be born into a situation where from those perspectives, it's seen as they're not capable of doing things that we're spiritually capable of, or they're hindered for some reason because of that. Like even depression can be overcome by somebody who's wheelchair bound for life.
Especially with cannabis.
Pardon?
Especially with cannabis.
Yeah, likely. I agree. And then I would argue, I took it one step further. Enlightenment could be achieved by that person, complete contentment and whatever else. I theorize, obviously.
The mind is functioning as the possibility exists, right?
Mm-hmm. Is that Angeline there?
That's a good comment by Angeline.
Yeah, you're on stage now.
Oh, hi. I keep typing and I'm like, okay, I better just speak. I'm kind of sick right now, so don't mind my voice.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for joining.
But yeah, I love this kind of conversation, and I love to talk about and just how everything is everything is energy, and source is just life-giving energy. Like everything with life has energy within it. It's all moving. And then it goes through all these different filters when it comes through us. Our brain feels energy and then it has to interpret it somehow. So our brain has to make sense of what we experience. And we all come out with different interpretations, but it all limits the energy itself. And we all experience it differently because we could be allowing or resisting. So maybe two people can feel energy in a room, and one of those people grew up with parents who taught them that when you felt something, it was something evil and you had to pray it away and all this stuff. And another person was taught that, oh, it's the spirit or your ancestors or something wonderful, and you could both experience the same energy and have a completely different experience. One can feel like an evil experience and one could feel a blissful experience, and because one has a fearful belief that causes resistance, which makes you feel chaos within yourself, and the other one has a belief that allows that life-giving energy to flow. And it's funny because it's all the same energy and we just interpret it different and give it different names, and then we fight over our interpretations of it.
Yeah, that was definitely soundly put. And that's why there's a undertone of like humor to it all, right? There is some type of joke to this, with even how you just described it, and kind of tying it into the paradoxical nature that was being described by who I was playing here.
And that humorous place is like the best place to be, because to me that's awakening, because you can walk around and just be like so at ease with everything and everyone, knowing that they're just having their experience and you don't feel all this fear and judgment and resistance to everything, right?
Yeah, exactly. I like how you said that.
I just want to take this moment to say hi, Angeline. We've never met, and it's really a treat to be on panel with you. I've been on a few with Jesse now over the last, 5 or 6 weeks. And, anytime I've seen you guys out there talking, and especially you, Angeline, you bring but both of you really bring such a balanced, neutral spirituality, but it's so graceful, and you're so poignant and personal and general in the way you speak. Like I could sing more praise. It's a real honor to meet you. I really appreciate the way you articulate and share on panels. It's a gift.
That's super encouraging to me. Thank you so much. Jesse is definitely, I have a lot inside my head and he's helped me get it out of my mouth. So, and we practice all the time and get better. And thank you for that. That was really encouraging.
Well, I appreciate it. I want to say one other thing. If I was going to say what I would have said originally, was just that you got, your energy is something that's the reason why we have blessings on food, right? Like that kind of alchemy, that kind of understanding, that kind of sense of source and peace is real. It is contagious, and I feel it. So thank you again.
Thank you. Well, I only hope that people just open themselves up to less fear and allowing good things, right? That's my only
you can have
goal in
heaven on
anything I
earth.
speak.
It's available to you, heaven on earth. It's merely a mindset, and that mindset expands out from you, and then the people you interact with become part of that heaven. The people around you, the world around you, if you just project it outwards.
It's a state of being, right? And the less fear we have, the more we allow that life-giving energy to flow through us and from us, and allow it to flow, around us.
Exactly.
Yeah. You using that source emanation aspect that we all have, and not forgetting it. And I think a good example of that would be I started this stream talking about cold therapy and doing cold showers and other cold plunges and stuff. I think another example of tapping into that source emanation, willpower energy, cold therapy, but also doing breath work. That's another good way to just harness the energy that's kind of dormant within, but can be tapped into whenever. So, and then that would get into the whole elemental aspect of us, the water, the air. We were talking about Sheila Jeet earlier. Max even just had his wife go get him some Sheila Jeet, and it's called, rock medicine because of how it's made, where it comes from, the Himalayas. So it's interesting how these elements like metaphorically and literally, fire, water, earth, air will weave themselves together accordingly within these discussions at times. So I just wanted to throw that in there. I'm seeing things come full circle with the topics in the stream here. So that's always a good sign. If anyone wants to add anything, they can go ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to start playing this video in a second.
I was gonna say the reality is we're human and we're here, like we're not just energy, we're also human, which means to be here we have to be limited on some level. So we also have to learn how to take care of these machines or vessels or whatever you want to call it that we're in. So learning to work with Mother Earth and our own bodies is just as vital as learning to just allow that energy, right? It's all connected.
Yep.
In my entire life, I've always told people that this is heaven, right? I couldn't imagine a place that I would rather be in the universe, the freedom to love, touch, taste, smell, to do whatever we want. Not sure what the next is going to be if we have the type of freedom. There could be more, but I've always seen this as heaven. And I'm not sure, Christos, if you've met my girlfriend, Angeline, Christos. It's good to have you up here, Angeline.
Thanks for sharing the link, and hi everybody.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, now that we
Glad
got 5 people, we can also see more of my background. So I like that as well as a little tidbit. Go ahead,
I'm glad
Max.
to hear you say that, because I hear people call this place hell and stuff and a trap. And that really bothers me, because it's one of the greatest gifts
Yeah.
we've ever freaking been given. And these people diminish it with their words and attack it. And it's God's gift to you. Make the most of it. Enjoy it. Share it. It just hurts me to see people calling life hell.
And it sucks because when we believe it, we create it. It becomes our reality. There's always we have to be aware that we can be aware of all the awful things happening in the world and just focus on those things. But somewhere there's also someone on a vibration that is only seeing all the good and the nature, and they're living a completely different life outside of the timeline we're choosing and the state we're choosing to be in. And so it's really important to choose our focus, because we create our reality and what vibrates in alignment with us, right?
100%.
Yeah, taking responsibility and accountability.
Yeah, you can draw the negative and you can draw the positive,
Yeah, I 100% agree with that perspective, and that, heaven, that living this life is, the idea of revering the spirit over the body in my opinion, has all to do with trying to reconcile with death. It doesn't make sense to me that one could even assume that ego impression is carried on, right? We might be creating that aspect right now and be reaching back into our Akashic record, misinterpreting our own experiences, our relatives' experiences, dead people's experiences as our own, because we carry their genetic material in this iteration, but ultimately that being convinced that this place is anything other than something that you couldn't experience without the body and the spirit in the body, that there has to be a gift to it, right? And I know I see it every time I have a meal or laugh with my friends or, meet with a lover or what have you, right? So,
right,
because those are things we can't do spiritually without a physical body, right? I know you guys get it, but amen, friends.
Yeah, I mean, facts.
Yeah,
honestly.
and learning. Honestly, learning is one of the most amazing gifts we've been given. Access to all information at a moment isn't really challenging. There's no challenge there. There's no friction. There's no growth. It's through the challenges that we grow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, if someone's got feedback, they can go ahead.
I don't know, we're just all here to become and expand, right? I think we actually expand the universe. I think the source itself always is and can't change and will just is. But I think our awareness and allowing of source here is always expanding, and therefore source is expanding here through our consciousness. So we always get the opportunity to like become and expand more and more. And honestly, I see contrast as the old falling away and the new coming, because there's always, like, even stories throughout time, it's about the old falling away and the people clinging to the old falling away with the old, and the people flowing with the new and the expansion coming into the new. And honestly, I think that's all contrast is when we resist what is becoming.
100%. And when they say that the universe is expanding, so creation theory, they say the universe continually expands. And it's true in not that I see the universe out there expanding, the universe is expanding through each and every single one of us that's expanding every single moment and every single day.
Yeah, and what Max was saying about, you know, the gift of you know, learning, it just made me think of the wordplay with knowledge and knowledge, as in knowing the ledge, and also N-O instead of K-N-O-W. There is no ledge to knowledge, to knowing, to learning. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Nice.
And that's fun, right? That's the fun of it all. We get to literally create whatever we are. And that's like, how fun is that? Like, the only rules I have in life is, does it align with nature and what's natural? And am I doing this out of fear or love? And if I just like keep asking myself those things, it kind of seems to keep me in the right direction as much as possible, right?
Word. I'm gonna play the video unless someone else wanted to hop in here. I hear someone. I don't know. Maybe that might just be Jesse unmuted already. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna play this for a minute. Feel free to hop in and I'll mute it.
I am, how would I know that I'm loving you or being loved by you?
Sure.
So one of the things that's sad is that many, especially Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, they're ego killers. But paradoxically, they have the biggest egos of all. They love to fight like hell. And the reality of it is that it's not about killing the ego. The ego is what gives you the opportunity to love and to live and to go on your own hero's journey and to enjoy relationship and food and experience everything. I mean, imagine if you had to taste everybody else's food all at the same time.
I love how, and I knew this was gonna happen because I've seen these a while back, but I knew we were about to get into this topic, and it's funny because we were literally just saying the same thing that he's touching on now moments ago.
I like this guy.
Yeah, welcome to the Matrix.
Yeah, Paul Chek is his name, and he's really cool. He's had a lot of experience in holistic health, the holistic health field, and he's also he's been so many things. He's a certified Native American medicine man. He has his own Chek Institute, training all these high-level athletes and trainers and coaches, and he really changed the fitness game. And he's very spiritually integrated. For as much as all the physiology and biology knowledge that he has, and quote unquote more worldly type things, he has just as much to counterbalance, it would seem, from everything I've been able to see. This dude's like a, you know, true Renaissance man. There's a couple, I mean, not a couple, like there's plenty of people out here like this, and he's just one that's gotten more of the spotlight, I guess, over the years. But even then, like, he's gotten more of the spotlight, but in comparison to all the other nonsense they throw out in the airwaves, he still isn't even like as well known as he should be, you know? Like, I saw comments at one point saying, when's he going to be on Joe Rogan? I'm like, you don't get it. And there's other people commenting back like, nah, like people, I mean, this is years ago, so maybe it's different now, but people are like, you know, people aren't ready for this. You know, we're not going to see this guy on Joe Rogan, but I mean, if we get things going in the right direction, as fucked up as the whole WEF thing is, kind of just echoing what I was saying earlier, it's an individual journey. If enough people are willing to start really getting honest with themselves, as he talks about, as a therapist, as a trainer, as all these things, as an elder, if people are really willing to get honest with themselves and do the inner work, collectively there will be that change. So it has to be that, again, that paradoxical thing going on, of people being willing to do that inward journey, but ultimately it's going to have a great net positive for the collective. So inversely, having that individual path will have the positive effect outwardly on the whole.
Yeah, people have to stop manifesting, the power for the WEF and for the digital currency. This is all going to happen in revelations and destruction. People are wanting all this stuff to happen by manifesting it. And so when people start finding out the, savior that they've been looking for, the Christ they've been looking for has been in their heart the whole time, that's when the true power starts to arise. And this Paul Chek guy, we interviewed this guy, Jason Christoph, and he's one of the most intelligent guys that we've interviewed. We just recently interviewed a couple months ago. He actually went to the Paul Chek Training Institute. That's where I first heard of this guy, and makes me want to reach out to him to interview this guy as well.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's dope. That's super dope. Yeah, exactly. I like seeing how that web is being built slowly but surely. There's a lot of different people that are Chek practitioners. That was the word I was looking for earlier. Yeah, they're licensed Chek practitioners in whatever field they're already doing, whether it's personal training, what have you. That's cool to know. Yeah, yeah.
He starts the video and he's talking about love, and it makes me think like most of us don't even know what love is. Like we were taught a version of love, especially when it comes to religion and stuff, and when we're told God is love, and then we're taught about this schizophrenic God. And so like we're like, oh well, love is like really it makes it confusing, right? And then people think that, oh, I'm gonna control you and dominate you because this is love, and I'm gonna make all these rules because this is love, and I'm gonna be afraid because this is love. And people are so confused about what love even is. So it's almost like sometimes it's not even productive to be like, hey, let me tell you God is love, and then they already have a judgment on what God is and what love is. And it's really frustrating. It's like love is just whatever is expansive. Love is looking at what is good and not bad, right?
Yeah, there's a tainting that takes place, it would seem. People got a bad taste in their mouth.
Time you're like, would you please quit eating that? Well, even the ability to say that would mean you have an ego already. And
ego is differentiation.
Ego
Period.
is differentiation, and the soul is consciousness within. Only God can give a soul. Only the universe can give a soul, and only that which creates the universe can give a soul. And what is a soul but the consciousness of that which is within us? It's the sense of I agree with Paul, or I don't agree with Paul, or I can feel my stomach gurgling. All that is based on the consciousness of the inner experience of self. So soul is consciousness within. Spirit is that which moves everything. And the ego is that which perceives itself as having an experience as an actor in the grand play or the grand illusion of Maya or the dance of Layla. So you see, in the middle of the coin, you have pure potential or unconditional love that empowers it all, but does not claim any identity. On the other side of the coin, you have the feminine expression of the soul, which is the receptive feeling mode. And then you could say the ego is really spirit's chief creative form of expression, because it's what gives us the ability to dance, sing, play, and be at the party. And you can't break that trinity, because that's how you move potential into actuality. Just like you have to have a positive, negative, and neutral for an electric circuit, or it will not work. It'll short out and you got a fire. So consciousness needs potential, unconditional love, or God as the source, the wellspring of potential, and it moves that through spirit into soul, and the ego is what rises up as a product of consciousness moving through that circuit within any locus or biological center or entity that can identify itself even in a light body, such as people that can be channeled like Seth and people like that.
Yeah. I think defining the soul as your individual piece of consciousness,
Yes.
like the thing that you are kind of responsible for shepherding, that is at the same time part of the all, but at the same time yours. It's your kind of carving out of that, the division out of that larger piece. That's a brilliant way to think about soul.
Well, here's something that's really important on that regard, is that soul, only God can give a soul, and only God is conscious, with caps. Only God is absolute. So only God can ultimately be capable of perceiving everything happening within itself. There's nothing behind God. There is nothing back there. This is one of the reasons I think we all have two eyes in front of our head and nothing behind us, even though we get killed from behind all the time. You go out in nature, and almost every creature in nature has two eyes looking forward. And it says right in the Bible, we are made in his image, or God's image, but God doesn't know there's anything behind God. So God only has one way to look to experience God, and that's into itself. So we're all looking into ourself, but the ego makes it think like we're looking out of ourself.
Yeah.
But the soul is God within us, looking at itself through the relationship of ego relative to other ego or perceived self. And spirit is what's powering the whole thing up. And spirit is really the two qualities of God becoming each other, just like the Tai Chi symbol says. There's two qualities of an absolute. It's absolutely nothing because you can't measure it or weigh it. And it's absolutely everything because it's all here. Look out the window. Here we all are. And we know those two keep becoming each other at the speed of now. And that is the absolute expressing itself as consciousness. So the beauty of it is that the soul is ultimately unconditional love. And having been a therapist for 32 years that's worked with the most famous of everybody and the richest of all sorts of people, at one time 10 of my clients flew their own private jets and owned them, billionaires and people like that own 50,000 real estate properties and crazy stuff like that. And
Illuminati confirmed.
All the drugs, all the sex, and all the money, and all the parties in the world won't get you to a place of peace and a place of fulfillment. There's only one thing that ultimately satiates a soul, and that is the experience of what it really is. And that's what the spiritual life is. We can wrap ourselves up in material success and fame, but we always feel empty until we begin to drink from the divine ocean of true consciousness, of unconditional love. And the soul has this built-in failsafe because it knows what it is.
Yeah.
It ultimately knows what it is. And it's here to have this experience, just like acting in a play or going to a show or participating in a meeting and enjoying those experiences. But because it can never really be satiated by anything but what it is, whenever we stunt our growth by getting too caught up in the world and in distractions or in matter, and Plotinus said the soul's greatest addiction is to matter because it wants to have something to play with that it can see. But once we start losing ourselves into the kind of illusion, then we start having this primordial emptiness.
Yeah.
And the only thing I've ever seen heal that is legitimate spiritual practices, legitimate spiritual healing, and legitimate spiritual awakening. And all those things require an honest relationship with our body because it is the lens of perception that we're working through at this level of spiritual development, i.e. as a being.
So one of the concepts that I've really latched onto from the Toltec philosophy is this concept of controlled folly. And that's understanding the soul, understanding what the soul is nourished by, understanding that is the only way that you'll get the truest satisfaction. But then as your controlled folly, understanding that it's a game, you can play billionaire, you can play, with girls and drugs and parties and whatever else. But always know that if it goes away, you just let it go with a laugh because it's playing a game. It's like folding up the Monopoly board. You know, it's your own fault if all of a sudden you get all annoyed and riled up because someone just got that fourth railroad, and every time you go 10 squares, you're going to have to pay 200 fake dollars. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, you should be able to play in all of that, play it for real, play it for fun, play it for, but ultimately the game board goes away, goes back on the shelf, and you have to realize this was all just folly. The thing that exists, that which is real, is the nourishment of your soul and spirit and consciousness.
And without the game, how would you ever get to the conscious awareness of what's been inside of you all the time? And, you know, I teach people how to connect to their soul specifically so they have an inner compass that's more reliable than the one between their ears called the head.
Christos.
When we let love guide.
You pause it? Yeah, I want to address unconditional love. You're talking about it in chat here. Now, can love be unconditional? I do believe it can, but I believe it can also be just momentary, because which almost makes it conditional. Because you may love somebody, but if something changes, say, and you don't want to be around that person, you can still love them, but it's a different kind of love. You've changed it or altered it. So it is kind of unconditional, that it could always exist, but it is almost like a momentary thing. Just trying to play devil's advocate too.
I don't know that we as human beings could have unconditional love and survive, because we have needs in the flesh. But source itself as unconditional love, I think, is different. It's like if source is just an energy always moving it forward and expanding, then we're either moving with it or we're not, right? That's how it's kind of set up. So it's like we could be with our backs turned looking at all the problems and totally missing source, because source is right next to us looking forward at all the solutions, and we're just but it never stops flowing. It's like that stream that never stops flowing, and then we go and stand in the middle of the stream and don't move with it, looking back at all the problems, when we can like ask to see through source's eyes and move forward with all the solutions. Like source is always there ready to help us remove our blocks, which is, I guess, where the human part of maybe shadow work or things like that move in, on how do we open ourselves more, right?
And I just want to clarify, I believe at this point he is speaking on the concept of quote unquote God, although I know he was just speaking about self. And obviously there's overlap here with all of these things. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there with the unconditional love. Yeah, source being unconditional love, or the Most High being unconditional love. Yeah, I see there's something there. I see what y'all are saying, though, about the self when it comes to unconditional love. So y'all want to keep going?
That's what I was saying. I don't even know that it's unconditional. Like, I don't like that word, because in reality it's set up in a way. It's like, it is unconditional, but I don't like using that word to describe it, because I like using the word forward moving, because it's always expanding and moving forward. It always is, and we're either going with it or not. And in a way that's kind of a condition, because we have the free will to stay stuck or try to figure out what is keeping us stuck.
Yeah, isn't love even itself a condition that we're trying to attain? So we're trying to attain a condition of unconditional? I don't know.
I just want to say thanks.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say thanks, Christos, for having me up. Angelina, it's a great group. If you want to stay up, my battery is down to 30%, and I just want to save some battery. This StreamYard takes a lot, and I didn't bring my charger today, so I'll be listening. Thanks again. Great conversation. Keep up the good work, Christos, and nice to chat with y'all today.
Love you, Jesse.
Have a smooth time at work.
Yeah,
Thanks.
blessings, Jesse. Nice to see you.
Not work. I don't do the work thing. Just helping some buddies out.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, man.
Yo, I love that he kept his name as that ever since he got back from Jamaica. That's too lit. But yeah, I could agree with where you guys are going with that. From what I'm seeing with the comments there in the chat, and then you guys' input. And there, I guess that's that paradox. I don't know who was just saying it, but I think Max was mentioning the condition of, I forgot how he just put it, but I'm seeing that paradox again rear its face, whether it's a fucking pretty one or not. But go ahead, please.
As I say, it's kind of like Mother Earth too. Like, we can either go with Mother Earth or we can resist and go against her, and we're the ones who suffer for it. The Earth suffers for it too, but somehow, just like when we're out of balance, it becomes so uncomfortable until something dramatic has to happen that brings things back into balance, whether that's us acting out or something happening in our lives or just meeting that peak, right? And same with the Earth. If we like come out of balance with her enough, she's gonna find her balance again, even if it winds up, wiping some of us out or whatever it is. It's kind of set up in it's unconditional love set up with our free will, and in the same time always keeping its balance, so that there is consequences, but it's not because we're being punished or anything. It's just set up so perfectly for us, for the well-being of all, including ourselves, right? And if you think about it, even death is a return back to love if you're not in fear of that, right? I don't know what everyone believes about that, but it's like it's the ultimate letting go of the imbalance, of the resistance that didn't allow life-giving energy to us until we passed away, and then there we are, completely released back into energy and into love, right? So in a way, it's like set up, it's like it's not conditional, but at the same time, it is set up in a way for balance that produces consequences for when we're out of alignment.
Yeah, and I like what all you guys are saying, because basically I feel it's echoing what I've heard this guy Paul Check break down when it comes to these exact topics. And honestly, it is beautiful, not to be cheesy or whatever, but like there is some type of poetic undertone, just like I was bringing up the, what people refer to as like the cosmic giggle, or the divine comedy that underlies existence. There's an undertone of humor. There's an undertone of poeticism. Yeah, wow. The ineffable, that's a word for it. We can throw around God and love and all these different things, and like it's just like we were saying earlier, ultimately it's divergence, deviations, these different labels. And again, there's the joke. It's like that's what Paul Check even said earlier, of like, they would ask Buddha, what is God, and he just wouldn't say anything. And they thought he was messing with them, but he was being way more truthful than some of them could have realized. It's that ineffable. There are no words for it ultimately, even though, and it doesn't mean, we shouldn't still have these conversations. There is value to be derived.
Oh yeah, striving to understand is ultimately what we do. Strive.
Well, and the only way we can model to one another any sense of understanding actually is the act of displaying the attempt to do it, right? Because we can only assume we understand each other. Actually, we can't literally experience each other's understanding. So the conversation, communication is even more important than the outcome.
Yes. Yeah, even the interaction is what allows us to grow. Balancing our ego, balancing our mind. I've got a bad echo.
Yeah, we all expand each other, right? One thing I love about the balance idea too is that it's another way to relieve, for me, it relieves me of fear, because I know that no matter what is going on, that it's all going to be okay, because balance always comes. Even in my own life, if something is like super horrible and going on and building up and whatever, that I know has to give at some point, and I'm kind of scared of that tipping point. At the same time, when you understand that anyone can be in resistance as long as they want, but at some point it's going to come into balance one way or another. And same with the earth and everything that's going on in the earth. Everything is working towards balance and then expansion, right? Because how many of us have been through horrible things, and then they become the most catalyst expanding points for us, as we like release resistance, right? And it kind of helps you let go of fear as well, not only of your own experience, but of other people's experience, and just being able to be a conduit over a fearful, judgmental person, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we got a good thread here. Dominic, was there anything you wanted to add? I felt like I heard you on mute earlier.
Hey, Dom.
Hey guys. Hey Max. Hey Christoph. No, I'm just chit chatting. I'm just chit chatting in the back room, just yapping like I used to do. And typing.
I do love your input, Dominic. So.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Max. I do play with the idea that these things are energies of some sort. I know it's just another word. So can love be observed or felt? Maybe. You know, I get a lot of times we play with words, and what I get when people call love towards their kids could be obligation and duty. And it might not necessarily be love, unconditional. Would they do it for another child? And if they do, who's actually experiencing the energy of love? The child that's observing it? These are cliche words that we use, where it doesn't matter what language we pass it down from. You know, like I can deduct what God isn't. It's not the tree. It's not water. But there is something that created all that stuff. And last time I remember, it's not human beings. So at least there's an absence of something.
Yeah, what is that called? Yeah, that's what is that? Just deductive fucking you're making me think of something. Not reductionism, but
no.
Well, I guess in concept, getting closer to what is by at least understanding what isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You deduct. Yeah, you use calculated deduction of what it is.
That's how intellectual honesty comes to the truth on a lot of matters.
True,
is through what is not true, and it's actually the basis of the scientific method. If I understand, a lot of times, what is being posited is something that you are actually trying to prove not true, right? Or at least what I would say is you posit your theory, and the scientific theory, the things you try to come up with are things to disprove your thesis, right? So you're trying to prove it not true.
Mm-hmm. Then you can get into the concept of the self and realize all the programs running, all the conditions. So how can we talk about unconditional when we don't even acknowledge most of the conditions?
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's why that, do you unconditionally love your children? You know, if you would only do for them and not other children, what you'd do for your children. And I know there's an exception. Obviously, you're not going to house every child, but I think most parents would see a child walking down the street and protectively bring them in and shelter them till they figured out what was going on. So, but sheltering a child isn't loving it per se. It's just and that's why I was thinking about when Angeline brought up the whole balance of the earth and these natural disasters. I think one way that mankind could show they understand the abundance of the earth and their relationship to it would be to use all of these scientific tools to actually make sure that we're always valuing each other's lives in such a way that, you know, wars are ended, and any scale on some sort of meter that allows you to get all resources somewhere to save people from a natural disaster before it happens would be used. You know, I think we actually assumed that that was the world we were building together, you know, but kind of war shows that it's not, you know. So, but I know my naive child self would have thought that we were on board with that, but no, we'll just keep building cities in, you know, in earthquake zones and call it a natural disaster because it's simpler to do that than to move the city, you know.
Well, they've done examples where two parents are giving each other gifts, and then there's a certain brain wave, or you can gauge it, but then you have the child, a third party, observing it. It's a different energy. It's through observation that somebody might experience what's called unconditional. It's not the two people that are actually playing in the role of acting, because a child might perceive it differently, or somebody from a different. This is why when people can watch a movie and get a sentimental moment, an energy overwhelms them.
I introduced the idea of it being momentary, like unconditional love may be a momentary thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know,
no different if a person harms another human being in a war. Somebody can observe it, and if they figure I'm only there to observe it, that's what might be called unconditional. Most people get caught up in their likes and dislikes. Well, then that's not unconditional then.
Right.
Well,
So
maybe that moment is exactly what Angeline was alluding to. Right, or stating quite clearly, actually, that maybe, at least if I got it right, was that, you know, God is the embodiment of unconditional love. We're humans. We're actually not capable, except for in those moments, perhaps.
Would it be better worded as sustained unconditional love?
Well,
but it would make sense if humans, we would only have moments of getting that close to feeling godlike. You know, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. And hence why relationships are so beneficial when people can see the spiritual growth that occurs from them. Not saying they're the end all be all, but having someone online here who is a example, who seems, does, at least as an observer, I see the love between you guys, right? And it does show us that the sum of the two parts, or however that works, the sum of the whole is greater than the two parts, you know?
Is that love? Go ahead.
We can see love as a burden, or we can just say, like, I have love for my children or this person, and we're also flesh. So then it involves me. I could see it as a burden, or I can see it as my opportunity to expand and grow and learn and become something, because that's what I'm here to do, is to become. So everything here helps us become and gives us choice and decision to create. Like, that's part of our experience here, and that's part of being limited in the flesh. So it's like, it's not really contradictory, right?
A lot of those things can be perceived or acted out as kindness and caring. We have things like we're in life, we're in the light, we're in air. So therefore, maybe we're also in love. And we just forget that we're in vessels within vessels. Hence the Russian doll kind of ideal. We exist within life, and we play within it. But then again, do we see it? Do we see air? Do we see the light? We see a different version of light, those two images up in the sky, and I'll make sure I emphasize on the word image. But then again, what do they shine down on? The whole area or just a little bit? Again, the senses are easy to be misled, and that's usually the self. It doesn't know enough to get behind itself. It's a clever game on oneself.
Yeah, that was fire.
Yeah, it's just experience, and we're all experiencing it through our limited filters and these vessels. I think I'm gonna go because I'm super not feeling good, and I can feel myself coughing a lot more. So I'm gonna keep listening, and so much love to you guys, and this was lots of fun. So keep taking care of yourselves and having good conversations, and hopefully I'll catch you guys again in the future.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, I hope you recover quickly, Angeline.
Yeah.
Really nice Thanks for spending time with
And it's
us when
great
you're not
talking to
feeling
you.
100%.
I actually don't mind being sick because I find for whatever reason, sometimes like when it's not awful sick, it really grounds you.
Yeah, it
I
makes you
love the
slow
feeling.
down. And the
I
relief,
love the feeling
relief,
after I'm sick.
yeah,
The day
exactly.
after
That
I'm
relief
sick.
once you're better is almost worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel so alive.
Okay, take care, guys. Bye.
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 Bye. I'm actually gonna follow suit, you guys, and chill and listen for a while myself. I just walked to the store with you guys in my ear, and I got some stuff to make some lunch. So
Didn't you just go to
yeah, I'm
McDonald's?
gonna do that, but I'll be listening, and I look forward to the next time. And thanks so much, Christos, for hosting this, and what a pleasure to see all of you guys again. I'll catch you soon.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks, Bex.
See you, Bex.
Bye for now.
Okay, sweet. I'm gonna keep playing this. If you guys want to hop in at any point, just feel free, and I'll pause it. Oh fuck. Oops.
Of associations trapped between our ears.
How do you teach people to tap into that? Because we were talking about it a little bit yesterday, and you were explaining, the tension that you feel from trying to do,
Yes.
do with the mind, do show up, and then get battered around by all the stress and all the
Yeah.
emotions and all the doubts. And, that's the very kind of young worldly approach to
Yeah.
conquering and achieving.
Yes.
But it bears a toll. But then
Yeah.
there's another way to kind of be guided by it. It's like sometimes writing is just you're thinking about all the words and laboring, and sometimes everything is just flowing through you, and it's always better and faster and more efficient when it's
Yes.
flowing through you. And there's a way to apply that to virtually everything, even a fighter. The
Oh,
fighters who
absolutely.
fight the best fights,
Yeah.
they're like, I don't know, man, I was just flowing out there.
Yeah, they just go into no mind.
They go into no mind, and there's a way to accomplish all of that with that faith. But then when things get tough, and when the stress comes and fear comes, that'll drive you right back into your mind. Those emotions will drive you into that.
That's when you have to have what I call spiritual courage. And spiritual courage, I am a fighter. I grew up fighting. And I can tell you it takes more courage to deal with a major financial crisis, a divorce, or a death in the family. My brother committed suicide when I was 34, and it leveled me. My sister's son drowned when he was 3. Without a long laundry list, I've had my share of beatings. And the question that I think you're really asking me is how do we get to that thing we call soul? So would you like me to share that
Yeah,
with
of course.
you? And I'd preface that by saying, if you go to CHEKinstitute.com, www.CHEKinstitute.com, I have a program which is a recorded webinar series called Primal Pattern Eating. And I teach people how to access their soul to guide their meal choices, hydration choices, supplementation choices, doses. And I've helped thousands of people who have tried every diet in the world learn to communicate with their soul to get their bodies healthy, which is the basis of perception, right? So if your body's not healthy, then you really have a hard time accessing your soul, but your soul can also guide you to bringing that into harmony. So the way that I teach, this is one of the methods that I teach, and it's really quite simple. And I invite all of you guys in the room, even the engineers, to do this. So what I'd like you to do is, first of all, just give yourself a second to relax your mind and empty your mind of any thoughts. So I can share this with you because I've been through all these stages. So now if I'm stressed and I can't really relax, and I just go to the simple yes and no, and I can always trust that.
Right.
But typically you'll find as you practice talking to your soul more and more, the communication gets richer and richer. So for like when I'm working on a client, like I was with you yesterday, if my soul wants to, I will say to my soul, what would you like me to do with this person? Sometimes I will see a whole video like experience of what caused them the pain that they're having. And my soul might say, don't work on their body, talk to them about the real issue. And then I see this video almost as though I'm part of their life. I'm in their office seeing the stress, or I'm in the bedroom seeing the stress. And, you have to have a fair bit of courage to see God, because God goes through a lot of pain and a lot of sadness to uphold the beauty and the value of love and goodness. Those two have to go together. So it takes a lot of spiritual courage. A lot of people think God is only the good stuff, but
God is all.
Isaiah 45:7 in the Bible says, I, the Lord, create the light and the dark. I create good and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Now,
Otherwise, there's no free will.
well, there's no free
Everything
will.
would collapse back,
And there can't be any consciousness either.
Right.
Edward Edinger, a famous Jungian analyst and psychiatrist who I really love, says consciousness is a psychic substance created not blindly, but in living awareness of opposites. And that is damn true. As a therapist, 32 years experience, I can say that if you are not paying attention with a living awareness to the opposites, you will never become conscious. So my point that I wanted to iterate there was just simply that as we grow in our relationship with soul, the language gets richer and richer and richer. And as we develop more spiritual courage and more spiritual integrity to be able to handle what God really is, then, for example, me as a therapist, God just shows me more and more of what's really going on inside of somebody. And it can be some heavy stuff. I mean, I've worked with people that have murdered people. I've worked with people that have done, unbelievably wild sexual practices like sex with animals and all sorts of stuff they probably wouldn't tell anybody, but they're carrying tremendous amounts of guilt, pain, and shame inside of themselves and think they're going to burn in hell.
Do you keep a poker face when you get a sex with animals client?
Well, I always, for me, like, I have a deep enough relationship with God to know that God can't know God until God tries everything, or God doesn't know God. And that's what we're doing. We are Godding. We are here. God is experiencing God, but people forget God has to know God's as interested in the dark of itself as it is in the light of itself. And we keep worshiping the light. And I'm not trying to promote evil or bad stuff, but I'm saying we have to realize it's part of the fabric of the world. It's part of the fabric of creation.
And as part of the fabric of the world, it's part of the fabric of us. That was one of the deepest, most challenging medicine journeys that I had, is when I asked as an intention for consciousness at large to be present inside myself. And when it came, it was all the dark and all the light.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even the thing that was the most shaking. The thing that shook me the most was that both were equally beautiful.
They are.
All the decay and death and destruction and all of the pain and everything was just a different side reflected of the coin of all of the love.
It is.
And it was simply a choice. Which side do I want to engage in? Well, the love side and the light side felt a lot better to me. And so ultimately I was able to choose that side, but I could recognize, and I didn't want to recognize that. I wanted to think of it as bad. And I wanted to think of it as like, I don't have any of that in me. It's all bad. It's totally separate. It's something else. Other humans created it. But then you look at it and it's, oh, that's beautiful, just as beautiful. And now here's the choice: the path of power, the path of darkness, the path of destruction, or the path of love. What do I want? And was able, fortunately, to choose the path of love. I guess fortunately is just my own preference, but that seemed to be the one that filled me with the most light and love and happiness, and the feelings that I like.
Well, we also forget that what we often call evil or bad is usually a word that describes a transformative process, and the ego has a really hard time with change. So if soul's trying to move you forward in your life and you're not listening and you get fired from your job, then you can think the world's beating you up. But if you're listening and you say, okay, well, soul's moving me on, I need to go follow my dream and I should be doing this now, then you say goodbye and you go look for a job and soul leads you that way. But if you keep staying in a holding pattern when spirit wants to move you forward for consciousness to grow and relationships to grow and the connections you need to fulfill your life path and your soul contract with other souls, then sometimes what happens looks bad to us. But a good example of that is, having been through a divorce and coached many people through them and even business collapses, I say to someone who maybe is now on their third wife, are you happy? Oh man, I'm so fucking happy. It's unbelievable. I said, now, could you be here if you had not have divorced your first wife? No. Could you be here if you had not have divorced your second wife or husband, whatever way you want to go? No. Good. But there was a lot of resent, a lot of pain, and a lot of anger in each of those situations. And had you have known that spirit was guiding you to this life partner, your soulmate, you wouldn't have put up such a fight and worried so much about who gets the couch and who gets the TV and who gets the car and who gets the condo. You would have just said, it's time to move on. We've had a great time together. Let's love and celebrate. And you would have moved on with spiritual courage instead of trying to control everything and feed yourself with material safety and security. I need this much money. I need this house. But when you really realize that spirit's moving us along, then my point is that you see what we often refer to as evil or bad is actually the force of transformation or transition. And one analogy I give to people who think evil's so bad, I say, look at the moon tonight. You look at the face of the moon, and there's something you'll notice about it. It's had the hell beat out of it. The moon has had the shit beat out of it. And it's only because that moon's been struck by countless asteroids that it's now pulverized enough to be smooth enough to reflect the light of the sun back to us and give us moonlight. And without the evil that it took to smooth the face of the moon off, our lives would never be the same. And there you see what looks scary and ugly actually has a divine purpose. And spiritual courage is learning to embrace these things, but always keep your eye out for the beauty that's hiding inside what looks scary or ugly.
It's the necessary balance,
It
right?
is,
I mean, it's
yeah.
it's the Tao of the universe,
Yeah.
that the classic yin yang. I know that's a symbol. That's something that you.
It's deep, yeah.
It's deep, you know, and that has to hold. The balance has to hold.
Yes.
For all of us to be here, we have to walk on the ground bones of good and bad people, you know, who have passed through this life. you
And
know.
it's all relative, right?
Yeah.
If you think what is a good sexual practice and you're a Christian, well, what you think is a bad sexual practice can be completely normal for a Muslim or an African in a tribe. So really, who decides what good is or good isn't? I personally think if whatever you're doing brings you to a place where you can be more present with yourself and have more to share with the world to support the world, it's good. Whether someone else agrees with it or not, a lot of people may not agree with you smoking pot or doing shamanic journeys or whatever, but they often do agree with alcohol, cigarettes, and processed sugar and going to war.
Yeah,
in-
lots of arbitrary little lines that
Yeah.
are made. It's really simple. Does it increase love, or does it decrease love?
Yes. Or does it put you
Can you
in-
pause
into
for a second,
stagnant
Christos?
non-participation or
Yep.
Yeah, for me, good and evil has to do with balance as well. If the action is balanced, we'll decide whether it's what we could consider good or evil. So, you know, an action might make you feel good, but if the action has a negative effect on somebody else, then that balance is out of place.
Sorry. Oh, I didn't realize. I thought I muted up for a second. I was changing my little banner thing there.
Because we have to assume that evil is an action-based thing, whether it be a thought or an actual action. So is it a balanced thought or action, or is it not?
Yeah, and I've been listening to a bunch of Paul Chek recently, and he had even mentioned the analogy of digging a hole. And how you dig the hole, well, okay, now you have this big pile next to it. So there it's just kind of just like the scales visual, putting things on and off a scale. Just these simple visuals for me definitely align with what you're saying. There's got to be that equal, there's got to be that return, there's got to be that exchange, that off-put for what had just taken place, whether that was a giving or taking.
Yeah, because it always takes two sides for the action to be good or evil, at least seemingly.
I always want to shout out real quick, the tribe has entered the chat. Things are looking good right now. I'm glad to see some other people as well that can but enter the chat. Keeping things going here. I like what you're saying, Max, and I'm pretty sure the tribe's going to appreciate this conversation that's going to ensue after I keep playing some of this.
Yeah, go for play.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for adding that. You know, intelligent remarks for real, and from all of y'all today.
Apathy, which is the opposite of love, really.
So let's define love.
Well, I have meditated on this quite extensively, and it's really at the very, very basis of my educational system. So, first of all, I wrote a book called Cracking the Love Code, which I haven't brought out in print yet, but I will give you 3 ways of looking at love that was given to me through my meditations and asking my soul these questions. Love is a code. L stands for life, and you must have the desire to live. Anyone can commit suicide, which means they can override the desire to live, which is a demonstration of free will. So life is based on desire. Everything has the desire to breathe, the desire to eat, the desire to drink, the desire to relate, etc., to do what it's here to do. Earthworms want to eat the earth, birds want to fly and do bird things. So L stands for desire. Desire is the force that relates to yin, or the emptiness. When a woman's uterus is empty, she has the desire to fill it with life and become pregnant. When our stomachs are empty, we desire to have food in them. So life is the force that is the experience that requires desire to fulfill itself. O is 0. O stands for 0, or unconditional love, pure potential. So it's what we draw from. Unconditional love is the source of all things created. In quantum physics, it would be the vacuum that's full of virtual particles that actually end up creating quantum particles, which create atoms, which create molecules, ... That's the great chain of being. VE, interestingly, is the scientific notation for volt electron, which stands for the electromotive force, and everything in our world is made of light, and light is an electromagnetic reality. So love in my system is a code, which turns out to mean exactly what the Tai Chi symbol does. Yin, empty. O, 0, the line between yin and yang, which is spirit, which means that which becomes this and this which becomes that. VE, volt electron, the electromotive force, which is will, and love's like a jet engine. The harder it sucks or desires, the harder it blows. The more you desire to accomplish your dream, the more likely you are to fulfill it efficiently. If you desire to spend money you can't afford on a car to look cool, you'll put yourself in terrible debt on a credit card or some big loan, because your desire is oftentimes more powerful than your common sense or sense of rationality or values or your level of maturity. So you can see that love really is that which desires to interact with itself and everything around it. And to the degree that it desires, it wills. So desire and will feed each other to create movement, and movement is what creates time, consciousness, and perceptual awareness. So in my model, love is really the code of how the universe or God experiences itself in relationship, as relationship, without which love can't exist. Love is relationship.
So love is kind of, just summarize that, love is in some ways God in motion.
Love is God experiencing God.
Yeah.
Which requires motion, which requires space, which requires time. So time, space, and motion create a holy trinity, without which you cannot be conscious.
Yeah.
You have to have time, you have to have space, and you have to have motion, or you can't be conscious, because thoughts move, and thoughts are the mode of perception that we use in order to classify what we're experiencing. Now, you can have feelings without thoughts, but you can't really teach others how to do that without thoughts. To communicate at the level that humans communicate at, with the complexity that we have, requires thought. So my other definition of love is
and that would be capital L love, that first
yes,
love.
capital L, capital O with
Yeah.
a line through it, which means potential in electrical circuitry, and VE, capital V, little e, volt electron. Now, word definitions, I define love, and I'll say it slowly because it's pretty deep. Love is the flow of energy and information through empathic and compassionate connection to self or others. Love is the flow of energy and information through empathic, I feel, or compassionate, I understand connection to self, I love myself, or others, I love you or it. I, we, all, persons, places, things. We can love persons, we can love places, and we can love things. And when we do, we are empathizing with them. We are resonating with them empathically, or we are energizing or resonating with them compassionately to understand or to feel. So having meditated on it quite a lot, that was what my soul led me to as a definition of love. And the simpler definition my soul gave me, which I think you probably will enjoy, love is consciousness becoming aware of itself. And I think that's just as deep a truth and much simpler.
Yeah. It's a word that we so often get wrong with all of these words. And I've often said that if someone grows up and they take these two things, these two very simple concepts as truths, their whole operating system is going to be backwards. And that's love hurts and fear God.
Yes,
If you
fear
think,
God, yes.
if you think those things are true, then you've got the whole definitions backward, because implied in those terms is a radical misunderstanding of both God and love. There's nothing about love that hurts. There's nothing about God that should cause you to fear. So in that definition, if you believe either one of those things, your operating system and your whole lexicon is upside down. You got to start over.
In general, I agree, but I would like to propose a slight twist if you're open to it.
Sure.
One, I'll share something with you. Zig Ziglar, who I studied his work, the famous business educator and really cool guy, expert in goal setting, business management. He says fear is an acronym for false evidence appearing real. And most of the things we're afraid of turn out not to really be worth being afraid of. So fear, if we look at fear as false evidence appearing real, then we can usually put things into perspective. But as you know, Aubrey, it takes a fair bit of life experience to really be able to recognize what is it worth being afraid of and what isn't. Yeah. If you're walking out in the jungle, being afraid of a poisonous snake is probably a good idea.
It's relative. The fear is relative to danger.
Yeah.
At that point. Doesn't exceed it, doesn't underseed it.
Reality is what's happening. Yeah. So there's fearing God. This is a deeper concept. I agree with what you said, but I want to take a deeper look at it.
Let's do it.
Carl Jung says all religious systems are designed to protect you from the direct experience of God. Because most people's idea of God is what we just talked about, only the good. What Jung is saying, and what I can tell you from firsthand personal experience on many very, very deep experiences where you get close enough to God, the closer you get to God, the more your ego gets annihilated. To become one with God, you have to completely and utterly die to whatever you think you are. And I have been so deep into God that I literally was saying, God, how can I experience letting go to you, yet having the confidence that I won't leave my family or leave the mission, vision, and values that I came to earth to finish. I don't want to leave that incomplete. I don't want to leave Penny and Angie with all this work on their hands. I don't want to leave in a way that others see disrespectful and diminish everything I've worked for. And God says, if you love me, then let go and trust me. But if you're afraid and your family is more important to you than letting go to me, as long as you're in charge, I am completely in service to you. The choice is yours. Having been so deep to where I am ready to completely be gone, and you realize if you completely let go of what we call our sense of self or our ego, there is not even a memory of your family. There's no memory of anything you've ever done or anything you've ever been or anything you ever will be. And the problem, as Joseph Campbell points out, is once you go into nirvana, which means to blow out or to extinguish, most people think nirvana means an eternal state of bliss. But the real meaning is to extinguish or to blow out. And that is the ego that gets blown out. The drop returns to the ocean. And once a drop goes back into the ocean, you can never identify it again.
Sure.
So the fear God, as Jung says, in its actual meaning is not be afraid of God like fear love. It means know that to become one with God, you must let go of everything that you think you are to find out what you really are. And the risk is you will never come back. And once you do let go, you may come back as an ant, a cockroach, or a pebble because you've completely given up any sense of control of your own direction.
Well, that wouldn't really be you anyways. That would just
Well,
be another
it would be
iteration.
you. It would be you as it would be another iteration. But the thing is that when you're sitting here thinking, okay, if I go to God and my dream is to come back and lead on it to a higher level of service to humanity.
Sorry about it. That's done. I had that experience where I traveled to what felt like the intermediary dimension where I still had my soul identification. Like
Yes.
my soul was still carved out in the
Yeah.
niche, and I could feel the call. And that was like one death. It was looking at it like, oh, I've lost my physical body. The death of the physical body has occurred. But then my soul was still there and still conscious of this former life, still conscious, able to look back upon this life. But I could feel the call, and it was very peaceful, but I could feel the call of God. And it was exactly that. It was if I surrendered to that other calling, back to the oneness, back to the unicity.
Yeah.
I would have literally no memory of Aubrey. Nothing of Aubrey would exist. And that was actually in a way very scary.
Yeah,
and
that's the fear. I'm talking about.
And that's so I guess on the very deepest level there is something that that is scary, but nonetheless you shouldn't fear it, because it would be the acceptance of who you truly are, the God inside yourself now recognizing itself at large. Nothing actually really to fear, but it is scary as shit. So there again is the paradox.
I agree with you, but I am a medicine man spirit guide who has a federal license and has taken countless people as part of their healing on deep shamanic journeys. And I know you know exactly this path, but I will tell you that I've had 3 people die in journeys, and I had to go get their soul, bring them back into their body, and do CPR on them to get them to come back. And so there is this issue, for example, of responsibility in relationship. And both of those realities are just as real, because though we think this is the illusion, or Maya, if you want to use a Hindu concept, it is the illusion without which God cannot experience what God is, in which love exists through relationship. And so if we just go with the concept, okay, let's just all go dive back into God. Well, not all of us are ready for that. So the question is, now we get into a juggling act with love.
I'm certainly not ready for it. I got shit to do.
Yeah, me too. And that's why I'm still here, right? That's why I'm here. And some of the people that I took into these experiences,
they
were ready, but the issue is that they have a commitment to me too, and dying on a journey and turning the Czech Institute into headline news and ruining everything I've worked for isn't really a great way to support humanity, love, or the medicines. And therefore it forces us back into checkmate when we realize that the highest form of love is relationship.
Do you use that word as part of your thing, checkmate?
No, not. It's just a reality, right? But you see, that's the paradox of God. And that's why Isaiah 45:7 is so beautiful. I form the light and the dark. I create good and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So, we can choose to love God as God, but then we become fairly invisible to the people that need God the most. But people like you and I and others, and the Thich Nhat Hanhs and the Deepak Chopras and the Eckhart Tolles and all the beautiful souls of the world, for which there are many that get far too little press, the world needs us to be here.
That's the principle of bodhisattva, right? The one who could find nirvana, find
enlightenment, and just leave it all behind because
surrender
it's an illusion.
to God, or they, out of compassion for the souls that haven't found God, that are suffering, stay here and do the work.
Yes,
and that is a fundamental choice.
And so that's why we're here. We're tending to the garden because we have more gardening skill and we see the beauty of the garden. And that's what
The
garden's
fucking
for.
garden is so beautiful, Paul.
It is.
It is beautiful. And all the people in it, whether they're confused, whether they're in pain, wherever they're wandering,
Yeah.
whatever they're going through,
Yeah,
they're fucking beautiful too.
it is. And it all, everything makes everything go, just like the day needs the night and the night needs the day. You can't say, geez, I wish there was no night, because the whole earth would catch on fire in no time. And if there was only night and no day, then things would just be too terribly flat and we wouldn't be able to see each other dance so well.
Yeah.
And we'd have to start lighting fires. And why'd light a fire? To see when you've got the sun, which is a massive fire that does a better job than anything we can light up without destroying the planet anyhow. So it is beautiful. And that's, that's a real sign of spiritual growth and development, when you can find yourself having a shitty day or something happening that you wished would have never happened, like a divorce or a bankruptcy, but still walk out the door and go, God's got a great sense of humor. And to the degree this hurts and is scary, I know that what goes down has to come up. So let's ride this sucker and go for it, and I think that's the difference between kind of corporate religion doesn't teach you that.
Yeah.
But spirituality gives you the toolbox to really
experiential spirituality.
Yeah.
Real spirituality is a show not tell game anyways.
It is.
And you got to feel it.
Yeah. And, like you and I were talking about, I think at one point, God is a verb, not a noun. People talk about what God wants and what God needs all the time. Like, you need to do this or God's going to burn you in hell. And I say, look, if you understand what the word God means, God has everything. God has you. God has the universe. God doesn't need a damn thing. God is everything. God is you, and God is the up, the down, the left, the right, the high, the low, the good, the bad, the happy, the sad. God just loves it all. And so don't worry about what God needs, because God is God, because God needs nothing. This is art for God. This is not some kind of school test that you got to pass. This, there's only one of us, meaning there'll never be another Aubrey. There'll never be another Paul Chek. And the only one that judges Aubrey at the end of Aubrey's life is Aubrey, because Aubrey's the only one that can judge Aubrey, because if God is God, God's unconditional love. So God's already said, perfect. Whatever you did, I love it. You want to be fat and slothy, or you want to be Adolf Hitler, then let's do a damn good job of it. And we all love a good movie, and we love it when someone like, I think it's Heath Ledger, the guy that played the Joker and Batman. We love a good bad guy just as much as we love a good guy, good guy, because without the polarities, then the movie's boring. We love the villains. We love the sick people, and we're all in the divine play or the divine comedy. And I think if people realize that God's doing this because God loves the play, this is actually God having fun, and God acting and God arting, but God does it 100% so thoroughly that whatever you do is already perfect. If you want to be a cop out or a lazy this or a lazy that, then that's your role. Do it well. And if you know that, then just stop complaining. Yeah. Right? It's one thing to be lazy or disappointed all the time or depressed. It's another thing to know that's your role and say, I'm being depressed today because I'm good at it. And that's what I'm here to do.
You're just God-godding.
You're Godding.
God-godding away.
Just don't beat yourself up over it, because I can get along with your depression. It's when you don't like it that it gets to be a problem.
Right. Checkmate.
Hey, baby.
That was it. Beautiful. I'm going to officially call this part 1, because we got to do this again.
I'm ready for you. And I really appreciate, because I do so many podcasts where people ask me like, well, how do you structure an exercise program, or what's the best exercise to get rid of fat? And I always say, would you please ask me something meaningful? And Aubrey, you're the king, baby. Today you rung the bell. You climbed the highest up the tree and you rang the bell to ask me the most meaningful questions and put my life into a sense of purpose, because I had to work my ass off and grow myself spiritually just so I can give you an answer that wasn't cheesy. At least I hope you agree it wasn't cheesy.
Hell yeah. That was beautiful, brother. That was beautiful. Happy to play my part and be a part.
I liked his analogies. They were good.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. I have my own I'd like to add. If you're a game, if you were to design a game, you could design a game and you could always win every time. But unfortunately, after a few wins, you know you're going to win. There's no challenge in the game. So you put up rules, and you make the game fun, and you make it a challenge where you can win or lose. And that's what life is. It's given that you're given that challenge to win or lose, depending on how your mind goes and what you think.
You know, putting it in that perspective of like the win lose as well. I don't know, for whatever reason, it just made me think of different sayings that I hear usually from like songs. They'll say something like, "Life is 80% attitude and 20% what happens to you" type mentality. And I think that's very valuable. You know, the mentality of how we approach and perceive the world around us is kind of like we were just saying earlier, viewing this as a hell realm, viewing and a trap versus viewing it as a gift and opportunity on a deep level, per se, soul level.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it is an opportunity. You know, and I believe there's a bigger part of it too, not just the self. That the self is here to create to actually create imbalance. It's the only place in my theology that I embrace imbalance, is that people like you, me, Dominic, all these people in chat, we're here to swing the balance towards the positive instead of searching for a good balance of union. We're actually trying to push it on one side of the scales.
I know what you're saying. Yeah. Were you going to run with that a little further?
No, that was about it.
Okay, yeah, and that is good food for thought, no doubt. And I almost want to like try to like rebuttal it and for some reason, but I'm not even going to try. Yeah, go ahead, Dom. You got something for that?
I could expand on it. Part of it,
please do.
We can be here to experience outcomes, winning and losing. That's the experiencer, and there's many areas that you can experience. The whole concept of positive, let alone negative, those are clear-cut ends, but there's a lot that we do in between, and it also spins. So again, it's one of those things where it's not clear-cut one or the other, but we try to force it into duality from a singular source. Again, it's an experience or an observation. Again, I'm playing two different things here. They could be so intermeshed. It's like emotions and mental. They could be the same. It's just that we choose to play this game, and maybe that's what the game is. It just keeps evolving, changing it as it goes along. Some of us might want to do alternating things with our minds, some of it with our bodies. Those are all experiences, and as it's going along, it's gathering information. I'm going to play the idea that the soul is a data machine. You know, and then
I like it.
Yeah, or we play with the concept of a god or gods. Again, that gets away from then what are we then in all of this? Are we the physical form? I'll ask questions to myself. Then who runs the body when I'm talking or hearing Max or, in this case, Christos? You know, those are questions. And of course, we have built-in programs. There has to be a question, therefore it must be an answer. Well, how does that answer look like? Is it many possibilities? Is it one possibility? You know, and this is where we reinforce our own, we don't even need our parents or our community to reinforce it. We do it to ourselves.
Yeah, the I again.
Yeah. And this particular, what we're doing now with, we'll just call it YouTube or whatever, is no different way. Was a written form or paper form or TV. It's reinforcing everything, you know. And then along the way, do we question those things? Do I question why the radio was a program in itself? Do I question why the TV was its own program? And now this is a program too. We just get to interact with it more than a lot of us have forgotten. When we get busy working, we don't really interact with people. We walk by people through malls, through stores, through offices, but we really don't truly interact.
You know, we do. Yeah, not communication or physically, but energetically we do. on a constant basis.
True. I'm with you on that, Max.
Yeah. I've done experiments with that energy and changing it. And, well, we know it's real, but you can actually see the effects of it if you just augment mood even. You can see the effects of it, how far we can reach, how interconnected we are, how not really separate we are, you know. The point of separation is a tough one, you know. It exists, but it doesn't, in a sense, you know. We are a part of the one, but we're separate and having a different experience from a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But even that experience is experienceable by others, you know, through contact, through mental contact.
Well, we use words to try to justify something that we never truly questioned, such as words like independence or free will. You know, people, and then they robotically or parrot those words, but they're not ever asked somebody. I said, so how does a person look independent when you live in a city where everything's provided for you? You know,
yeah, words are so limiting, unfortunately.
Well, our inquiries are very limiting too. You know, most people don't realize that they're asking questions, but they're not really asking the type of questions that would be feasible for themselves. You know, it's people quickly generalize, okay, well, this person's of a certain shade. Are they all of the same shade? No. That person's one gender. No. We're all different in our own little parts, but yet at the same time, are we very similar? Such as, you know, bloods, even though I know we can break down blood types. I'm given the benefit of the doubt that science has told them this, it's A blood, B blood, but I've never go around, okay, Max, I need to see your blood, you know, to confirm whether or not it's A, B, or B, or O. You know, we do a lot of grand leaps with our assumption just because it's written down. So if it's written down, so that's just another imagination I'm using. I'm looking at some pen to paper and assuming that they told me something in history was there. I said, but I didn't experience it. So how do I know for sure? Well, I was in Egypt. I said, okay, so you're in Egypt. You see this fucking pyramid. So what does it serve? And then we can make all this guess. Well, I think it has sound. I think the demigods were trying to do this. Okay, I'll go with it. I'll entertain it.
Yeah, the entertainment part of it is important, I think. We do. We entertain our brains. We try to expand our brains. Does it really serve us? They say that, what is it? Simple mind feels no pain.
Could be. You know, even that, when, you know, I like to just say the word, how does it serve? But for some people, it's how does it serve the self? How does it serve me? So then how does it serve everybody else then? You know, most people just don't realize if they looked at their foundation of themselves, most of us are self-absorbed.
Absolutely. Yes, I would agree.
You know, but that's a tough one because for some people it's like, oh no, I'm not self-absorbed. I'm like, oh, okay, so you've lived in that vessel the whole time. You might have been able to do some astral traveling, all that, but really outside of that, when have most people been outside of their bodies? So it's about being rationally selfish. I'll entertain the concept of rationally selfish. But when you hear people talk about, it's all about me, okay, I've become financially successful, it's all about my ailments. I said, well, it's all about you. So I could be interchanged in that conversation at that point.
Yeah.
Because there's no engagement in that conversation. They're not somebody have to become self-sacrificing. Some women do that. It's all about their families, but then they forget about themselves. So where's the we in all of that? You know, we just have to observe long enough inside to realize, okay, I know the energy of self-absorbed. And then when you start being around other people, I say, yeah, I'm picking up the same energy. You know, it's not a clever thing, but I can only be clever if I choose to say that I'm being wise, or people use words like the truth. Okay, that's a good one. Okay, are we just saying words for the sake of saying words? Because if truth is an energy, as I'll pose it as, well, then what story is that person telling me? They're telling me their story, which they can call it reality. They can call it truth. They can call it whatever they want at that point. But if they say it enough times and then get enough people following them, what is it? Another dogma that we're forming now? Then we're back to square one.
No expansion there.
It could be once you start having a whole bunch of
Maybe.
different dogmas. Well, one's religion, one's state, one's science, one's biology. We went to the moon. Okay, so how does that serve the rest of us? Whether they did or didn't, how does that serve the rest of us? You know, because the last time I recall, do a little scratching of the surface and finding out how other human beings are living in other parts of the world, we'd realize, oh, okay, so this is beyond divide and conquer of America, Canada, India. This is a whole. Where has it ever been written that human species have ever worked as a collective? Not even in wars. 100 million people going to wars, not the collective. That's just 100 million people going at each other. For what? Bloodletting? Are they trying to do depopulation? I can only speculate at that point. But knowing humans, most of us will say, well, I don't agree with that. Well, then how do you think this realm works? And I'm willing to, once again, Max, I'll say this out of tongue in cheek, I'm willing to entertain the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. Hence, what was just being said about entertainment, the entertainment aspect of reality and existence, and then it's like you did a little play on words there subtly by saying what you just said.
I was trying to not to use the word mint in it, by the way. Entertainment, mint, mind, man. Most people talk about the mind. I said, okay, are we talking about the brain or the mind? Why? Because the brain will be like what I have gooky going on, but the mind is something like AI. It takes in all information. Like Max was talking about energy. Did we learn all the words that we have as a vocabulary, or did we pick it up from each other energetically? It's like that. Sanskrit exists with or without us. English exists with or without us. Body language, all that exists with or without us. So then, once again, what is the mind then? I'm entertaining what some people in past have talked about the mind meant in Latin, man, something in its image. What is image then? Is it something we can't see with the senses? Because the senses are easy to be misled. People speak their own energy words by saying it's nonsense. Also, it's not the senses then. What is it then? And then, of course, then you have to come to realization. Oh, then I've been programmed from scratch. Yes, you have. The words we speak, how we read, those are all programs. I'm just using the term for today. People can call them demons. They can call them entities. It's Satan. Okay, so let's say it's Satan. What happens if we find out Satan's the ruler here? And we enjoy all the stuff that he offers? Are we disobedient at that point? Could be. But most people are just spoiled and they just want to leave here. I don't want to be here anymore. Okay, well, do the work. Whatever that may be, do the work. And even that, is it another self-absorbed position by saying, I want nirvana? Well, what happens if you want to come back and help your fellow beings? Well, they're on their own. Okay. And then it's everybody for themselves then.
Nirvana is a nice place, but I don't want to stay there.
Is it near Niagara Falls, or is it closer to Toronto? Sorry, Christoph, we're just talking about some Canadian cities here.
No, I know what you're saying. Yep.
It's a location. Where's the location? Oh, it's near 7-Eleven. Oh, okay. It's near the Big Gulp. There's a Big Gulp in 7-Eleven. Now, you drink that quick enough, you've got nirvana. Anyway, sorry guys, I went.
Hey, no, you're good. My headset just died, guys. So if y'all want to hold it down for a second, or I can play this video. I just don't want to overtalk you guys, so I'm gonna let my headset charge for a moment.
Go ahead, Christoph. You want to play the video? I'm okay, Max. Are you okay with that?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good.
Whatever way it goes.
All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I'll let you know as soon as I get my headphones back on.
We're clapped in. Clap for the wolf man. He gonna take your record high. All right, we're here. We're here at the Heaven House.
Awesome.
Absolutely love being here.
Me too.
What kind of tea are we drinking right now?
Buddha Pure Mind.
And what's in the Buddha Pure Mind?
I don't know, but I know
not off the top of your hand.
I know it vaporizes really good, and when I got a lot of work to do, it gives me a nice, smooth, gentle, non-buzzed cognitive performance that I like.
I like that. Big time. Well, usually when I'm here, I like to take a look and tune into the books and see what I can draw from you. But today, I knew right when I was coming here, thanks to a couple of big journeys that I've had recently, and thanks to you telling me that there's another book that you want to write eventually.
Oh, there's a few, yes.
But I don't want to talk God.
Oh, God, love God.
We've never really gone down the rabbit hole. I'm not even sure.
You and I are always talking about health and learning and stuff for the regular world, the consensus reality.
Well, the beautiful pieces, the foundational pieces that allow us to explore. Like if Maslow's hierarchy is correct, for sure, but there should also be that little piece in there. I guess there is on food and security and shelter.
Yeah.
But also taking care of your body, right? That is the temple. And then from there, we can explore these other realms and dive deeper.
It's the divine mirror, but if you don't nourish your body, I tell people your body's like a dog. If it's hungry, it won't stop pestering you. If it's thirsty, it won't stop pestering you. If it needs your attention, it won't let you meditate. But if you love and care for your body, then the biology isn't trying to commandeer the psychology. So that gives you the platform to launch, whether it be in meditation, astral travel, or plant medicine experiences. But when I lead ceremonies, I'm always very conscious of and give clear directions on, don't come low blood sugar. If your body's got aches and pains, go in the gym and stretch, mobilize, do whatever you got to do to nourish your body so you can leave it safely as an anchor to a tail on your kite. If you don't have the body taken care of, then the farther out you go, the more it is like a kite without a tail. It just starts going all over the place and you get trapped in your, the cries for the body saying, what did you do in leaving? I'm hungry, or I'm thirsty, or you're not loving
I got all
me.
these kinks. I got all this blocked energy.
What are you doing loving something else when you should be loving me? I'm the one that gives you life.
No doubt about it. Well, I wanted to, it's funny too, because this just popped into my head. The first time I was over here, you said on the topic of plant medicines that you had to have a strong ego in order to go that deep.
You do.
And when you mentioned that to me, I couldn't help but laugh because you said that about me and Aubrey. And then I was like, well, yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, for sure. That's true. But in working with, some of these deeper journeys, and I mean, way far exceeding the Terrence McKenna heroic dose of 5 grams.
Yeah, that's just what I call the shamanic dose for the average person. If you go less than that, you're still got 1 foot in your ordinary psyche, your ordinary sense of yourself. 4 grams, 3 grams, 2 grams. Those are, for people that may not be ready to deal with the flow of their unconscious. But once you go above 5 grams, then you have to be more stable in yourself and have a better and better relationship with yourself and with God, or you're going to think that you're having a bad trip and blame it on the medicine or blame it on something else, not realizing you're getting a tour of the hall of records in your head, your programming.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you said that to me, I thought well, that's a funny thing to say to somebody. And then, having gone to the depths that I have now, I had so much gratitude that I had this ego to come back to, a grounding cord of my personality that I knew would be there waiting for me after even thinking I was dead for a very long time.
Yeah.
Something to return home to. Well, let's just dive into a couple of things. You've mentioned a couple of different books here. We were talking about the DMT dialogues. You mentioned this One Mind to Matter with Dawson Church that I just finished, and you have a podcast with him on
my
yours.
Living 4D with Paul Chek. Yeah, it's a beautiful podcast.
Okay, so I definitely want to send people there. We'll link to it in the show notes. But there was another book that you mentioned, I think even prior to the one with Andrew Gilmore on levels of consciousness. It was the guy who invented the helicopter.
The Reflexive Universe by Arthur M. Young. He has a couple of them. I'm brain farting on the title of the other one. He's not far from here, but anyhow, his stuff is phenomenal. I've watched many interviews with him and documentaries, and studied a lot of his work, and it's just excellent.
Yeah, and I'm curious about that because he's trying to model what consciousness looks like. Is that correct? I haven't read the book yet. But
Well, what he does is he shows you the structure stages of consciousness based on his investigation. He took his money that he made from inventing the Bell helicopter and invested it into an institute to study consciousness. So he spent a lot of time, and he's a very, very smart guy. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's well put together here. Imagine the guy that invented the Bell helicopter. So he's very, very well put together metaphysically as well, spiritually. So he's grounded, but his mind reaches the edges of existence.
yeah, and I think I guess where I'm going with this conversation is I'd read this book by Martin Ball. He's a PhD. He wrote Entheogenic Liberation. It's all on 5-MeO-DMT,
Mm-hmm.
which is a fantastic molecule. It's one of my all-time favorites. It's in a league of its own.
Mm-hmm.
And with that experience, for people who aren't familiar, it is the direct contact with source, the direct contact with God. And obviously it's dose dependent, but if you do enough, you will get there without fail. And it's kind of, in my opinion, the antithesis to being asleep. Like if you were an atheist and you knew you weren't going to die doing this, you have nothing to lose, give it a try. And then you'd be like, oh, fuck. Okay, I get it. Anyways, in his book, he describes that experience very well. But what he fails to acknowledge is other entities, other healing past traumas. He says it's all bullshit. It's all a fallacy of the mind. And I'm like, well, clearly he has a preference for 5-MeO, but also clearly he hasn't gone deep enough with ayahuasca or psilocybin or any of these other medicines that would show the reality of that as true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's another perspective I would share with you on that. I've studied quite a lot of Ken Wilber's research on structure stages of consciousness, and there's a very good book right here called Streams of Wisdom, which this book is really the creme de la creme investigation into the structure stages of consciousness, and it's based on a lot of research, and it's by one of Ken Wilber's top people, who's a highly, highly intelligent, highly evolved man named Dustin DePerna. And it outlines the structure stages and the history of them, and very much like Gene Gebser's work. There's another great book by Jeremy Thomas called Seeing Through the World. So it shows the structure stages based on Gene Gebser's investigations. And Gene Gebser is one of the people that Ken Wilber references a lot. And what he shows in here, to put a lot of technical language simply, no Christian will ever see Buddha in an enlightenment experience. No Muslim is going to see Jesus or Buddha. So what he's really saying is that the only interpretive faculty you have in any kind of an experience is your own mind. What you're describing about this guy is someone who's only seeing what he has allowed himself to emotionalize or basically bring into his own programming structure. So, in my opinion, there's aliens here all the time. And, I'm clairvoyant, so I can see disembodied souls, and they're
Got it all fixed up there? No sound.
there's lots of them. And especially if you go to a bar or a place where there's a lot of drinking or drugging or so-called spiritual circles where there's a lot of drugs being used, because psychedelics chemically open your energy field, so you can't regulate your own chakras. So entities can walk right into you when you're on a plant medicine, which is why the medicine carrier, the shaman, whoever's in charge of clearing the space and creating sacred space and sancretizing it, making it sacred. And this is why we use sage and incenses and frankincense and things.
Flower bath down in the Amazon.
To create a field that
No, everything stopped. Okay, we're flipping around a bit.
Mic check.
There
All
you
right,
go.
you should be able to. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we got you now.
All right, wonderful. I really like that comment about the cheeseburger. Incredible.
I've considered doing that
People
all
had
meat
been
diet.
spoons.
What?
And see, I've considered trying that all meat diet.
Oh yeah. I will say, you know, I have my seasons for it. You know, there's times I'm eating more meat than others. And it's interesting because it seems that some people, it does seem to work for them
Yeah.
for a lot of things. It's kind of just like we were talking about the urine therapy stuff earlier. I believe there's something there, but I also, just like with, you know, veganism or keto, they have their applications for the certain people, and all power to it. As long as people don't start thinking this is the, you know, the way, you know, and start,
Yeah.
you have to only eat meat because plants have these things in them that we aren't meant to digest. And you know, I like the Paul Saladino stuff. I've heard it's kind of crazy, but I've seen plenty of people out there that are eating, if not all meat and like eggs. They're eating a lot of meat and they're doing pretty damn well. So I think
Yeah.
we can definitely adapt for a primarily like carnivore type diet.
I think that has a lot to
some
do with it.
degree.
Even on the vegetarian side, I think it has to do with what you're able to adapt to and extract the proper nutrients. You know, like for myself, my body has a hard time extracting B12, so eating a large amount of meat just makes me feel good and energetic.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, now that you're mentioning that, I've been making sure I've been eating more eggs recently as well for things like the DHA and the omegas. Yeah, man, there's some fucking, you know, there's some meats out there. They're almost like a superfood in their own regard in the meat category.
Yeah, I have a lot available to me too. So, like, I even have buffalo meat available
Oh,
up the road.
sweet.
I could try that, you know. Yeah, I've thought about pulling that trigger on that just to see what happens, you know.
Yeah, just to try it out. Yep.
Yeah.
See where it goes. Have the experience.
Yeah. Plus, I love eating meat, so that's not really a big problem, you know.
Yeah, no, there's definitely something that feels right about having it in my diet. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Because I've had times going without it, and it's very rewarding once I dip back in.
Yeah, I did
Tearing into
I
some.
did vegetarianism for about a year, and I didn't get good health benefits from it, you know. You know, I probably could have supplemented better, and then it would have been fine. But then, what is the point of being vegetarian if I'm trying to get all my sustenance from vegetables and then I have to supplement? So it's,
Yeah, you end up creating like more problems in a way, actually.
yeah.
Possibly, you know, depending how it goes and what, you know, what type of quote unquote diet it is you're going along
Yeah, I
with.
wonder.
Yeah.
I don't know if the same thing would happen to me with meat, or I might. You know, that's why I'm interested in trying it. Will I be more energetic, more virile, or you know? I don't know. I don't know. But every diet that's
Yeah.
out there says that that's going to do it for you. But like you say, I think it does for some people, right?
I definitely feel that there's some type of primal aspect to it as well. You know, and also the quality as well when it comes to these foods, like even the meats, like grass fed versus whatever, and you know these different degrees of, let's say, purity. That's not the best word, I guess, but tainted versus in a
Yeah.
pure state.
There's also, there might be like a genetic aspect of a herbivore or a carnivore in our genetic makeup in the past, whether we were hunters or gatherers.
Yeah. And then bringing it back to the balance thing, a lot of people like to settle on omnivore. Is that balance in between?
Yeah.
And that makes sense to me, hence why I was saying like meat is part of my diet. It's not constant, but it is like more than half of my meals.
Yeah, well, we do have societies that have sustained themselves entirely on meat for thousands of years, pretty much entirely.
Yeah.
The Inuit of or North America, they've sustained themselves on a few berries every now and again, some sea kelp sometimes, but mostly animal proteins.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Lou Bass right now and how he's a meat warrior, part of the meat militia. So shout out to Dr. Bart K. Simpson, I think his name is. He's a carnivore diet guy, and it's kind of funny how fanatical people can get for their diet movement.
Oh yeah. You gotta do this. If you're eating that, you're horrible, and you're gonna die, and you're gonna give yourself cancer.
Yeah, it's like I remember seeing this little video come up on whatever Snapchat, whatever type nonsense caught my attention. I ignore. It was Liver King, the steroid guy that finally got exposed after a while, and then it was Paul Saladino, and they're like doing this little video and like vegetables suck, and then just throw them on the ground. It's just like it's just funny,
Vegetables are what you feed food. That's what right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I get my vegetables through a cow, It's,
since we're talking about this, like, yeah, yesterday I had probably like 6 turkey bacon strips, and then I had like at least 4 eggs, organic, and yeah, so like I make sure when it's time to fucking pack it in, I do.
Yeah. Yeah, your body will tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to tune into your body.
Yeah.
Or quote unquote ask your higher self, however you want to put it.
Yeah,
ask your soul, like, what does my body need right now? Like, trying to get real with yourself.
I wonder if people like choose a diet and ignore their signals from their body. I imagine a lot of people would do that. Just determined to do this diet because it's gonna, be all for me and end all of my sorrow.
Have justifications and excuses for any problems that arise, and all of a sudden they're off on a whole fucking thought form complex runaway.
Almost like a cult in some cases, eh?
Well, yeah, and so it goes back to that quote that I like to bring up from time to time that I forgot who said this or the multiple people that are known for it, but men don't have ideas, ideas have men. Definitely an applicable quote at times.
Yeah.
Even makes me think of egregores. Not to get too deep with that, but basically you could take it that literally if you wanted to. Ideas like having men, having control or dominion over us.
Yeah, I've been trying to get somebody to give me their impression, hammer down their impression of what the consciousness level of an egregore is for them. A lot of people have trouble answering that. If you really, don't just take it as a surface level thing, how much consciousness does that egregore have? Like we were talking about, like communal egregores, social egregores from like a specific community, how much level of consciousness does that egregore have, if any? Or, you know?
That's hard to say. What first came to me was, as much as we give them, but even then, that's still kind of just spitballing. There's still a couple. There's a bunch of loose ends with what I just said, basically, and I acknowledge that. But
There's a couple of channels trying to tackle the egregore, and just because you mentioned it, I thought I'd put my little piece in.
Well, yeah, I'm curious. Actually, maybe if you want to drop a link to any of these channels, because it is a super interesting
there's
topic.
Seven Serpents. Let's see if I can find him.
Definitely an esoteric topic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no problem. Hey, while you're looking, I'm gonna let this play a little bit more, and I'm gonna go get some more food.
All right.
With their mind. They find children learn it very quickly and very easily because they don't have a belief structure that says it can't happen. They aren't, shall we say, programmed with Newtonian physical ideas. Whatever's possible, if they see someone else do it, they go, well, how'd you do that? And they show them and they do it. But adults have typically a very hard time learning that, where kids can learn it, in a half an hour or two. Some adults can practice for months and not get it. So what I'm really saying is lots of people using the same medicines at the same doses have radically different experiences because you can only really interpret. You could be with Buddha, but if you're not a Buddhist, you wouldn't even see Buddha. You wouldn't even know what you were looking at. So because God's unconditional love, you can't see God as this or that. You can only see an idea that you have in your psyche. And that's what the research really shows. And this is why, the plant medicines are powerful, because they unlock the unconscious. So they let all the ideas and beliefs and fears that you have trapped in your unconscious that you repress, because either they make you feel afraid, or they make you feel insecure, or they make you feel separate from people that you love. But as soon as you open Pandora's box with a psychedelic medicine and you start disabling the default mode network, the unconscious just flows up into the surface like an artesian well. And that's what I call opening Pandora's box. So if you don't have the skills and you haven't been properly trained how to manage that, and how to use your mind, and how to use your breathing, and how to activate your root chakra to anchor you in a lower frequency range so you don't feel like you're dying, then you just end up swimming in your own unconscious. And that's what people call a bad trip. But I have to remind people all the time, it's called a shamanic journey, because if you are in control, it's not a journey. You're just getting high. Any idiot can do that. But if you want to grow spiritually, then you have to be brave enough to die into yourself. So I'm trying to answer your question by simply saying you can read lots of books by people that have done the same medicines at the same doses, and it's like they're in completely different worlds because they're in completely different minds.
Yeah, that makes so much sense to me. It is. Thank you for offering that. That puts everything in perspective there. And it's curious to me, because I was telling you about this book, the DMT Dialogues, that I just finished, which is fantastic. It's got Rupert Sheldrake, Graham Hancock, a lot of Dennis McKenna, Rick Strassman, a lot of people that I really look up to in this space. And the conversation's all around entities. And I've had DMT a decent number of times, and I have never experienced, I shouldn't say never, I've only experienced like an ancestor, someone who's passed on, show up to help. Never really experienced other entities. And then through these other practices and different tools and plant medicines, after having read that book, I've seen them with my eyes open. It's like it's available now.
You have a framework now. That's exactly my point. You see, I'm an art therapist. If I take a mandala that one of my patients painted, and maybe you don't know they have cancer or sexual trauma or whatever, and I put this piece of art in front of you and say, well, tell me what you know about this person from looking at their art, you're probably just going to have to guess. But when you know how to read symbols, and when you can access that person's soul and empty yourself So you become a mirror. Then the vibration that is programmed into that, just like a person's signature carries their vibration. If I didn't know you and somebody gave me something with your signature on it, all I'd have to do is touch that and empty myself when I touch it. And all sorts of information about you. I might even start seeing visions of you. And I've demonstrated this to people beyond a shadow of a doubt. There's no question. It's doable. And there's lots of people that can do that. I've even taught lots of my students to do these types of things. But
we're talking of achieving that.
The other thing I was trying to, I kind of lost where I was going, but the other thing I wanted to point out.
Yeah, what were you saying? Because I was actually just about to pause after what he said there, because I found that shit very interesting, and I've had a lot of different brainstorms related to that same type of concept.
Yeah, we've talked of achieving the oneness effect or feeling of enlightenment. It's only one level of it, but achieving it, I was in a conversation with a young man the other day online, and we both achieved a level of enlightenment, of oneness, through the same method. It was interesting. We both achieved it through the following of the 7 virtues. And, a lifestyle of that.
Okay.
Yeah. And after practicing that for many months, we both achieved, it's like almost like a nirvanic feeling of oneness and connectedness, where you achieve pretty much what he's describing, where you can pretty much put yourself into another person's perception, at least seemingly.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's describing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's describing achieving that through DMT and mushrooms.
Well, I thought he was just speaking on, I know they were talking about plant medicines and psychedelics, but what he was just referring to specifically had to do with physically touching items that had been touched by someone else and like getting their energetic imprint that was left on something and being able to tune into that. And that just fascinates me. Yeah, go ahead.
He had achieved that level, and that others need to learn to open themselves up enough to feel that. So he has done an achievement there.
Wait, who hasn't done an achievement?
No, he has. He has done.
Oh, okay. I thought you said hadn't. Okay.
No.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, but I can concur completely with what he's describing.
Yeah,
as
man.
An experience of enlightenment. And I just wanted to interject with that there's many ways to get there. There's not just one way. Like we were talking about diet, he achieved it through his method. I achieved it through mine. You'll find your method and achieve it yourself. And I think, that's possible for everyone. I don't know if you have or not. I am not judging that, but you know what I mean. Everybody has their method or can find a method to achieve a next level of enlightenment. I'm done.
Hey, my bad about that. I stepped away for a second, getting more pasta. Appreciate those thoughts, man. I was listening the whole time.
No problem. Yeah, I like where he's going with this.
Yeah, completely. I feel it's leading in a sense of just confirming, that truth is stranger than fiction. Especially with what you're just saying about how children are seen to be able to do these reality bending things, like bending a spoon with their mind more easily than adults, because they have a less program filled mind, and it just makes complete sense.
That's why my class is filled with comedy and humor.
Yeah. Bringing it back to that comedy theme
Yeah,
that we keep.
we bring back the childlike mind because the childlike mind is much more open, much more malleable. So with a childlike mind, you can perceive what's being sent to you much easier than the stiff adult mind as we perceive
Facts.
it, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know there's a couple Bible passages quoted as well by Paul, and it's, you know, basically there's a couple different things that reference, you know,
Yeah, being as a child.
childlike. Yep, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where I take most of my teachings from is the Bible. That's what I know. That's what I grew up with. So when I ran into remote viewing, all of these sayings that I had learned when I was young started falling into place. You know, all the writings that I had read and the things the preacher had said, it really fell into place. That was my search for the Christ that I started. And then I ran into remote viewing, and yeah, that just opened up a whole world for me.
Yeah, I love how you just strung that together. I've never heard anyone say anything like that. That was sick.
Thanks. Yeah, it was just the experience that I had, you know.
I mean, it just shows the, you know, all the unique paths, right? Like,
right.
Who would have thought, you know, just following the thread, and then you're learning about remote viewing from the prior knowledge you had and understanding of the Bible. It's an interesting jump. But I mean, like, and that's the thing, you know, some people will throw the baby out with the bathwater and, you know, fail to appreciate the mystic truths that are, you know, laid throughout some of these different religions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was not really a fan of Christianity later in my life. I did go to church with my wife to support her, but actually, I guess it was good that that I went because it drove me to it triggered me really to want to find the truth about the Christ. You know.
Exactly. The necessary oppositional force.
Yeah, that friction you needed, right? I needed that that oppositional force.
I love it. You know, God's training ground.
Everything for a reason, right?
Yeah.
You know, everything's an opportunity, you know.
Right, that saying, like, there's an opportunity in everything if you're able to let yourself see it, or however the phrase goes.
Yeah, even in what we perceive as negative, you know. Someone who wasn't beat as a child might grow up and not consider beating their child as a bad thing because they never experienced it.
Just catching up on the private chat here for a moment.
All right.
I'm going to play the video unless you want to say anything else.
No, I'm good.
Sweet.
Is that if you're open-minded, so what I was saying with the art is that if I then taught you art therapy techniques and said, okay, when you see this symbol, or like I said to you today when you came and I saw your mandala was blowing out of the circle, that symbolizes you're going to move out of your ordinary reality, or what I would call your universe, and you're going to leak, your consciousness is going to leak into any surrounding universe. Then if we look at the position using the north, south, east, west coordinates, I can tell you based on where that's leaking, what you're likely to experience there, because it has to do with how energy moves in the solar system in the cosmos, which is what astrology is. And I'm not talking about foo-foo astrology. I'm talking about the effects of space-time, of living bodies, and the effects of time-space on the entities that inhabit it and create those bodies. And Steiner goes into this at great length for people that are interested. But once you got the basics of how to read a mandala, and I said, okay, now look at it, and I hadn't told you anything about the person, right away you would start saying, well, based on what you taught me, that looks to me like there's a lot of chaos going on in his body.
And this over here looks like an eye that's crying. And there must be some trapped emotion. And you'd say, there's a lot of black in this. And you taught me that that represents a transition or something that's being held in the dark within themselves. And so all of a sudden, all sorts of meaning would come out. And then if you were to interview that person and say, well, I looked at your art, I just have a few questions based on what I saw and what I felt in the art. I felt a lot of sadness and a lot of anxiety. Are you feeling sad or anxious about something? And lo and behold, they would say, yes, you know, my dog died and it's really been hard for me. And I'm anxious because I feel sad that if I choose another one, it's almost like I'm losing connection to my lover. Like, you know, when someone's spouse dies, there often takes them quite a while to get to the point where they feel good about having another lover, because there's still that sense of I'm leaving the person I love behind. So there's a transition period, and black means transition. So what happens is, as we mature in our psyche and we come to trust the magic and the mystery of the divine, we then become able to relax. And when we see things or feel things or perceive things that we don't have a framework for, in the system I teach my students, that's what your soul is for. Your soul is God encapsulated as an individual being. Kyle Kingsbury is God as Kyle Kingsbury. There will never be another one of you. And you won't even be the same one again. You might be a woman in your next life, but you certainly won't have this body and these fingerprints. You won't be the same guy. Your soul will be the same. You will carry all the knowledge and wisdom from past lives forward. But if I ran into you in your next lifetime, the only way I would recognize you is from the essence that pours through you from your heart. And I would experience you inside of me. And an awakening might come like, my God, that woman is Kyle. And I would probably be talking to you and asking you special questions to find out if it was safe to say, I'm curious, do you know anything about your past lives? In other words, I wouldn't want to alienate you before I started investigating. And if you didn't, I might start saying things to you that might trigger those memories, or say, would you like to do a past life regression? Because I already have a strong sense of who you are, but I would want to demonstrate that objectively through you. But the key point I'm driving at is that you reach a point where you can actually come into other dimensions of reality where nothing looks like anything here. Like, I've been in dimensions where there's nothing but geometrical forms, but somehow they're talking to me, listening to me, communicating to me. I'm talking to them, and I'm having a relationship with a star tetrahedron, just like I'm talking to you right now. And it's as real and as vibrant and as alive. And you can even feel them breathing half the time. I mean, they're breathing. You know, so a person who's already programmed not to believe in God or not to believe in entities would probably just see geometrical forms, but wouldn't be open enough to interact with them, and therefore would have a very different experience. And so the journey ends and they say, wow, did you see all those geometrical forms? I say, yeah, I saw lots of them. Did you talk to them? No, I never thought a triangle could talk. So you see there, their own perceived limitations get in the way of the depth of the experience. But what I've found is, as I've grown deeper and deeper into connection with my soul, that I turn my ego over to my soul. So my conscious perception of self, my choice-making faculty, my labeling faculty, I just say, show me whatever it is that you want me to see so that I can live and love fully and help other people more effectively in whatever way it is I'm here to do. And when things happen that I can't make heads or tails of, I ask my soul to guide me and show me. And all of a sudden I realize I'm dealing with a being from another dimension, but it may have taken the shape of a cloud of gas, or it might have taken it might manifest as an insect, or as something that I can't make heads or tails of with my rational mind. But then when I start interacting with them, I can ask them questions. And that's one of my favorite things to do. And so what you find out when you realize it's all God, then you start finding out that the age of God is eternal. So imagine if you've been manifesting in different forms forever, how many things you've tried and how many ways you express yourself, and it's infinite, right? So I've always just been mind-boggled at the many, many ways Great Spirit will communicate to us and teach us and guide us and manifest. But the secret is most people are the greatest limiting factor on their experience because fear closes the door to opportunity. And when I said you guys, you need to have a strong ego to go deep on the medicines, I mean, you have to be able to face confusion, emptiness, fear, the unusual, and still maintain your center. Like when I used to race motocross, I would be going so fucking fast. I was right on the edge of flying off the track and just hitting a tree and dying. And that's the edge you got to find. And when you get out of control on a motorcycle like that, you learn never let go of the handlebars. Stay with it until you have no choice, but you're either ripped off or you let go because you never know when you can save it. And I've saved myself in instances where people would have let go long ago. And the point is you learn not to let the fear cause you to act unconsciously and just let go. So when I'm down going in these deeper journeys, which I love to do, I'm in many situations where I'm like feeling like I'm completely being annihilated or being dissolved, or I've come into contact with negative entities that are, let me tell you, man, they make your heart jump and skip. And I've seen some wild stuff. And that's when I have to say to my soul, dear soul, please protect me. And then I visualize myself in a shield of golden light or purple light or white light. And I'll start talking to them. Why are you here? And, things like that. But most people would just go unconscious at something like that because the fear of it, you know how people see someone bleed and they just not go unconscious. Many people, when they go to surgery for the first time, will just pass out. Doctors are always watching very carefully. So what I meant by that is not that you need a strong ego, like you're brave enough to walk in the room and be rude to people, or you got a big ego like you're an asshole, or you're full of yourself. I mean, a strong ego means you can face adversity and face even the annihilation of yourself, which is what real warriors are trained to do. Face death and stay focused, because ultimately spiritual practices are all there to teach you to stay conscious when you die. So and that's what plant medicines give you the opportunity to do at the right dose, is die and live. And I've been so deep in journeys. When I came back, I was dancing the fucking jig going hallelujah because I thought I would never see my wives or my kids or anything again. I was like, when you enter the absolute, my God, it's wow.
That was me 8 days ago.
Yeah.
But you touched on a good point here, and it's something they bring up, I think, in the introduction of the DMT dialogues, was this idea that when you come across the fearful point of your journey, no matter what the medicine, of course, this whole book's on DMT alone, but the answer is yes. If you want to go deep, you say yes. If that scary thing in front of you wants to take you somewhere, you say yes. Because that's what allows the journey to expand.
Yeah.
It's when you say no and live in fear, that fucking closes it off and you're back in your body. Shit, I should have said yes.
Well, God's a perpetual yes. God's unconditional love. So the answer to every request is yes, whether it's conscious or unconscious. That's why Arnold Patent says in his Universal Principles, if you don't like what's happening in your life, look carefully at what you're choosing unconsciously. So the point I'm making is a lot of our requests are unconscious. And when we're in an experience like that and something negative is coming, you have to have enough sense of self or that strong ego to say, well, if that reality exists that I'm seeing, then by the law of mind, its complementary opposite must exist. So behind every cloud of gray is a silver lining. But if you let fear be your guide, you won't look for the silver lining. And I've had cases. I can give you a clinical example. I had a young man who who had a very severe case of obsessive compulsive disorder that came on after he got a testicular torsion that was very bad. It almost killed him. They had to rush him to the hospital. And after the surgery, what he described as this very dark entity began coming to him every time he fell asleep, and it would scare the living hell out of him. And I'm just remembering, it's been a couple of years since we finished our therapy, but he described it as a female entity that was very dark, kind of like a black witch, a dark witch from the dark arts, and piercing eyes, and it scared the hell out of him. And due to the trauma of the surgery and the experience, he began to having these thoughts that would repeat endlessly in his head, and it would just drive him out of his mind. Literally, he thought he was going crazy, and he went to lots of doctors and therapists, and nothing helped him at all. The drugs they gave him just made him worse. But when I was working with him, I started by teaching him how to work with his power animals. And I took him through a ceremony and taught him and found his power animals with him and for him, and gave him practices to learn to work with his psyche. But when he got to the point where he had enough inner skills to work in those other dimensions, I said, now, when that entity comes to you, I don't want you to be afraid. I want you to talk to her and say, why are you in my life? If God is unconditional love, then you can only be a messenger to help me. This is me pretending to be him. I want you to tell me why you're in my life and why you are so scary to me. And she ultimately said, I'm here to help you. I've been here to help you all along. And she explained him the reason she was there. But part of what was happening is because he was traumatized and he was on drugs, and he had come out of anesthesia. His mind's frame of reference was very skewed because his body was in pain. He was in pain. He was scared. So he'd actually developed his psychic reference from a negative perspective. But it took, this was probably about a year and a half into therapy with me, because I had to give him the tools to know how to work with an entity like that and how to stay centered and not be afraid. But then I told him, work with her every day. Well, it didn't take but a couple of months, and his OCD significantly reduced to the point that he was very normal, and now he has his own clinical practice as a Czech professional. His father's an orthopedic surgeon, a very intelligent man, and he's a loving guy. And I told him when he came to me, this injury was because soul's guiding you to me for an internship, because you have soul contracts with people that are going to require a lot of inner work, because you're going to run into many people that have these kind of psychic crises going on, and you would never know how to help them until you had to unravel your own. And in fact, he was just in HLC3 with me for the last 6 days and shared his emotions and how amazing it was for him. And he recently went with his girlfriend to where he used to live in South Carolina and took her to the park next to his apartment, where he did almost every day, did the inner work that I taught him. And he said he had just tears pouring out of him, because he said, it brought me back to when I first started with you, and I thought I was completely and utterly fucked. I thought my life was over. He thought he was going to commit suicide. And he said, and his girlfriend's a medical doctor, and he was explaining all this to her, and he was saying, Paul, it's just so amazing to be able to go back to that place and kind of have like a mini life review and see where I'm at today and how far we got and how I use these tools you taught me with people every day now. And I'm happy, and I've got my own practice. I'm making a great living. And he says, it's like I'm alive again, But you see, my point in sharing that is, if a person, that's the function of a shaman. That's the function of, I consider myself more of a modern shaman, because I use depth psychology. I study people like Arnold Mindell, and you can see my library is full of it, right? And I meet with guides and elders and people from other dimensions that teach me things. I've learned more from people in other dimensions than I have from this one. And this is, most of this teaching is not done on psychedelics. It's done just in meditative states. But all I'm trying to outline is that a person's frame of reference determines what they're going to see. Because if you don't have a container for something, how do you make any meaning out of it or convert the symbol into an experience. If we see a cat, we all agree that's a cat. But if you see a cat with 10 legs and 3 heads, you may have a hard time deciding if it's a cat or if it's something completely different. And if it's something completely different, just looking at it might scare the shit out of you. So as we grow and we develop a relationship with spirit or source or soul, that part of us is God. And that part of us has the wisdom of the universe in it. And we can ask any question to that part of ourselves. And this is where all the geniuses get their answers to their big problems, from Einstein to you name it. There's loads of them that go into these meditative states and use psychedelics. I mean, Francis Crick was using LSD when he figured out the double helix pattern. I'm not saying this to tell everyone to run out and do drugs. That's not real smart, unless you're well supported and guided and can do it intelligently, and it's the right thing for you to do. Generally, if you're scared, it's the wrong thing to do. If you're like, okay, I'm ready. But I think that this is the reason you see books written about, look how many diet books are written about this is the end all be all, but they're all writing about their own experience.
Yeah.
They're all writing
100%.
about their own experience.
All right. I'm going to shift gears here. Another thing they brought up to me that, I think it's in the intro of DMT Dialogue again, is there was an encounter with a lady who it's a talk. So everyone gives a talk each day. And in her talk, she talked about coming across something that looked like this, the largest version of the devil she'd ever come across.
Mhm.
And it was basically speaking to her in this demonic voice saying, you humans are so stupid. You think it goes from you to God, which
Mhm.
is really what Martin Ball was saying, because
Mhm.
that's his experience through his lens.
Mhm.
But he says there are layers and
Yeah.
levels of consciousness.
Mhm.
You don't go straight home. And I remember you telling me before, of course, this is just for conversation, but I remember you telling me before that Earth is, and I'm paraphrasing here, but Earth is the elementary school.
It is.
For consciousness.
For souls.
For souls.
There are evolved souls here that came here to, work as school teachers, if you want a
Like
metaphor.
a bodhisattva.
Yeah, they're here to help share their wisdom and their past life experience. And, they're here because they understand it's all God. So they're nourishing. I mean, God can only know itself through sentient beings. That's what we are. As Alan Watts says, the universe is a peopling universe. And if you look at many, many books and documentaries on alien encounters, the grand majority of the aliens that people encounter are built similar to humans. They might be smaller, they might have big heads, but they all have 2 eyes, 1 nose, and a mouth, and fingers and hands and feet and 4 extremities. And so my point is that, and me as an astral traveler and remote viewer, I've looked all over the place, and with the exception of beings that are like insects, which I was telling you about, and a few others, mostly what I see, no matter where I go, is something very human-like, and most of them recognize me as very similar to them and talk to me. And you can go to places where there's people from different dimensions that are also doing, interdimensional travel. Anyhow, my point is that it is a peopling universe, and the Earth is really a place for souls that come to embodiment and go through a series of lifetimes where they actually grow their consciousness out of matter. So scientific materialism is typically a sign of a quite immature soul.
Yeah, with regard to these multiple lifetime experiences, that's something that I had considered and never really gave much thought into it. And then through ayahuasca and asking questions and receiving some pretty deep downloads, I remember this Carl Sagan quote that if the Earth was the only place where there was intelligent life in the universe, what an incredible waste of space.
Exactly.
Right. And then I thought, oh, that makes sense for reincarnation as well.
Mhm.
If this was our only life, and since the known creation of the universe, what an incredible waste of time. We're here for a fucking fraction of a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
If it's just one and done. And no one gets to Christ consciousness or the Buddha level or name someone else that was a great teacher on this planet. No one gets there in a single lifetime.
No. You know, what rises up in me to share with you is simply this. If you are having an experience, that is life. I don't care where you're at. I don't care if you're in a strange dimension where you're talking to triangles, or where you're talking to insectoid aliens, or you're speaking to disembodied souls and what we call ghosts. I don't care what drug you're on. I don't care, where the schizophrenic says that they are. That seems completely outrageous to everybody else in a consensus reality. I mean, when you really look at what consciousness is non-local. So that now you just take the lines off the map and just put dots around the edge, which means it goes forever. And anything you can conceive, God is conceiving, and anything that God conceives is what you can conceive, because if it wasn't already in the potential of God, it would be inconceivable. And since God is absolute, there's nothing that can be conceived that isn't within God. And the other thing is, we are sort of trapped in this sort of reality of the earth and time and, rocks and geology. And it took this long, or, in the Bible, it took X number of days for God to create the world. But if you, for example, study the Law of One, where Ra describes how they built some of the Egyptian temples, they say they weren't built by hand. They are thought forms. These are entities from sixth dimension who have the development to focus their mind and manifest matter, magnetize matter to the thought. And the questioners said to them, well, then why are they in these big blocks? And they said, well, we knew specifically that people wouldn't be ready to handle the fact that something like that could be created in one moment in time as one piece. So we specifically designed it just to look just enough like it must have been built by people, so that their minds would be able to grapple with the reality that they were facing. But you can't move 100-ton blocks of stone with fucking wooden rollers.
They could have scaled it down slightly if they wanted it to be more believable from the slave context.
There's other things like there's the hieroglyphics, and there's all the things that make it, more like, someone carved these. But the point that I'm making is, and there's a good book called Quantum Leaps or Quantum Jumps by Cynthia Sue Larson, and Fred Allen Wolf talks about that. I've got one of his books over there. What's it called? It's called Taking the Quantum Leap. But there's people that understand this, and when you get down to the base of it, everything that's made out of matter is made out of electrons, protons, neutrons, and subatomic particles. And science shows that these things emerge from the 0-point field, which is really the gateway to the absolute. There's nothing you can know behind it, but current investigations show that, I think Nassim Harriman says there's more energy in 1 cubic centimeter of empty space than there is in all the matter in the known universe. So what am I saying? God, the amount of energy and potential in God, even in empty space, is inconceivably vast. Irvin Laszlo says empty space is it's either 800 or 900 times more dense than steel, with a friction coefficient of 0. So just like a fish is swimming in water and doesn't know it, I mean, try offering a fish a glass of water, he won't even know what you're talking about. We're moving in the matrix, and the matrix is intensely packed with energy, intensely packed with life, and the level of consciousness within God is such that it can actually manifest a world. So when you go deep enough into these psychic states, or deep enough into a journey, you can actually manifest a world just by thinking about it. And when you are doing astral travel, one of the things that makes astral travel so hard for people is that wherever your mind goes, that's what you experience. So if you're thinking evil thoughts, you will experience those thoughts, and they will manifest as though you're with beings or whatever you're thinking about. But then all of a sudden, if you shift to love, it'll be like you're in a completely different dimension, and you create it as quick as you thought about it. Because God being absolute, the emptiness of God meets the fullness of God, and therefore you have the polarity. The emptiness of God is yin, or what David Bohm calls the implicate, which is seated with all the potential ideas of the absolute. And then yang is the explicate, that which is expressing itself as something tangible, knowable, measurable, experienceable.
The Tao in the world of 10,000 things.
Right. So you have the Tao that can't be spoken, that's the implicate, and the Tao that can be spoken, that's the explicate. So we're living in the Tao. Everything you can see, the whole universe is the Tao that can be spoken. But because the two realities of the absolute are that it's empty of everything, yet the plenum, Plotinus said the vacuum is simultaneously the plenum. What he was saying 2,300 and something years ago, 70 something years ago, he was deep. He said that what you think of as empty space is bursting with creativity, bursting with life, bursting with activity. It's not empty at all. And so the point that I'm making is the emptiness becomes the fullness. And because we need time to have an experience, the fullness is constantly in transition towards some relative degree of emptiness. You build an empire and it dissolves. You people the earth and they start to disappear. You build a planet and one day it's destroyed by asteroids. You build a sun and it explodes as a supernova, and then it just disperses itself into the emptiness and becomes another star. So the point I'm making is that those are the two polarities of mind. And since those are the two states of God that exist within the absolute, the relative can only exist because the absolute contains it. And it is the relative, the two qualities of the absolute, is full of everything and empty of everything, and those two are becoming each other at the speed of now, and therefore you have the base frequency with which God's mind works. And that's why as you move into these higher dimensions, your thoughts manifest as a dimension, as a reality at the speed of thought, because you're creating at the speed of now. And that's the power of the mind of God. So what I'm really saying is, we think of the earth as this historical thing, but we don't realize maybe all of us dreamed this thing into existence, and we dreamed it exactly as it is to create the experience that we're having, so that we would learn from the experience more about what we really are. Or maybe our ancestors did it, or maybe our future selves have done it. There's lots of ways you can skin the cat. But at the end of the day, the one thing that I think is the most important to remember about God is God's an absolute mystery. No matter what I say about God, it's only my experience of it. I get excited about sharing because I hope to inspire people to have their own experience. And I've spent a lot of time studying and developing techniques for having these experiences so that others can explore their own relationship with God. But at the end of the day, you can't say anything about God objectively. You just can't. And if you do, then you don't understand what God is. You can talk about your experiences. You can talk about your own mental frame of reference. You know, Christian fundamentalists have their ideas about God. All fundamentalists do. Mystics often have radically different ideas about God. In fact, Rumi said, you'll never get to God until you become a heretic, which means until you get rid of all the ideas that other people have programmed into you about God, you're never going to know what God is. You're only going to just keep re-enlivening your images of your own ideas. And Osho called those thought forms, and Ledbetter calls them thought forms. But Osho, talks at length about how people deify what they think of as God, but not realizing that it's just a thought form. And the more people that you have buying into Shiva or Brahma or Krishna or Jesus, the stronger the thought form gets, because you have a convergence of consciousness. So it manifests itself as a living being. And it's as real as, when I say to you, who are you? And you say, I'm Kyle, you just used a thought form. Without the thought form, there would be no way for you to understand what I just said to you and relay it back to me.
You just blew my fucking mind.
Oh, good.
I love it.
Well,
Yeah.
my name's Paul.
Yeah, I think when you're talking a lot about the back and forth between the emptiness and what we see as matter, that interchanging relationship, it put things in perspective for me that I've been diving into with guys like Dr. Joe Dispenza and Dr. Bruce Lipton when it comes to working with the potential fields. you know, working with calling things in to reality. But what you said towards the end there, put it in 100% perspective for me, was when you get deep enough, we have the power to create. We have the power to call in. We have the power to manifest instantly.
We're doing it all the time. We're not only doing it individually, we're doing it collectively. If you want to move a mountain, you can go out there with a shovel, or you can get together with a lot of people and get the right tools and move a mountain. If you want to create a world, well, you can start by creating that world in your head, and that becomes the blueprint. For example, if you know, I've got books on healing. I've got one by a New Zealand shaman healer, and he describes and documents how the Taoist monks 900 years ago, actually the Buddhist monks 900 years ago, documented that when the sperm met the egg and gestation kicked off, instantly the entire energy field of that child manifested. And these monks were clairvoyant. They could see this stuff very clearly. They mapped out the acupuncture meridians. You know, they're like shaman that can see the energies. And they described that the cells divide and become teeth and become eyes, not by some magical accidental process, but they're actually following the energetic blueprint. But the point I'm making is that blueprint is in the mind of the universe. So the act of gestation creates a polarization, and the DNA of the two parent cells is actually a cosmic antenna. What we call junk DNA, in my opinion, is the DNA that communicates with all the other things, such as the elements, the earth, the water, the fire, the air, the surrounding elements, the other creative forces that make a human being, and make the whole thing work. But the point I'm making is when the sperm and the egg meet, it activates the antenna system of the DNA, which taps it into the fields of information that then direct the flow of energy and information into form. And then the soul actually can move into its new temple, its new abode or place of experience. And the soul has, according to Plotinus, has three chief qualities. One, it abides, it witnesses, it reflects. So it's constantly reflecting on all the experiences it's having at every level of its experience, and it represents itself. So when you go into medicine journeys, as you know, oftentimes you see ways that you could have loved people better or loved yourself better, or, that's reflection. And to the degree that you use that as a spiritual practice, then the next day you say, I'm going to love my wife better. I'm going to love my kids better. I'm going to love myself better. I'm going to be more conscious about how I treat the world. I'm not going to be abusive to the planet, whatever it is. And so there you see the soul witnessing. That's the I, reflecting on its experience. And that's what memory is for. And then representation, to represent or to represent means that you grow greater in your capacity to love, to understand, and have empathy and compassion. And to the degree you have empathy and compassion, the false ego dissolves and you realize who I thought I was isn't who I thought I was. And you get to the point where you realize you are the water, you are the sky, you are the forest, you are the mountains, you are the stones, you are the stars twinkling at night. And paradoxically, you are God, and God is you. Now, pathological people think I am God and you're not, or my religion is right and you're not. And that's a belief system. All belief systems by definition are closed. And anybody that believes differently gets attacked or ignored because they're not part of the system, right? So, in order to really understand, that's what Rumi meant when he said, to get to God, you got to be a heretic. You got to stop believing in belief systems because they're closed. Your mind is closed. So when we grow spiritually to the point where we start having mystical union experiences, well, it's undeniable. And I've had too many of these things to even count, with and without the medicines, doing Tai Chi, meditating. I've become one with the entire universe and completely didn't know it was me till all of a sudden I found myself sitting in meditation. I went, holy shit. The universe is me and I'm the universe. We are each other, and so is everybody else. And when you realize how magical it is, you start wising up to the fact that the power of the mind of God is absolute. And things can happen a lot faster and a lot more magically than the illusion allows us to think while we're trapped in the illusion. But the illusion is what makes it magical. Because otherwise, if you didn't have to go through an initiation, would it really mean anything to be a warrior? Would it mean anything to be a mother if you just open your legs and a baby fell out like you farted? The initiation at every level is to teach us respect, connection, awareness, and responsibility. And sometimes when you're meant to be a medicine carrier, you get initiated into the dark worlds, not because God's trying to be evil or wants to be evil, but that's a polarity in the mind of God. What we call evil is that which draws energy into itself. So evil is something that accumulates energy, and energy like a black hole, no matter what it does to anything else. Love is that which connects to everything else. So paradoxically, evil at its extreme or in an imbalance is yin. Yin multiplies power, it draws in. So people, I'll use Donald Trump as an example. He wants to segregate the United States. He wants to take everybody over. He wants to rule the whole world, kind of like a Hitler. Like, it's my way or the highway, fuck you, I'll blast the shit out of you kind of attitude. Well, that's segregation, but he wants to draw all the power into his own locus. So he's in control, which is exactly what Hitler was trying to do, without concern for the fact that everybody deserves to be here, that this whole world and this whole universe is all of ours. And nobody has the right to do that. And a democracy is where we get together as a collective and we share out of love and respect for each other and what supports us. We don't drill the fuck and blast the fuck out of things. But the point is that because you can't have the experience of time without, to use a Hindu term, Shiva, the destroyer, Vishnu's the maintainer, Brahma is the source from which it all comes, the dreamer. But if you didn't let go of one scene of a movie to get to the next scene, you wouldn't have a movie. So evil is that which takes ideas down and focuses on expanding the self. Love is that which builds ideas up and focuses on building community and sharing. And so those two polarities are just like inhalation. You expand, you grow, and exhalation, you exhale. Evil is that which draws into itself, and love is that which shares itself. So if you didn't have these two polarities, you would not, when you look at cosmology, what do you see? You see stars exploding, but then you see black holes sucking everything in. Well, if you're a star having a happy little life and all of a sudden you're being sucked into a black hole to be annihilated, you'd say, that's one evil motherfucker over there. But if you realize that ultimately the greater truth is that all is connected, then evil basically doesn't have the ability to fully unify itself because it's self-centered. You understand? The force of evil can only go so far before it hits an impasse because there's nothing outside of itself. But love always is expanding itself and connecting itself. So paradoxically, if you became the ruler of the world and you controlled everybody, well, one, you'd find that nobody loves you. Everyone's afraid of you. No one cares. And everybody wants to get rid of you for their own safety. So you would, metaphorically get to the point where you're terribly and utterly alone. And then the only thing you'd be able to do is start reaching out to other people. You might start loving other people that are evil, but ultimately you'd realize they do the same kind of shit to you that you did to them. You can't trust them. So eventually evil has to reach for love. It's got no other way to go because love is the flow of energy and information through empathic and compassionate connection to self or other, regardless of what it is. So the point I'm making is that love is the truth, but evil is what makes love meaningful, and evil is necessary for this to become that and that to become this. And a lot of the things that we call evil are really just things we don't understand, which is why whenever I confront evil, I'm always asking my soul to show me the love that I'm not seeing so that I can see the other side of the coin. It's easy to hate a Hitler. It's easy to hate a Genghis Khan. It's easy to hate someone who's raped somebody that you love. But it's a much deeper spiritual practice to say, what is it in my soul contract that I need to understand this about God? And if God is ultimately the source of everything, then we have to look to that source for the ultimate meaning, or we can only circumscribe the events that we see within the limitations of our own consciousness or our own mental structure, which is for most people very, very limited.
I love it. that wraps us up, brother.
Yeah.
We hit that hour right on the head.
Radio.
Well, let's talk real quick about your programs. A lot of the stuff that you've talked about today focuses much further, obviously, getting into the rabbit hole of consciousness and how we heal, how we help others, how we guide.
Hey, Max, you there?
I am. Yeah. Okay. I was just typing. Yeah. The electrons and other forces in the ether are not measured like even the magnetic force in ether in the weather, but they're all part of the weather. We just don't use them for our modern day assumption of the weather, you know. We're just paying attention to the moisture and things like that. We're not paying attention to the electricity and the ether in the atmosphere. The other energies are part of the weather that we don't measure.
I think it's interesting, that little difference between ether and aether.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's not just a spelling difference or choice of difference. Like, they're actually two different things, and some people don't realize that.
Yeah. I don't believe electrons are particles. I believe electrons make up particles. But all electrons have a magnetic force with them, a positive and negative.
I think Tribe's going to have to hit that link.
Yeah.
Unless I'm going to go with my original plan and shut down here soon. But I'm enjoying myself, and it's good to have you up here. If Tribe wants to keep this back and forth, I'll keep it going for a time being, as long as it goes.
I actually have to leave. My dinner's here, so.
Okay. Yeah, hey, that's perfect, bro, because I was actually planning, like I said, on shutting down once I got around 6 hours.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a difference in definition of weather, really. So, all right, have a good one.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Max. Yeah, much love,
Enjoyed
bro.
my time talking to you. All right. See you
Yeah,
later.
definitely. All right, see you, man. Oh man, I got my camera lag. There we go. That was lit. Yeah, no, you're good, man. I need to shut down anyway. I've been up for a while. Yeah, but what we're gonna do here actually is I am going to do a little song for the outro here.
Attention parents.
Yeah, that shit was fun. I really appreciated the early on vibe within the first couple hours as well. Seeing a lot of the different faces coming by saying hello. dropping a like. And I was glad I was able to get in those streams. I already showed that last one on OTWs, but I know people that were probably watching here weren't at OTWs at the time. Let me stop playing that. And let's just have this music go for a couple minutes, and then we'll get out of here.
Yo, let's give my man Tim Green a warm welcome here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be here for at least 2 hours, maybe 2.5. Just getting started.
Yeah, I appreciate all of y'all, for real. And if Paul at Proper Instructions motivates people to still live, go ahead and head on over there. I know you went live a little earlier. Yeah, man. Thank you for Bex for coming through. Dom, he's another good person to count on to support you. And then, Jesse, Don, Jesse, Rise, Jesse, Don, Hal, straight out of Jamaica, coming on here with his lady was also a nice surprise. And that's what we're looking for here, man, keeping the panels dynamic and novel. But anyway, yeah, we'll let this song finish out. Much love, y'all. Really appreciate you. And I expect to be live hopefully a little bit again tomorrow. Not as long. But I am trying to do this at least like 4 or 5 days a week. Even if it's just doing little video reviews and getting little panels going here and there, I'm happy with where it's going. Yeah, Max. Yeah, shout out to Max as well. Max Vision. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure the Talcadian one's going to be going live with his band of miscreants. Not that that matters. All right, y'all. Stay high and stay fly. And let your nuts hang high. Peace, y'all.